The Enchanted Music Box by Cindy Kirk. Narrated by Amy McFadden. Chapter 1. Annie Laggett slowed her brisk pace as Timeless Treasures, GraceTown's premier antique store, came into view. She drew her brows together, puzzled at seeing people and antiques stretching from the front of the store all the way to the curb. It suddenly made sense once she saw the banner fluttering in the light breeze. Today was the start of the store's annual Clear the Shelves sidewalk sale. Though most of the antiques in Annie's Victorian townhouse had been handed down from her grandparents, she was always on the lookout for something special to add to her collection. A bronze floor lamp in the shape of a voluptuously naked mermaid made her smile. Though it wasn't anything she would buy, it definitely captured her attention.
"Annie, are you still there?"
She blinked. Distracted by the mermaid and the crowd, she'd forgotten the phone pressed to her ear and the man awaiting her reply. "I'm here," she spoke quickly, her tone breezy. "Where else would I be?" Even as she responded to Brent Selhorn, her boyfriend of the past year, her gaze returned to the lamp. Andy wondered what he would say if she teasingly told him she'd been distracted by a bronze siren.
"I thought you'd be back by now. I stopped by your cubicle, but Carly would only say you were out."
Frustration filled Brent's tone.
"When I asked if you'd taken a late lunch, she responded by asking if I wanted to leave a message."
Annie smiled. Brent knew better. He'd been around long enough to understand that her coworkers were a close-mouthed group. Carly, who'd been hired 6 months ago straight out of college, had fit right in. "You already know my schedule, so why ask?" As she and Brent worked for the same company, they usually met for lunch at 11:30, but Brent had informed her earlier in the week he wouldn't be able to meet on Friday because of a work conflict. With no plans for lunch, Annie had stayed focused on work until nearly 1.
"If you left for lunch at 11:30, you should be back by now. It's nearly 2,
he responded.
"Don't you have a meeting at 3?
While she and Brent both worked under the same accounting umbrella at Sensor Tech, she was in treasury management, which managed the company's cash flow, among other duties, while Brent was in general accounting. "Right on both. Actually, I didn't leave until after 1, so that's why I'm not back yet." Annie chuckled. "You know, Brent, except when I go rogue and take a late lunch, I think you know my calendar as well as I do." Not better than she did, really, Annie thought, because she took her obligations seriously and always met them. But Brent had a steel-trap mind for details and prided himself on his precision. If he were a piece of jewelry, Annie sometimes joked, he would be a Swiss watch, classic and dependable. "Is there something specific you need to speak with me about?"
No, not really. I missed seeing you and wanted to find out how your day was going."
She'd missed decompressing with him over lunch as well. "Same as always, no problems, but I'm ready for the weekend."
"Me too."
For the first time, a hesitancy crept into his tone.
"Does dinner at 7 still work for you?"
It was an odd question. They had a standing dinner date every Friday night. One week, she would pick the restaurant. The next, it was his turn. "Of course it still works. I've been dreaming about the salmon at Hungry Palate all week."
About that."
Brent cleared his throat.
"Would you mind if we went to Black Apron tonight?"
It was her week to pick. He knew that as well as he knew her schedule, which made his request all the more puzzling. "I don't mind. You know I enjoy the food there. But I am curious. Why there?"
"Black Apron is closer to the Thirsty Pug."
Brent's tone grew increasingly confident.
"There's a retirement party for Sandy Miller at the Pug. I thought we could stop by."
Sandy had worked at Sensor Tech for more than 20 years. The company had held a retirement party for her earlier in the week. Annie had heard that Sandy's friends in compliance and regulatory reporting were throwing their own party for her. Annie didn't know any more than that. It puzzled her that Brent was interested in attending. His position didn't intersect with Sandy's, and the woman was a good 30 years older than he was. Curiosity had her lowering her voice to ask one last question. "Do you know her?" "I met her at the company picnic last summer. Plus, I heard Scott Park will be there." Brent acted as if the CFO being in attendance explained everything, when, in fact, the mention only confused her more. "I'll pick you up at 7. "Yes, see you at 7. Annie dropped the phone into her purse, wondering why he'd felt the need to confirm the time. It was the same every week, only the restaurant changed. Talking business, no matter how briefly, had Annie fighting the urge to head directly back to the office. She reminded herself she still had a good 20 minutes left on her lunch hour. She would take a few minutes to browse the antique store's sidewalk sale before heading back. Her schedule, as Brent had so unnecessarily reminded her, was open until 3. Listening to the happy chatter around her had Annie wishing she had a friend with her. Though none of her girlfriends was particularly into antiques, they all loved to shop. Of course, if they were here, then they would probably want to stop for coffee and something sweet. The thought made her smile. Idly, she picked up a cast-iron doorstop, then set it down. "Is there anything I can help you find?" Annie looked up into the smiling face of Sophie Wexman, the shop's owner, who was sporting a bright blue Timeless Treasures t-shirt. With her full cheeks and long dark hair pulled back into a jaunty tail, Sophie could pass for one of the students her professor husband taught at Collister College. "Thank you, but I'm not looking for anything specific." Annie was acquainted with Sophie and her husband Joe, not only through the antique store. Their paths had crossed at numerous civic events. Annie gestured with one hand. "I was on my way back to the office, but then I saw your sign and all the goodies and couldn't resist. I thought I'd take a few minutes to wander and see if anything catches my eye." Sophie smiled. The best way to find unexpected treasures. "Oh, miss," an older woman called out, "could you answer a question for me about this piece?" "Be right there," Sophie called to the woman, then turned back to Annie. "If you do have any questions, please let me know." Annie didn't anticipate that happening. She was merely browsing, not buying. That was, until an item close to the curb, nearly in the street, caught her eye. On a stack of books beside a channel-back chair badly in need of refurbishing, sat a carved wooden box. Annie wove her way through the rows of antiques to the box and picked it up. Holding it securely, she turned it in her hands. The wood felt smooth, as if many hands had held it over the years. It sported intricate scrollwork on the sides. Annie looked for a price, but found none. Wondering if the tag might be inside, she opened the lid. Immediately, the brass cylinder began to rotate. A tinny melody drifted out. The air turned thick, the way it did when a storm moved in, and all sounds of laughter and conversation disappeared. The sun must have momentarily slipped behind the clouds, because everything dimmed, including her vision. "Annie!" The sound of her name had Annie bobbling the box. The lid snapped shut. The fog cleared. "I'm sorry. I didn't mean to startle you." Hannah Rogan, a friend of Sophie's and an amazing cupcake baker, placed a hand on Annie's arm. Concern filled her blue eyes. "Are you okay? You had the strangest look on your face." "I'm fine." Annie expelled a breath. "My grandmother had a music box similar to this one. Seeing it made me think of her." As Annie smiled at Hannah, hoping to alleviate her concern, she noticed Hannah wore a Timeless Treasures shirt like Sophie's. "Are you working here now?" "I'm just helping Sophie out this weekend. More ringing up items than answering questions. I'm not that knowledgeable about antiques." "I have a question, but it's a simple one." Annie held up the music box. "Can you tell me how much this is?" Let me look. Hannah lifted it from Annie's hands. There should be a price tag on it somewhere.
If there is, I couldn't find it.
Turning it over, Hannah inspected the box from all angles. Annie waited for Hannah to open the box, but she didn't. You're right! No price tag anywhere. That is so strange. It must have gotten missed when we were tagging the merchandise. Sophie will know. Hannah lifted her hand and motioned Sophie over. We can't find a price on this, Hannah announced when the brunette drew close. Puzzlement filled Sophie's hazel eyes as she stared at the box.
It's a music box,
Annie said when the silence lengthened.
I opened the lid and it works, but I couldn't find a price.
This is the first time I've seen it. Sophie slowly shook her head.
It's not one of my items.
Annie gestured to the chair in desperate need of reupholstering.
It was sitting on top of those books, over there next to the chair. The books and chair are mine, but...
Sophie glanced once again at the music box. We've had a couple people drop stuff off they no longer want, Hannah told Annie. But they let us know. They don't just set down an item and walk away.
It's a mystery, all right.
Sophie traced the scroll work with one finger.
It's lovely. I'm interested in buying it,
Annie told her, surprising herself.
How much will you take for it?
You know what?
You can have it.
Sophie smiled.
You found it. It's clearly meant for you. But it has to belong to someone,
Annie insisted.
Things don't just appear out of nowhere.
Hannah and Sophie exchanged glances. Actually... Sophie's gaze returned to the music box. Then she smiled at Annie.
Sometimes they do.
Chapter 2. That evening, ignoring the sounds of conversation and laughter from nearby tables, Annie leaned slightly forward, her gaze firmly fixed on Brent.
Then Sophie said, sometimes they do.
His eyes turned puzzled behind the dark frames of his Tom Ford glasses. Taller than her own height of 5'9" by a good 4 inches, he was lean and muscular, and his hazel eyes sparkled with intelligence. His hair, not really brown, but not blonde either, was always stylishly cut. It was his smile that had drawn her in. He was too often serious, but when his smile flashed, it lit up his entire face and gave him an almost boyish look. He lifted his wine glass, but didn't take a drink.
Any idea what she meant? I believe Sophie was referring to the strange things that are rumored to happen in GraceTown.
Brent set down his glass and lifted both hands.
Still not following? I forget, you're not originally from here. It's local folklore.
Annie smiled, knowing Brent would find the explanation as amusing as she did.
GraceTown is known for unexplainable happenings.
He made a please continue motion with a hand that sported short, manicured nails. Annie considered how to best explain.
You know, people seeing things that don't exist, animals appearing then vanishing, time warps, stuff like that.
As expected, Brent smiled.
Put me in the not a believer category. Right there with you,
Annie said immediately, then thought of the strange sensation that had washed over her when she'd opened the box and heard the music.
You and I, we see life through the same lens. That's why we're so good together.
Brent gestured for her to lift her glass, then he clinked his glass against hers.
To sanity in a sometimes insane world.
Brent had been in high spirits since he'd knocked on her door, precisely at 7. On the drive to Black Apron, he'd thanked her several times for letting him pick the restaurant this evening. Last year, she and Brent had added Friday dinners to their weekly schedules. Was there a CPA alive who didn't like lists and schedules? If there was, she'd yet to meet them. Her personal schedule began with rising early. She greeted the day with sun salutations, went for a run, then drank a green goddess smoothie on her walk to the office. Once there, she enjoyed her first cup of coffee of the day. As she'd discovered she was at her sharpest 3 to 4 hours after waking, Annie focused her mornings on performing tasks that required the most brain power. When she felt herself slowing down and entering a midday slump, it was time for lunch. Over food and conversation with Brent, she'd relax and recharge. Afternoons were reserved for the fun stuff, investments and debt management. Weekends were for relaxing. So far, this Friday evening hit all the marks for restful. The bistro was on the Cripple Creek Riverwalk, and they'd scored an outside table. As Brent had reminded her several times already, the location was perfect. The Thirsty Pug, where the party was being held, was close enough that once they finished their meal, they could walk there. On the drive to Black Apron, Annie had agreed to briefly stop in at the bar once they finished eating. Though Brent kept insisting he only wanted to say hello to Scott and wish Sandy well, Annie wasn't fooled. She kept her tone casual. "What are you hoping to accomplish with this visit to the Pug?" "I don't understand what you mean." Brent set down his fork. "It's a party. Does there need to be a hidden agenda?" His innocent expression didn't fool her. Annie merely continued to stare expectantly. "Okay." Brent blew out a breath. "Jeff Brown is retiring, and Scott will be the one appointing the new director of accounting." This was old news to Annie. Her mother had spoken casually with her about the position, saying it was tailor-made for someone with her knowledge of the company, education, and strong work ethic. What her mother didn't have to say, was she was hoping that, for Annie, this would be the first step toward her eventually becoming the company's CFO. Annie could already hear the gossip if she applied and was chosen for Jeff's position. She was too young. There were other more qualified candidates. And, the hardest one she would have to swallow, she would never have gotten the promotion if SensorTech wasn't a family-owned business and her mother wasn't the CEO. "I'm qualified," Brent said, "and I hope to discuss with Scott my desire to advance in a casual setting." Annie blinked and pulled her mind back to the conversation at hand. "Do you really think a party in a bar is the best place for such a discussion?" Annie kept her tone easy, not wanting Brent to think she was judging him. "Besides, you love your current position." "I do," Brent admitted, almost grudgingly. "But I want more. Don't you want more?" "I'm happy with the job I'm doing." Annie's lips curved upward. "Right now, it's a perfect fit for me." Though satisfied with her current position, Annie had to admit she'd been tempted to tell her mother she was interested in being considered for Jeff's position. She would do a good job. Numbers were her thing, but she was also good with people, and she knew SensorTech. Brent studied her. "I'm good with people, though maybe not as good as you," Brent acknowledged. It was almost, Annie thought, as if he'd read her mind. "Being the director of accounting will give me management experience. I also want more money and more control. I enjoy working at SensorTech. I certainly don't want to look elsewhere, but I want more." Annie took a sip of wine. Nothing wrong with wanting to advance in your career. She might be way off on this, but Annie wondered if Brent hoped that having Scott see him with the CEO's daughter would give him a leg up over the competition. It would be a wasted effort. The fact that they were dating was common knowledge, and Annie knew Scott well enough to know that any hiring decisions would be based solely on merit. "Enough talk about work," Brent said. "I realize your Saturday afternoons are usually reserved for volunteering, but there's a lecture at Collister on machine learning and artificial intelligence. They're bringing in an expert from Boston." He cocked his head.
Interested? It sounds fascinating.
Annie experienced a pang of regret.
Unfortunately, you're right. I already have another commitment. I knew it was a long shot.
Brent shrugged good-naturedly.
What's on the agenda for this week?
Olivia.
She's volunteering with you?
Brent asked when she didn't immediately elaborate. Annie figured he could be excused for not remembering. This would be only her second time.
I'm taking pet photos at Paws Haven.
As a teenager, Annie had fallen in love with photography. Everyone said she had mad skills. Recalling that interest and her talent with a camera, her friend Olivia had approached her about taking pictures of adoptable pets for Paws Haven's social media posts. The no-kill animal shelter, run by Olivia, might not be fancy, but the place had a chill vibe with its animal-themed murals and classical music that played during feeding and quiet times.
Seriously?
Brent sipped his wine.
I thought last week was a one-time thing.
Last week was a trial of sorts. The response to the pics exceeded everyone's expectations, so Olivia asked if I could come in weekly.
Cats in bow ties? Dogs in hats?
Brent chuckled and shook his head.
I had my doubts as well. I wondered if it would make a difference.
A warmth flowed through Annie as she thought of what her friend had told her.
Olivia said they were floored by the response. She would know.
Brent gestured to a waiter that he was finished with his plate.
You may also take mine.
Annie offered a warm smile to the young man who'd stopped at their table.
Olivia said to think of it as looking your best for a job interview,
she said to Brent when they were alone again. She smiled at the thought.
They bathe and groom the animals before the pictures, then bring out the clothing and props. I don't understand why they asked you.
Brent appeared clearly puzzled.
No disrespect, but it's not like you're a professional photographer. They can't afford a professional,
Annie told him.
Olivia remembered my love of photography when I was young. When brainstorming with her team over who might help, she thought of me. You can't tell me they couldn't find another person with the same skill level and far fewer professional responsibilities.
Brent gave a little laugh.
Asking a CPA to take animal photos is like asking a doctor to coach Little League.
I'm sure if baseball was a passion for that doctor, she would gladly volunteer. Annie met Brent's gaze.
The fact that it gives me a reason to pick up a camera again made it all the more appealing. Besides, Olivia is my friend, and I support Paws Haven's mission. It surprises me their mission speaks to you.
He sipped his drink.
I thought we agreed that animals are dirty.
Annie's eyes widened.
Why would you think I feel that way? Remember when I said cats don't belong in a coffee shop or a place where food is served, and you agreed with me?
The memory of that particular conversation came into sharp focus. Annie had mentioned a newly opened cat coffee shop, and Brent had responded that he hated getting cat hair on his clothes.
I never said animals are dirty. I agreed with you about not liking cat hair on my clothes. I didn't say I'm opposed to cat coffee shops or cafes.
Annie toyed with the stem of her wine glass.
I think you and I should check out that new one before making any decisions. Not happening,
Brent said, in such a decisive tone it made Annie chuckle.
Okay, I'll find someone else to go with me. Another reason I thought you aren't into animals, you never talk about having a pet.
Brent sat back in his chair.
Or wanting one. Actually, I had a Shih Tzu growing up. We adored him.
Annie thought of the black and white feisty ball of fur, and her smile fell away.
Ernie passed away when he was 14. I was 11, and he'd always been there. I missed him so much. We all did.
Curiosity filled Brent's eyes.
Did you get another one?
Her family had planned to. Annie remembered the discussion about whether they should get another Shih Tzu or if that would lead to unfair comparisons. Then her father's puzzling symptoms had grown more pronounced. His devastating diagnosis had crushed any thoughts of a new puppy. "No," Annie said when the silence lengthened and she realized Brent was waiting for a response. "We never did." It struck her that, in all the months they'd been dating, she'd never spoken of her father's illness with Brent. She'd told him early on that her father had passed when she was young, but she'd never explained how, and Brent had never asked. She wasn't sure why. Though her dad's battle with ALS wasn't a secret, she hadn't felt able or willing to share. Someday she would, she thought, but not today. As if sensing her sadness, Brent reached over and laid his hand over hers. She let it rest there for several seconds, absorbing the warmth of the simple touch, then lifted her hand to pick up her wine glass. "I'm considering getting a cat. There's a Siamese at the shelter who stares at me with suspicious eyes. I kind of like that about her. She has spunk." "One word," Brent said. "Cat hair. That's 2 words. Seriously, do you really want to show up at work with hair all over your clothes?" "That's what lint rollers are for." Annie kept her tone light. "I'm allergic to cats." Brent took the bill from the waiter. After pulling out his credit card, he waited for Annie to add hers. Early in their relationship, Brent had brought up the fact that, since they both worked and likely earned about the same amount of money, the fair thing would be for them to pay their own way when they went out. Seeing the logic, Annie had agreed, though she did find it amusing that if they were out with Brent's friends, he always insisted on picking up the tab. "Since when are you allergic to cats?" She set her American Express card on the tray with his visa. "You never mentioned it before." Brent shrugged. "Since always?" "Well, if you're allergic, I suggest you not get a cat." "If I come over to your place and the cat is there," which it would be if it lived there. Annie lifted her wine glass to finish off the last of the red. "That would be a problem." Annie understood where he was coming from, but his friend Alan and his wife had a cat, and Brent watched football games at Alan's house without any problem that she knew of. Since this was the first time Brent had mentioned any kind of allergies, she had to wonder. "Besides, you're much too busy at work to take on a pet." Annie slowly lowered the wine glass. "Excuse me? You've got a lot on your plate. What with the new fiscal year starting July 1st? Have you even finished your forecast analysis?" Annie was well aware of her job duties and responsibilities. She certainly didn't need him to remind her. "Don't worry about me. I'm well aware what needs to get done." Her voice now held a hint of coolness that she found impossible to warm. "I'll be ready." "I didn't mean to imply that you wouldn't be." When Brent's gaze met hers, she saw only admiration. "Ask anyone. There is no one more responsible than Annie Laggett." Chapter 3. The designers of the Thirsty Pug had gone for a warehouse vibe. While the look was trendy and cool, after 10 minutes inside, Annie concluded more money should have been spent on sound baffles. The band, brought in from D.C., was good, but loud. Even in the far back of the bar, where Sandy's party was being held, the bass reverberated off the walls. "Why don't you stay here?" Brent said in her ear. "It's best I speak with Scott alone." Annie nodded her agreement. It appeared she'd been wrong. Brent wasn't looking to trade on his connection to her. The thought had her smiling as she moved towards Sandy. She waited patiently for a break in the well-wishers, then stepped forward. "I hope you have a wonderful retirement." Annie offered the gray-haired woman a warm smile. Surprise flickered in the older woman's eyes, but it was quickly replaced with pleasure. Thanks for stopping by. Your mother stopped by the work party on Tuesday. I was shocked. I didn't even think she knew who I was. Of course she knows you and appreciates all you've done for Sensor Tech. My mother always says a company is only as good as its people, Annie said. My father believed that as well. I knew your father. You did? He was the CEO when I started. Sandy shook her head. None of us could believe it when he was diagnosed. Annie's heart twisted. It was a difficult time for everyone. Well, I appreciate you stopping by. Sandy gestured with one hand. Have some cake? We have plenty. Thank you. Annie glanced at the chocolate sheet cake with white icing. It looks delicious. When she left Sandy, Annie didn't head for the cake. Instead, she stepped back from the crowd and observed. When she'd had to raise her voice to offer her congratulations to Sandy, she'd known Brent was not going to get the quiet conversation with Scott that he'd come for. Now she watched Brent stealthily make his way to where the CFO stood. Brent had nearly reached his target when the CFO's eyes landed on Annie. A smile lifted Scott's lips. In long strides, Scott strode over to where Annie stood alone. This is a nice surprise. Now in his mid-50s, Scott had been with SensorTech since its founding by her father. The two men had been good friends and college roommates. Scott and his wife had become couple friends of her parents. Annie remembered how supportive both Scott and Nancy had been during her father's illness. Once her father had become too sick to work and her mother had stepped in to head the family-owned company, Scott had been there for both of her parents. To this day, Scott remained her mother's right-hand man. Not only did her mother trust him implicitly, but Scott was also an excellent CFO. He'd done a stellar job of honing his skills to keep up with the changing times. Sandy was a longtime employee. Annie shook her head, amazed at all the people still crowded around the cake table and Sandy. I'm glad to see her getting such a nice send-off. It was kind of you to stop by. Scott glanced in Sandy's direction. The decision to retire was a difficult one for her. That was all Scott got out before Brent appeared at Annie's side. It was actually my idea to stop by. Brent slung an arm around Annie's shoulders. Like you, I believe these kinds of things promote team building. For a second, Scott's smile appeared frozen on his face. To his credit, he quickly rallied. I agree with you, Brent. Brent must not have noticed Scott's momentary hesitation in retrieving his name because he smiled broadly. I've got a lot of good ideas for team-building efforts that could be implemented in the accounting department. Jeff did his best, but Jeff has done an excellent job in his position. Scott shifted his focus to Annie. Good to see you. With one quick smile, Scott turned on his heel and strode off. I was glad I had the opportunity to let him know I'm passionate about team building. Were you really planning on slamming Jeff? A look of distress crossed Brent's face. No, of course not. I hope that wasn't what he thought. He didn't give me a chance to finish, so maybe it sounded like... A look of misery on his face, Brent raked a hand through his hair. Do you really think that's what he thought I was doing? Annie had gotten the impression that's exactly what Scott had thought, but she told herself she wasn't a mind reader. I don't know. I do know this music is giving me a headache. Are you ready to leave? Once they reached her front door, Annie said goodbye to Brent. She knew he'd expected to come inside, but he hadn't pushed when she'd told him her headache had only gotten worse. He often spent the night after their Friday night dinners. In the morning, he'd set the table and make coffee while she whipped together ham and cheese omelets, a favorite of both of them. The Thirsty Pug had been, as she'd expected, noisy and crowded. On another night, Annie might have enjoyed the energy in the room. But after a busy week, she had wished for some place quieter, a place where she and Brent could have relaxed and talked. After she donned her pajamas, Annie brewed some tea, then took the cup, along with a couple of Otterbine's lemon sugar cookies, to the living room. She worked hard to ensure every place she lived in had a warm, cozy feel. After she'd bought this house, she'd used family antiques to create that ambiance. Though her Victorian-era townhouse was nowhere near as grand as the home she'd grown up in, it suited her. She also liked its proximity to the business district. All the homes on her block sported pretty colors, common to the late 1800s and early 1900s. She considered hers to be particularly attractive, with its yellow siding, white trim, and red accents. Houses in this area were rarely for sale, but when this one had come on the market 5 years ago, she'd snatched it up. Taking a seat on the sofa, she sipped her tea. Enjoying a cup of peaceful slumber tea had become a nightly ritual. When she took a bite of one of Otterbine's thin, crispy cookies, she nearly sighed with contentment. At this moment, Annie considered her life to be practically perfect. She had a career she enjoyed. She came home every night to a house she'd personally furnished with items that brought her joy. When she walked through the front door and the warmth of the home wrapped around her like a favorite sweater, any worries from the day slipped off her shoulders to pool at her feet. Annie also loved that she'd devised a schedule that kept her on track. She spent Friday and Saturday nights with Brent, volunteered on Saturday afternoons, and enjoyed Sunday brunch with friends. On Sunday nights, she had dinner with her mom. Another sip of tea practically begged for a sweet cookie chaser. After giving in to temptation, she was about to put her feet up on a needlepoint ottoman when her gaze settled on the music box. When she'd arrived home this afternoon, she'd been in a hurry to get ready for her date with Brent and had simply placed it on the burled walnut parlor table. The location seemed appropriate, considering the table had also come from Timeless Treasures. Overcome by an irresistible urge, Annie stood and crossed to the music box. The scrollwork really was impressive. She wondered how it had ended up at the sidewalk sale. Who would have simply dropped off such an enchanting item? And why? One thing Annie did know, it hadn't simply appeared out of nowhere. Remembering the serious expressions on Hannah's and Sophie's faces when they'd made their proclamation made her smile. Even though GraceTown was known for being a place where the unexplainable happened, she'd lived here most of her life and had never seen any evidence of such things. Gazing down at the pretty box, Annie wondered what tunes the cylinder held. One? Or perhaps more? She remembered her grandmother's box had played a handful of tunes. Should she listen to one of the melodies before or after doing her evening stretches? Music first, she decided, and reached for the box. A tune began playing the instant she opened the lid. As Annie listened intently to the unfamiliar melody, the world around her faded. Her father stood before her, a twinkle in eyes that were as blue as her own. Ernie sat at his feet, thumping his tail on the hardwood. As Annie watched, love rose up inside her, for her dad and for this sweet little dog. She was no more than 10, a tall, gangly girl, all long legs and arms, with teeth that seemed too big for her face. But when her dad looked at her, she felt beautiful. "Let's do it." Her dad extended his hand. The pitter-patter of raindrops sounded on the roof. Since the roof over the porch kept any rain from coming in, her dad had opened the front door. Like him, Annie loved the smell of rain on a freshly mowed yard. It wafted in through the screen door. Her mother and brother were out with friends this spring afternoon, so it was just her and her dad. They'd spent the day hiking and taking pictures in the woods on the edge of GraceTown. He'd shown her some new tricks with the digital camera, and they'd gotten several amazing shots. They'd arrived home just as the rain had begun. Concern for the camera had them sprinting up the steps. Now the camera was safely inside, and her dad had suggested a walk in the rain. Annie glanced down at Ernie. "Is he coming with us?" As if suddenly aware of their scrutiny and equally aware of what they were discussing, Ernie shrank back, eyes darting back and forth.
You know Ernie doesn't like to get wet.
Peter leaned down to scratch the dog's head.
Do ya, buddy?
Is it okay for us to be out when it's raining? Annie was torn. Even when it looks like it could rain, Mom makes me take an umbrella.
A good precaution, especially if there's somewhere you need to be and you don't want to show up there soaking wet. But I've always believed we should approach life with optimism and challenge ourselves to try new things.
Her dad studied her.
You've got an adventurous spirit. It's time to let that spirit soar.
She placed her hand in his, and they stepped out together into the rain and their next adventure. A mist engulfed her, and Annie's smile faded. Instead of dancing with her father in the rain, she was in the parlor of her parents' home, watching herself on the sofa. Her brother Eric was next to her. Ernie had passed months earlier, his bowl and bed gone, as if he'd never existed. Her parents sat in the chairs opposite the sofa, their expressions grave. Annie cast a sideways glance at her brother. For once, Eric wasn't asking how long this was going to take. It was as if he sensed, as did she, that this was serious. There had been undertones of something serious for weeks. Frequent trips to doctors here and in nearby Baltimore, even one earlier in the week to Durham, North Carolina. Both her mother and father had appeared sad when they'd returned after that trip. Which was why, when they'd said it had been an exhausting full day of tests, neither Annie nor her brother had pressed for details. Privately, she thought it probably had to do with her father's foot issues. Maybe he needed surgery or something. At 11, she wasn't sure what kind of surgery would fix ankle weakness, but she knew the ankle splint, her dad called it an AFO, hadn't helped. There were a lot of stairs in their house. If her father needed help getting up and down them until he was all better, Annie wanted him to know she was there for him. She opened her mouth to make the offer, but her father spoke first.
We have some difficult news to share with the two of you.
Peter Laggett's gaze remained steady on her and Eric.
Are you getting a divorce?
Eric blurted. Annie inhaled sharply. Her mother's eyes widened. Obviously startled, her dad said nothing for several seconds. Annie knew why divorce was on Eric's mind. His friend Kenny's parents had just split.
No.
Taryn spoke first, reaching over to clasp her husband's hand.
Your father and I love each other very much. So very much,
Peter murmured, his eyes now focused on his wife.
Then why the family conference?
Eric asked. Is it your ankle? Annie dropped her gaze to the splint on her father's left foot. Do you have to have surgery to make it better? Her dad gave a humorless laugh.
I wish it was that simple, sweetheart.
The sadness in his eyes had tears filling her own. She loved her dad, loved him so very much. Though Annie and her mother were close, it was her dad who danced in the rain with her and who shared her passion for photography and dogs. Her dad had been the one who'd held her when the decision had been made to put Ernie down. Her mother and brother hadn't wanted to be in the room when the vet had come over, but her dad had been there with her. They'd stroked Ernie's soft fur and told him over and over how much they loved him, crying together. Just recalling that time had tears filling Annie's eyes.
I might as well say it.
Her dad's voice remained soft but steady, even as his eyes, the same vivid blue as her own, filled with tears.
I have ALS. That's why my ankle is weak, and it explains some of the other symptoms I've been experiencing.
2 tears slid down her mother's cheeks before she hurriedly brushed them away. Beside Annie, Eric stiffened.
What is ALS?
Is it bad? Even as Annie asked the question, she wasn't sure she wanted to know.
ALS stands for amyotrophic lateral sclerosis, also known as Lou Gehrig's disease.
Her dad paused to clear his throat.
It's a disease of the nervous system that affects nerve cells in the brain and spinal cord.
Is that why you have problems with your foot? Annie found her eyes dropping to the AFO before they returned to her father's face. Will it get better?
Yes and no.
This time, Annie saw the profound grief in her father's eyes, the same sadness she'd seen in his blue depths when Ernie died.
Yes, the ALS is what is causing the foot weakness. And no, it won't get better. In fact, it will only get worse.
Her father's gaze shifted from Annie to her brother and back again.
I'm going to need for both of you to stay strong for your mother.
Things around here will be changing, her mother said. Your dad and I are going to need your help around here more than ever. You'll eventually get better, right? Fear had Annie's voice trembling as she focused on her father's ashen face. She barely noticed her brother reaching over to take her hand, his fingers as ice-cold as hers.
Let me explain what we're looking at. I think it will help for you to understand how this disease will affect me.
Her dad leaned forward, his expression serious.
ALS.
The vision grayed, and Annie was now standing in the foyer of her parents' home, her hand gripping her brother's arm. Forget the carnival. You need to stay and do his therapy. Annie's voice might be soft, but like her grip, it was edged with steel. It's on your list.
You might as well do it.
Eric's tone held a belligerent edge.
I never do it good enough to suit you. Besides, what does it matter? He's not going to get stronger. He's just going to die anyway.
Annie had never hit anyone in her life, but at that moment, that's exactly what she wanted to do to her brother. Dad is a fighter. Eric jerked his arm away.
Don't you see? No matter what I do or you do, he's still going to die. What's the point of the therapy anyway? He's not going to walk again. Right now, he can't even sit up without help.
Despite his cool demeanor, the thickening in Eric's voice had her suspecting he was nowhere near as unconcerned as he appeared. Over the past year, their father's condition had progressed far more rapidly than even the doctors had anticipated.
You need to stop pretending, Annie.
Eric's tone softened.
Nothing you're doing is going to change anything. He's still going to die.
He knows I'm here for him. He knows he can count on me. She sneered. Go on. Go with your friends. I'll do the therapy. I'll be here for him. She would be there for her dad. Until the end. Just like Ernie. Annie didn't wait for the door to shut behind her brother. Turning away, she moved into the parlor that now resembled a hospital suite. As her father's condition had deteriorated, navigating the stairs had become impossible. Besides, as her mother had said, forcing some cheer into her voice, Peter Laggett wanted to be around his family, not holed up away from everyone. Moving to her father's side, Annie gazed down at the face that had grown so thin as swallowing had become more of an issue. His eyes were closed, and he appeared to be sleeping. How will I live without you, Daddy? He stirred. For a second, she worried she'd spoken her fears aloud. His eyes remained closed, even as he emitted a weak cough. Over the past month, her dad's breathing had grown much worse. There had been a time when one of her duties had been to chart his blood oxygenation levels. Last week, they'd grown alarmingly low. When Annie had brought that to her mother's attention, her mom had eliminated that task from Annie's list of duties. Her dad refused to consider a ventilator. Her mom had said there was no reason to chart something that would only get worse because of lung muscle weakness. Annie couldn't stop. Secretly, she continued to keep track, the simple act of charting making her feel more solid, more in control, even as the saturation levels continued to drop.
Don't cry.
His eyes were open, and her dad was gazing at her with such love that she cried only harder.
I'll always be with you.
The words might be barely audible, but she heard him clearly. Wrapping her arms around herself, she shook her head vigorously. You won't. You'll be gone. Appalled, Annie slapped a hand over her mouth.
I will.
His eyes remained serious.
Just as Ernie is still with you, I'll be with you too.
I want you here with me. Her voice rose, then broke. Tears slipped down her cheeks in a steady stream. I want us to take our cameras and go searching in the woods for the perfect picture. I want to dance in the rain with you again. I love you so much, Daddy.
I wanted so much to watch you grow and see what direction your wonderful life takes you.
Sadness blanketed his face, and she could see the effort it was taking for him to speak.
I couldn't have asked for a better daughter. Thank you for all you've done for me. But please, please, when you remember me, don't remember me sick and in this bed. Think back to the life we had before and...
She reached for his hand, but encountered only air. Annie blinked and realized that instead of being with her dad, she was in her own home, her face wet with tears. She swiped at her cheeks. What had happened? Had she fallen asleep? The last action she remembered was opening the box to hear what melody it would play. She turned toward the box, silent now that its song had ended. Carefully, she shut the lid. Though her father had been right, he was never far from her thoughts, and she knew he would remain in her heart forever. His death had left a gaping hole in her life. Seeing him again, talking with him, the dream had been so real, so vivid. Annie took several deep breaths, hoping to ease the ache in her heart. Not only had she lost her father, she'd lost the closeness with her brother they'd once enjoyed. She and Eric had been friends before their dad had been diagnosed with Lou Gehrig's disease. Not so much after. Annie could admit that she'd never really forgiven him for not being there for their dad. Instead of doing what he could to help, he'd disappeared with his friends every chance he'd gotten. Even at the memorial service, he'd walked out while they were greeting those who'd come to pay their respects to a great man. Her mother had had no clue where he'd gone, and neither had Annie. One second, Eric had been with them as they'd entered the church, and the next, he'd been gone. Shortly before the service had begun, he'd slid into the pew, his eyes dry, his face a stony mask. Had she ever seen him cry over their father? She didn't think so. Crossing the room, Annie wrapped trembling fingers around the warm china cup and forced herself to take a final sip of her tea before heading up the stairs to her bedroom. Once there, she opened the top drawer and took out a black velvet case. Nestled inside one side of the heart-shaped locket that her father had given her for her 10th birthday was a photo she'd taken of him before he'd become ill. He was laughing and looking so incredibly healthy and happy. Gazing down at the photo one last time, Annie expelled a long breath, then closed the locket. Chapter 4. For those who worked 9 to 5 during the week, Saturday was their opportunity to sleep in. Annie preferred to stay on schedule. If Brent would have been here, he'd have made coffee while she whipped up omelets. The table would be set with linen napkins, sterling flatware, and crystal glasses for orange juice because, as Brent said, why do something if you don't do it right? Since Brent wasn't here, Annie followed her regular workday schedule. She did her yoga, had a run and a smoothie, and tried not to think about last night's dream. It had to be a dream, didn't it? More of a nightmare, really, one where she'd stood back and watched her perfect life fall apart. When she had been with her father, the love in the air had been so strong. Photography had been their thing, the same way an intense love of sports had been something he and Eric had shared. She couldn't remember the number of nights she'd watched her brother and her dad shoot hoops in the driveway or do lacrosse drills in the yard. When he picked up a basketball or a lacrosse stick, was Eric hit with the same bittersweet pang she felt whenever she picked up her camera? He'd never said, and she hadn't asked. She didn't resent being the one who'd been around the most. Those memories were precious to her. ALS might have robbed Peter Laggett of his motor skills and made his body a shell, but the man he was had still been there. Conscious of the tears now slipping down her cheeks, Annie brushed them away with the pads of her fingers. Her dad wanted her to be happy. Of that, she had absolutely no doubt. And she was happy, wasn't she? Yes, she was happy, she told herself, perhaps a little too emphatically. She had a great job, a wonderful boyfriend, and good friends. Okay, so maybe, as her friends gently teased, she was a little too strict with following a routine, but that was only because she liked knowing what to expect each day. She might have liked surprises when she'd been a child, but not anymore. Not since she'd discovered that not all surprises were happy ones. Today she would visit the animal shelter. That would make her happy. For a number of years, Saturday had been what she thought of as her day for giving back. The volunteer gig at Paws Haven was new, but before she'd taken that on, Annie had worked to organize donations at the food bank, served lunch at the local soup kitchen, and filled in as a literacy volunteer. This afternoon, she would stop by the shelter and do her best to get stellar photos of specific animals to be used on the shelter's social media accounts. The buzzer on her phone alerted her that it was time to get moving. She needed to leave in 30 minutes. After stripping off her running clothes, Annie took a quick shower. Since this wasn't her first time at Paws Haven, she knew what to expect. Lots of ups and downs in order to get the best photos, which meant that dressing casually in leggings and a tee would be the smart choice. When she drove up, she saw that the shelter's parking lot appeared to be close to half full. Annie hoped the number of vehicles was an indication that lots of animals would be headed to their forever homes this weekend. Normally, Annie stopped at the front desk when she came to the shelter. Since Olivia was the director, Annie knew most of the staff and many of the volunteers. Everyone appeared busy, so she slipped through the staff door with just a smile and a wave to Delbert, the grizzled senior manning the front desk today. "Oh, Annie!" Zara, one of the adoption counselors, stopped her in the hall. "I have some bad news." Annie inhaled sharply, and her heart skipped a beat. She shifted the canvas bag that was slung over her shoulder. "Is it Olivia? Is she okay?" "Olivia is fine. She's around here somewhere." Zara made a vague gesture with one hand. "It's about Isis, the Siamese you were interested in. She was adopted last night." "By who?" Annie didn't know why she asked. It didn't matter. It appeared Isis was gone. "A couple who'd lost their Siamese earlier this year. She was just what they were looking for." Zara's tone gentled. "I knew you were interested, but you hadn't decided if you were ready to commit to a pet." "You did the right thing," Annie assured her. "I hadn't decided, and now she has a good home." Relief washed over Zara's face. "Phew, I was worried." No cause for worry at all. Sounds of laughter spilled from the viewing area, and Annie couldn't help but smile. These individual areas had been set up so that potential adopters could spend time with a pet they were considering making a part of their family. "Sounds like you have a lot of potential matches." "Which is good, considering we are near capacity." Zara brought a finger to her lips.
I know you were considering a cat, but have you thought about getting a dog? Not really. I mean, we had a Shih Tzu for years when I was young. He died, and then my dad got sick. Annie stopped. She certainly didn't need to spill her life story to someone who had a dozen things to do. Her only excuse was that last night's dream remained fresh in her mind. Shih Tzu, eh? Zara smiled. After you take your photos, come look for me. Sure, I can do that. Annie cocked her head. But won't you be assisting me today? Last week, Zara had dressed the pets and gotten them into position. Not today. Jade called in sick, so we're an adoption counselor short. Zara held up a hand to a woman approaching. I'll be right there. Who's going to be my assistant? That would be me. Annie turned, and there stood a man she hadn't seen before. He was close to her own age, with hair the color of walnut and a friendly smile. Sawyer Moorhead, at your service. Extending her hand, Annie returned his smile. Annie Laggett, amateur photographer. The hand that clasped hers was warm and firm. When he smiled, he looked her straight in the eyes. Not difficult, since they were the same height. Nothing amateur about last week's photos? Good stuff. I don't know about that, but Olivia said the shelter saw an uptick in calls and messages about the featured pets. That makes me happy. Where will you be taking photos of today? Bringing a finger to her lips, Annie considered. Last week we used a room in the back, but it wasn't ideal. I'd really like to get some of them outdoors. He nodded agreeably. Where do you have in mind? It appeared that he was willing to let her drive this train. That was okay with her. She liked calling the shots. There's a spot behind the shelter. It's fenced in, which is definitely desirable. His smile flashed. Don't feel like chasing a runaway dog? Not today. She glanced at his khaki pants and leather shoes. I assume you don't feel like climbing trees after lightning-quick felines either. We just met, yet you know me so well. The cats last week were little Houdinis, so we may need to shoot them inside. The spot outside Annie had initially thought would work ended up being too bright. But on the other side of the building, they found another fenced-in area with an overhang that offered both shade and indirect sunlight. This brick wall will make a gorgeous backdrop, and the concrete will reflect the light. But... Annie put her hands on her hips. The lawn chairs and table will need to be moved. I'll do it. We'll do it. When it looked as if he might protest, she added, faster that way. Once the furniture was out of the way, Annie pulled a pale green fleece blanket from the canvas bag she'd brought. She placed the precisely folded blanket on the table. Reaching inside the bag once again, she retrieved a feather wand and several squeaky toys, setting them on the table beside the blanket. Sawyer peered over her shoulder. I can't wait to see what else lurks inside that magician's bag. Smiling, Annie pulled out a paper sack, along with a couple bags of treats, and set them on the table. Surveying the bounty laid out on the table, Sawyer returned his gaze to the blanket. He gestured with one hand. Is that for you to sit on, or the animals? Me, and maybe the dogs, though not at the same time. Of course not. His eyes crinkled at the corners when he smiled. Who will we be shooting today? Olivia sent me the list. Annie retrieved her phone and pulled up the names of animals. Dogs first, then cats. Do you mind forwarding the list to me? Not at all. Annie handed him her phone. Put in your number. After doing as she'd asked, he handed the phone back to her, and seconds later, he had the list. Sawyer scanned the names. Appears like Kiba the Bulldog is first up, with Cupcake, a Maltese, on deck. I can go get... He placed a hand on her arm when she turned. You can use the time to get your camera ready and figure out where you want the animals to sit or stand."
Seeing the logic, Annie nodded. During the short time he was gone, Annie took out her camera, checked the lighting, and reviewed in her head the suggestions she'd read on getting great bully pics. No props or clothing for this dog. Minimize distractions. Let him wander a bit first. Snap a pic from eye level. Sawyer brought the dog to the area on a leash, talking to the animal as if they were friends.
"You'll like it out here. There's lots of sun, but shade, too. I bet it feels good to be outside."
The dog's big head slowly moved from side to side as he trudged forward. Annie, who'd been seated, rose. She'd read that the English bulldog's pure white color was desirable among those who knew and loved bullies, which likely meant his time in the shelter would be short.
"He's a cutie."
Kiba was a short-haired, medium-sized dog with wide shoulders, a short tail, and a low, sturdy stance. There were too many loose skin wrinkles for her to count. She wasn't sure which drew her attention more, his underbite or drooping lips.
"I'm not sure I'd describe him as cute, but he definitely has character."
Sawyer looked down at the dog and grinned. When his gaze returned to Annie, he cocked his head.
"Where do you want him?"
"Go ahead and take off the lead," Annie instructed. "We'll let him wander a bit." Sawyer did as she instructed. His gaze shifted to the table where she'd laid out all her accessories.
"Are you going to put a bandana on him?"
"I don't think he needs it. But if you could pick up that paper sack when I give you the nod and crinkle it, that'd be great." Once the lead was removed, Kiba stood there for several seconds before starting a slow ramble around the grassy area. With camera at the ready, Annie stayed close, but not close enough to spook him. When he paused and lifted his head, as if enjoying the feel of the sun on his back, Annie crouched down and gestured with one hand to Sawyer. He didn't lift the paper bag, merely rested his hand on it and squeezed, making a crackling sound. Kiba's entire body shot to attention. It was the moment Annie had been hoping for. She took numerous shots, not caring about the chain-link fence in the background, knowing she could blur that. Her goal was to get some photos that did justice to this majestic creature. She checked the shots on her camera and smiled. "You can take Kiba back. I got several excellent ones, thanks to you."
"I only crinkled the bag,"
he pointed out. "From what I read this past week, it can be difficult to get a good pic of this breed. We got some stellar photos, thanks to your bag crinkling."
"You actually researched how to photograph bulldogs?"
"I believe in being prepared." Annie made no apologies, not that he appeared to be expecting one. "Once Olivia texted me the list, I looked to see if there was anything to keep in mind specific to that particular breed." Kiba, apparently tired from the strenuous stroll, now sat in the shade with his eyes closed. Annie narrowed her gaze. "Is he sleeping sitting up?" Sawyer studied the dog for only a second.
"Yup, it's pretty common."
"Sleeping sitting up is common?"
"It is."
As if seeing the questions in her eyes, he continued.
"The bulldog is a brachycephalic breed. Their flat face makes them prone to chronic shortness of breath and lack of oxygen. They don't breathe as well lying down."
"Poor guy."
Sawyer nodded. "People love the look, but it causes problems for the animal. Still, I'm sure Kiba will make someone a wonderful pet."
"He seems like a sweet guy."
"Yes, he does."
Sawyer picked up the leash he'd set on the table and crossed to Kiba, clipping it onto his collar.
"What do you have planned for Cupcake?"
Reaching over, Annie picked up a tiny pink and white striped dress. "I'm thinking this is cupcake-sized." Sawyer shook his head, a smile tugging at the corners of his lips.
"I suppose it's better than that pink bow." "Oh, we'll bring the bow into play before the session is done," Annie assured him. The Maltese spent the first few minutes of the session barking at her and Sawyer. If the shrill, incessant barking bothered the man, it didn't show. He continued to talk softly to Cupcake and offer her treats. The treat sat in the palm of his flat, extended hand as he patiently waited for her to calm down and come to him. Once Cupcake had a few treats in her, she appeared to relax. Or maybe it was because the area they were in was quiet, with no other barking dogs or distractions. "There's nothing like a few treats to make a girl happy." Taking advantage of Cupcake's good mood, Annie slipped on the dress. Sawyer proved a more than adequate replacement for Zara. He held Cupcake in a confident way and talked to the animal in a soft, non-threatening tone while Annie dressed her. Though, if pressed, Annie would have to say that styling the pets creatively with various accessories didn't appear to be one of his strengths. He actually rolled his eyes when she pulled Cupcake's silky hair into a top knot and added the shiny pink bow. "Her yapping doesn't seem to bother you," he observed. "You must have a small dog." "When I was growing up, we had a Shih Tzu." Annie smiled. "Ernie could be a little yappy, I guess, but I don't recall his bark being as high-pitched as Cupcake's. What I remember most is how he would howl, especially when my brother played his trumpet. Ernie was incredibly sweet." Eric had been a good sport about it, she remembered. Then again, he'd adored Ernie. They all had. Her smile faded. Life had been so good then. They hadn't had a clue what had lain ahead. "Sounds like you have some great memories." "I dreamed about Ernie last night." The admission just popped out. "I was so happy to see him, and so sad when the dream ended." Annie expelled a heavy sigh. "Helen Keller once said, 'What we have once enjoyed, we can never lose. All that we love deeply becomes a part of us.'" Sympathy blanketed Sawyer's face. "Ernie will always be a part of you." But it wasn't Ernie's face that flashed before her in that moment. It was her father's face, when there had been a twinkle in his eye and a smile on his lips. "I loved him so much." At that moment, Annie couldn't say whether she was referring to Ernie or her dad. "I'm sorry for your loss." "It was a long time ago." "Doesn't mean it doesn't still hurt." Touched by the kind words, Annie found it difficult to find her voice. "Do you have a dog now?" Sawyer asked. "Or a cat?" "No pets." Why did the admission feel so wrong? There were so many good reasons for her not to bring an animal into her home at this time in her life. "Ernie was the only dog I've ever had, and that was when I was growing up. I've never had a cat." "What about you?" "We always had dogs and a couple of cats, too. Once I was finished with school, my life seemed too busy for a pet. Still, I keep thinking of getting one." His gaze sharpened. "You know a Shih Tzu was brought into the shelter the other night." "Really?" "It shouldn't take long for her or—" Annie cast a questioning look at Sawyer. "Him?" he supplied. "It won't take long for him to get adopted." "Before that happens, he has some healing to do." "What's wrong with him?" Annie's voice rose and cracked. "He was dumped and was on the streets for a while." Disgust filled Sawyer's voice. "If someone didn't want him anymore, they should have just brought him to one of the shelters in town. Domesticated dogs don't do well on their own." She picked at the corner of her shirt. "Is he in bad shape?" "He was, but he's doing better. He was lucky he got picked up when he did." Sawyer's gaze grew thoughtful. "You should stop in and say hello to him. The staff here is caring, but they're busy. I believe that animals know when they're around people who care. That can make a big difference in the healing process." "Then I'll do it." Annie flashed a smile. "I'd never want any Shih Tzu to feel unloved."
3 more dogs were photographed before she and Sawyer went inside to round up some cats. Annie was glad the interior space allowed no room for escape. Annie glanced at her phone. Winnie the Purr, an orange tabby, is our final subject for today. I'll get her. Sawyer smiled and scooped up a white domestic shorthair with a tail that reminded Annie of a raccoon's. Come on, Cleopatra. It's time to go back to bed. Cleo looked at Annie and let out a loud meow. Smiling, Annie crossed to the cat, now secured in Sawyer's arms. You're a good girl, she crooned as she stroked Cleo's soft fur. You did so... Annie gave a yelp. Pulling back her hand, she looked up at Sawyer. She bit me. Tired of being petted. He smiled. Felines have their way of making their feelings known. Annie glanced down at the cat and found gold eyes fixed on hers. I think we should change your name to Cleobitra. Sawyer laughed. I'll be back with the next. Glancing at her watch, Annie realized that, unless Winnie proved difficult, they should finish right on time. She realized something else. Today had been fun. Part of the reason was it felt good to have a camera in her hand once again. Some of it was knowing she could be making a difference in these animals' lives. And Sawyer? Well, he was a good partner. Yes, this volunteer gig was one she wouldn't mind doing again. Chapter 5. Annie had just finished photographing Winnie the Purr when Olivia strolled up. Winnie studied the intruder through narrowed eyes before approaching to weave in and out of Olivia's legs. Olivia King had hair the color of rich caramel, huge brown eyes, and a smattering of freckles across the bridge of her nose. Everyone agreed that one of Olivia's best features was her smile. When it flashed, it lit up her entire face and made her eyes dance. Olivia bent over and scooped up Winnie, holding her loosely in her arms. To Annie's surprise, the cat didn't try to jump from her friend's arms. Instead, she began to purr. You've got the touch, Annie teased. For now, Olivia chuckled. Until she gives you a love bite and jumps down, Sawyer said with a grin. Exactly right. Shifting her gaze from Sawyer, Olivia smiled at Annie. How did you and our veterinary director get on? Annie turned to Sawyer, unable to hide her surprise. You didn't say anything about being a vet. Never came up. He shrugged. Besides, I got the distinct impression you were more interested in my ability to tie a bandana correctly than my skill in giving a vaccination. Sawyer turned to Olivia. In case you're wondering, I failed miserably on the styling part. My role was quickly reduced to fetching and retrieving the animals and keeping a secure hold on them while Annie made them look pretty. I had a feeling you two would figure out a way to play on each of your strengths. Olivia's easy tone with Sawyer told Annie that the two enjoyed a good working relationship. She wondered whether there was more between them than work. Though, if there were, she'd have thought Olivia would have mentioned it. Of course, Sawyer could be married, or involved. Other than their talk about animals, they hadn't delved into the personal. Annie? She blinked and found both Sawyer and Olivia staring at her. Waving an airy hand, she chuckled and held up the camera. I got some excellent pics today. Would you like to see? I'll need to take a few minutes for a little quick editing, but I think you'll be pleased with the results. I'll let you two handle the editing. It was a pleasure meeting and working with you, Annie. The doctor turned to Olivia. If there's nothing pressing here, I have an entire afternoon of patients scheduled, starting at 2. What clinic do you work at? Annie asked. GraceTown was large enough to support several veterinary clinics. Animal House. Sawyer's lips quirked upward. My father is a big John Belushi National Lampoon fan. I'm more of a Christmas Vacation fan, but I love the clinic name, Annie told him, unable to keep from smiling. Are you in practice with your father? Envy rose to nip at her heart. Annie couldn't imagine anything better than being with her father all day long. Sawyer began, but paused when Zara hurried up.
I'm sorry,
Zara interrupted, her gaze fixed on Sawyer.
but I'm worried about George.
Sawyer gave the adoption counselor his full attention.
What are his symptoms? Lethargy and lack of appetite.
Zara blew out a breath.
He just lies there in the corner of his cage with his eyes closed.
Sawyer's brows pulled together.
He should be feeling better after the fluids.
A hopeful gleam filled Zara's eyes.
Any chance you can take a quick look at him before you leave?
I'll do it now. Sawyer turned to Annie.
I enjoyed this morning. Hopefully we can do it again.
Thanks for checking on George. Concern filled Olivia's dark eyes.
I'll look in on him and let the tech know if there are any changes in his treatment. If you end up needing anything later, you know how to reach me.
With a nod to Annie, he strode off.
George?
Annie pulled her brows together.
Who's George?
An elderly Shih Tzu that was brought in. Animal control found him wandering the streets. The poor thing is dehydrated, malnourished, along with a whole host of other issues. This had to be the dog that Sawyer had mentioned earlier. After all, how many sick Shih Tzus could Paws Haven have? She hated that the shelter had even one. Since Ernie, Annie retained a soft spot in her heart for the breed.
If you know his name, does that mean you located his owners?
Olivia shook her head.
No collar, no tags, no chip. The guy from Animal Control jokingly told our intake person that the dog looked like his Uncle George. Good a name as any. What do you think happened?
Annie recalled Sawyer saying the dog had been dumped, but she couldn't imagine anyone doing that to a Shih Tzu.
Could he have gotten loose somehow?
We don't think so.
Olivia's brows pulled together. Based on his condition, he's been on the streets for a while, and no one in the area has reported him missing. Plus, if he'd gotten out and wandered off, he'd likely have a collar.
You're right. Annie dropped into a nearby chair. Olivia took the seat beside her.
So, what do you think of Dr. Moorhead? He seems nice, very competent. He's also attractive, don't you think? Why are you looking at me that way? Annie chuckled. I already have a boyfriend, remember?
Olivia opened her mouth, then shut it without speaking.
Sawyer is cute, Annie mused, and he's great with the animals. I really enjoyed working with him this morning. Do you know if he's married?
A spark flared in Olivia's brown eyes.
You are interested. I'm interested for you, Annie said pointedly.
Oh. Disappointment skittered across Olivia's face, but was gone in an instant.
No, he's not married. As far as I know, he's not involved. You should go out with him.
Olivia's lips quirked upward.
I don't think that would be wise. Why not? He's single, you're single, you both love animals. Annie smiled. It's a match made in dog heaven.
Olivia chuckled, then sobered.
He's our veterinary director, at least until his father gets back from his extended vacation.
Olivia shrugged.
I'm not sure it's a good idea to mix pleasure with business. So he's not staying?
Annie frowned.
I assumed he worked with his dad at Animal House. He's a locum. I don't know what that is.
Locum tenens. Olivia paused, as if searching for the easiest way to explain.
It's Latin for hold the place. Doctors can be locums, and so can vets. A veterinary locum comes in and takes over when another vet needs extended time away from a clinic. Once the other vet returns, the locum moves on to another assignment. That sounds interesting? I was going to say horrible.
Annie looked at Olivia.
You really think it sounds interesting? I do.
Annie nearly shuddered.
I can see the appeal for some, but I could never live that way. I like my routine too much. It can be fun to shake things up every once in a while. I shook things up last night when I let Brent pick the restaurant even though it was my turn. Olivia laughed out loud. You wild and crazy you! We even went to the Thirsty Pug afterwards. Be still my heart. Bringing a hand to her chest, Olivia widened her eyes. That bar gets noisy on weekends, which is why I won't be going back there anytime soon. I'm more of a red-top bistro and wine bar kind of gal. Why did Brent want to go to the Thirsty Pug? Someone from work was retiring. Sensing Olivia's judgment, none of her friends had warmed to Brent. Annie added, We both wanted to stop in and wish her well. Ignoring Olivia's skeptical look, Annie changed the subject. I heard my cat got adopted. Surprise flickered in Olivia's hazel eyes, followed by a look of distress. Were you serious about wanting the Siamese? Because if you were and I'd have known, I would have kept her back. I got the feeling you were just tossing around the idea of getting a pet. I hadn't decided, and I'm glad she found a good home. Brent will be glad to hear it, too. Annie regretted bringing up Brent again when her friend's eyes narrowed. What's it to him? Apparently, he's allergic to cats, or so he informed me last night when I mentioned I was considering adopting a cat. Olivia's gaze turned speculative. You don't believe he's allergic? Annie hedged. I'm not sure. Why would he lie? Lie is a pretty strong word. Annie considered. He may be allergic, or he may simply believe I don't have time for a cat. He knows how tight my schedule is and doesn't want me to overcommit. We make time for what's important. For some reason, the comment had Annie remembering the crazy dream, or whatever it had been, last night. She opened her mouth to tell Olivia about it and get her take, but her friend spoke first. Speaking of making time for what's important, Bree asked what I thought of all of us attending Music in the Garden after brunch tomorrow. Performances start at 1. A hopeful gleam filled Olivia's eyes. What do you think? Everyone else is on board? Once Annie agreed to attend Music in the Garden, Olivia hurried back to work. While experiencing the event with her friends would likely be fun, Annie wished she'd known about it sooner. She liked knowing what to expect for the week so that she could prepare mentally. 24 hours' notice was better than finding out at the last minute, but that was still not enough time for her to get the plan centered in her head. But she'd agreed to go, and Annie told herself she'd have fun. With that settled, Annie sat down in the shelter's break room to edit the photos she'd taken. When she felt they were ready for social media, she texted them to Olivia. I hope this helps them find a happy home. While each of the animals she'd photographed had different personalities and needs, Annie believed there was a perfect person out there for them. The task completed, Annie gathered her things and headed for the nearest exit. She was nearly to the front door when she remembered her promise to Zara. Turning around, she went in search of the adoption counselor. She found her coming out of the infirmary. Zara smiled. How did the photo session go? Surprisingly, Cleopatra ended up being a star in front of the camera. Annie had expected the feline to tear off the braided collar with the dangling silver heart, but Cleo hadn't seemed to care if the vivid blue collar was around her neck or not. Huh. Zara shook her head, her oiled dark curls glinting in the overhead fluorescent lighting. Wouldn't have guessed she'd be so accommodating, but I'm glad she was. Annie saw no reason to mention the love bite Cleo had bestowed on her hand. You said I should find you before I left? I wanted to introduce you to George, but... Zara made a face. He isn't at his best today. We gave him IV fluids and thought that would perk him up, but it hasn't. Not so far, anyway. IV fluids? Annie wasn't well versed in veterinary medicine, but IV anything sounded serious. Olivia mentioned he was in pretty bad shape when he was brought in. I was on duty. No chip, no collar, nothing we could use to identify him. Zara's lips tightened. He was filthy. His hair was so horribly matted, he couldn't see through it, and his nails were more like long claws. We trimmed them, cut off most of his hair, and gave him a bath. By the time we finished, he was tuckered out. The poor guy doesn't have much reserves. Is that why you decided to go with an IV? Annie asked. That was Dr. Moorhead's call. We thought maybe he'd do subcutaneous hydration, but after he examined George, he decided the IV was a better option. Exactly how long has he been here? Dr. Moorhead? Zara's brows drew together as she appeared to consider. Just since last week? No, I mean George. Annie gave a little laugh. While Sawyer seems like a nice guy, I'm not interested in his details. I don't know why. Zara's tone remained light. The doc is nice and definitely easy on the eyes. I have a boyfriend. Oh, that's right. Zara smiled brightly. Does he like animals as much as you do? Annie thought of Brent and his response to her simple comment about a cat. Instead of answering the question, she offered a non-committal smile. Sometimes the less said, the better. Dr. Moorhead is with George now. Zara gestured down the hall to the door to the infirmary. He said medically George is stable. What he needs most now is TLC. As if seeing the questioning look in Annie's eyes, Zara waved a hand. I'm going to try to see if I can get a volunteer to come in and be with George, but with this late notice on a weekend, it's doubtful. Do you think it would be okay if I peeked in? Annie didn't know why she asked. She certainly didn't want to leave Paws Haven with the image of a sick Shih Tzu on her brain, but she also couldn't leave without seeing if she could help somehow. Sure, he's right through those doors. Zara pointed. George is the only one in the infirmary right now, so you can't miss him. Zara turned one way, and Annie went the other. The serviceable linoleum beneath Annie's feet might be slightly worn, but it shimmered in the fluorescent light as if it had been freshly mopped seconds before. Annie found the lemon scent teasing her nose pleasant, despite the slightly medicinal edge. Pausing for a second, she took a deep breath, then pushed open the door that led into the infirmary. She'd been here only once before, when Olivia had shown her a litter of newborn puppies that had been found in a tied burlap sack off of Highway 15. The soothing sound of Sawyer's voice had Annie crossing the room. He looked up from where he sat in a rocking chair, a blanket nearly covering the dog cradled in his arms. Two large brown eyes met her gaze. I'm glad you came by. Sawyer's voice remained a low, husky rumble. You are? Annie's voice came out louder than she'd intended, and George lifted his head. I have to leave, but this little guy needs the comfort and the contact. Annie stepped closer. Is he okay? Zara seemed really concerned. Spirits can be as easily broken as bones, and as challenging to heal. Sawyer's lips tightened. This little guy was cast aside like yesterday's trash. Shih Tzus are sensitive. You know, you had one. I think George is in danger of losing his will to live. Annie's heart became a sweet mass in her chest, and she knew, no matter what was on her afternoon's agenda, she would change it to be here for George. What do I need to do? Simply be with him. Hold him. Sawyer rose to his feet and gently placed the bundle in her arms. The fact that the blanket and the dog felt so light told her just how malnourished George must be. In case the dog was seized with a desire to leap away from her, Annie tightened her arms around the soft blanket, enfolding him. He didn't stir. Then his head peeked out,
and his tongue shot out to lick her arm. Annie blinked back unexpected tears. When she lifted her gaze to Sawyer, her eyes were clear and dry. "My afternoon is completely free. I'll happily spend time with him."
"Thank you."
Sawyer's warm brown eyes met hers.
"I'll check back in on him this evening, after I finish seeing patients."
"Is that necessary? The staff here—"
"Is wonderful, but it's the weekend, and they'll be running with a skeleton crew this evening."
Sawyer's gaze rested on George.
"I don't mind. I became a vet because I love animals, so making sure George feels wanted is no hardship."
His phone buzzed before he finished speaking.
"That's my 20-minute warning,"
Sawyer said in response to Annie's questioning glance. "Go. See your patients. George is in good hands."
"I can see that."
His gaze shifted from her to George, then back to her again.
"You both take care."
By the time he reached the door, she and George were in the rocker. Annie found herself singing "You Are My Sunshine," a song she'd frequently sung to Ernie. Carefully pushing the blanket back with one finger, she got her first real glimpse of George. Despite being the same breed, Ernie and George could not have been more different in appearances. The differences went far beyond the color of their fur, not that George had that much. Ernie's black and white hair had been long and flowing and always brushed. Frequent trips to the groomer had kept him looking his best. Her mother had loved to pull his long hair into a topknot and tie it with what she deemed a suitably masculine ribbon. The animal in Annie's arms looked more like a skinned rat, except in the face and in those intelligent brown eyes that measured and assessed. It broke her heart that someone had hurt him. Whether it had been actual physical abuse or daily neglect, this animal had been hurt, in body and in spirit. "Hi, George." Annie spoke in what she hoped was a soothing tone as she held out the top of her hand for him to sniff. "I'm Annie. It's nice to meet you." The dog took one sniff. His tail, skinny and as hairless as a possum's, moved slightly. The tail wasn't the only thing skinny on his small body. George's ribs showed. "What's going to happen to you, sweet boy?" Annie asked as she covered him up and began to rock. "Who is going to give you the love and attention you deserve?" Chapter 6. Saturday night was pizza and movie night. Tonight it was Annie's turn to host and Brent's turn to bring the pizza. As Annie had stayed at the shelter far longer than she'd intended, she had to scramble to get everything ready before Brent arrived. She liked having a salad to go with the pizza. It took her nearly 30 minutes to prep and toss romaine with radicchio, cucumber, tomato, red onion, chickpeas, and sun-dried tomatoes in her own special red wine vinegar and thyme dressing combination. She didn't have time to do more than change into a flirty summer dress before the doorbell rang. Pulling it open, she saw Brent holding a large pizza box. "Delivery for Miss Annie Leggett," he announced, his expression deadpan. Annie smiled. "Pepperoni? That's what you ordered." Brent stepped inside. "We at Selhorn Delivery aim to please." Laughing, Annie motioned him inside and lifted the pizza box from his hands. "It's a beautiful evening. I thought we could eat outside." Brent made a face. "Too many bugs." "I don't think so." Annie shook her head. "At least I haven't seen any." When Brent said nothing, Annie gestured. "Or we can eat in the dining room. Shake things up a bit." They always ate at the small table in the kitchen, so she wasn't sure why she was suggesting something different tonight. She liked their routine. Perhaps it was that her meeting with George this afternoon had left her strangely unsettled. "The kitchen works for me," Brent said. Annie shrugged. "Works for me, too." In short order, they sat across from each other at the table, each with pizza, salad, and a glass of wine in front of them.
What was that in your living room?
Brent used his fork on the pizza instead of picking it up with his hands. Annie cocked her head.
The box that's now where your fern used to sit.
That's the music box I told you about.
Oh, yeah.
Brent flashed a smile.
The one that appeared out of nowhere.
That's the one. Annie's throat suddenly went dry. She reached for her glass of wine.
Does it work?
Annie choked for a second on the wine. She quickly brought herself under control.
Pardon? Have you tried it out?
Brent forked off another bite of pizza and brought it to his lips.
It works.
Annie kept her tone casual and offhand. The sound is a bit tinny, but it works. She considered telling Brent about the strange experiences she'd encountered when opening the lid, then recalled how they'd laughed together over the idea of unexplainable happenings in GraceTown. Annie took another sip of wine and stilled the temptation.
I've told you all about my day, Brent said, but you haven't said much about yours. How did it go at Paws Haven?
Brent might like to talk about himself and his plans, but his interest in her life and what she thought and felt was one of the qualities she liked best about him.
The photography session went extremely well.
Annie sat back in her chair.
Both cats and dogs. We got through right on time. Did Zara help you again?
Brent's mind for details shouldn't have surprised her, but it did.
They were short an adoption counselor, so Sawyer Moorhead helped me.
Brent's brows drew together as if he searched his mental file cabinets for the name. Finally, he shook his head as if the file had not been found.
Who is that?
His father owns Animal House Veterinary Clinic, Annie explained.
Never heard of it.
That's because you don't have a pet. Annie smiled across the table at him. Sawyer is a vet as well. He's in town filling in for his dad while his parents are on a 6-week trip to Europe.
If he's a vet, why is he helping you take pictures of animals? Doesn't the guy have better things to do with his time?
Though the same thought had crossed her mind, the question rubbed Annie wrong. I'm a CPA. If what you say is true, shouldn't I have better things to do with my time? Brent considered the question, obviously not picking up on her subtle sarcasm.
There probably are better uses of your time. However, you want to help your friend, and that is admirable.
The irritation that had begun to build inside her dissipated like the air from an untied balloon. Her feelings toward him warmed and lasted throughout the movie. They sat on the sofa, a bowl of popcorn between them, his arm around her shoulders. By the time the rom-com, her turn to pick, came to a happy end, Annie was ready to tell him about George. Ready to tell him about her strong desire to bring the Shih Tzu home with her and give him the life he deserved. Once the dog was well enough to leave the shelter, that was. While the credits rolled and before the words could leave her lips, Brent set aside the nearly empty bowl of popcorn and pulled to his feet.
I'd love to stay longer, but I have an early tea time in the morning.
Annie stood. This was the first she'd heard about him playing golf in the morning. Who are you playing with?
Scott and a few other guys.
Really? Annie followed him to the door. How did that come about?
Jeff Brown had a conflict. I heard about it and offered to fill in.
You really are interested in Jeff's position. Brent turned to her then, surprise skittering across his face.
I told you I was.
This is a hard court press.
I believe that when you know what you want, you go after it.
The comment lingered long after Brent's taillights had disappeared from view. Annie thought of how quiet the house seemed, and of poor George in the shelter without anyone to love him. The only question, was she the right person for him? She would certainly shower him with love during the time she was home, but would she be around enough? Would he be lonely spending most of his time rattling around alone in this house? Telling herself that she didn't need to make any decisions at this moment didn't assuage her feelings that she needed to be doing something to help. It was barely 10, and she wasn't the least bit tired. Picking up her phone, she texted Olivia before heading out the door. It was after 6 by the time the last patient left Animal House. Sawyer stayed until 7 to finish his charting, then headed to his parents' home. This was the first time he'd filled in for another vet that he hadn't needed to rent a place to stay. Unlike many locums, he didn't work through a placement agency. He had at first, but over the past couple of years, he'd built a network of clinics that kept him busy. After showering and changing into shorts and an Orioles t-shirt, Sawyer headed to the Riverwalk. As he'd hoped, the food trucks were out in force. He spent nearly a half hour checking out the menus on each truck and deciding what sounded good to him tonight. A lobster roll food truck got the nod. Instead of the featured lobster roll, Sawyer got 1 crab and 1 shrimp roll. He'd just consumed the second sandwich and was drinking a very fine IPA when he spotted Olivia with several women he didn't recognize. She must have seen him at the same time because her face split into a wide smile and she motioned him over. He saw the assessing looks on the friendly faces of the 2 women at her side, but focused on Olivia first.
I didn't expect to see you here, though now that I say that, I'm not sure why. It feels as if everyone in GraceTown is on the Riverwalk this evening.
Just wait until next week, said the woman who wore gold eyeglasses and had rainbow streaks in her hair.
What's going on next week?
He asked.
Street dance.
This from the woman with the Bantu knots. Sawyer knew what the coiled knots were called only because a vet tech at the last clinic where he'd filled in had worn her hair in that style.
I'm Tibby, by the way. Tibby Washington.
She jerked her head in the direction of the woman with the rainbow hair.
This is Bree Babcock. Now all we need to know is who you are.
Tibby offered an encouraging smile. Sawyer opened his mouth to introduce himself, but Olivia was quicker. Tibby, Bree, this is our temporary vet director, Dr. Sawyer Moorhead.
Just Sawyer is fine.
He's in town filling in for his dad at Animal House. His parents are off on a European vacation, celebrating an anniversary? Olivia arched a questioning brow. Sawyer nodded.
35 years. Congrats to them.
Tibby smiled.
How long will you be filling in? 6 weeks.
Bree's eyes widened.
That's a long vacation.
It's been years since they took more than a weekend trip, Sawyer said simply.
They'll be in Europe a month, then they plan to spend the next 2 weeks visiting friends in the States.
Sounds wonderful. Bree breathed the words.
I heard from them earlier today.
The email had been filled with exclamation points, telling him more than the words that this was a dream come true for his mother.
They're having a great time.
Sawyer helped Annie photograph the animals today for our social media accounts, Olivia explained to her friends. The comment made him think that Annie might be part of this group.
That is so cool,
Bree exclaimed.
Olivia is making my contribution sound like more than it was.
Sawyer could not take credit for any of the amazing pics that Annie had gotten.
I retrieved the animals, held them while Annie dressed them, and then did whatever other tasks she assigned me.
I bet you made a good team, Tibby declared. Not wanting to intrude on Olivia's night out with her friends, Sawyer decided the time had come to end the conversation. He still wanted to swing by the clinic.
It was good meeting you. Enjoy the rest of your evening.
You could join us, Bree offered.
I appreciate the offer, but I'm headed to the shelter.
Sawyer glanced at Olivia.
I want to check on George.
George? Tibby asked. A Shih Tzu that was found on the streets. Concern filled Olivia's dark eyes as she focused on Sawyer.
I thought he was doing better. I believe he is, but...
Sawyer offered a reassuring smile.
I want to make sure.
Olivia touched his arm.
Please let me know if there's anything I can do.
After saying his goodbyes, Sawyer strode down the riverwalk, thoughts of the caramel and white-haired Shih Tzu front and center in his brain. Annie held George close, the soft blanket wrapped around him as she rocked and he slept. Though the temperature in Paws Haven was comfortable, the Shih Tzu didn't have much meat on his bones. Besides, the soft fleece had to feel comforting against his skin. Though he hadn't been shaved, the extreme haircut he'd been given because of matting hadn't left much fur behind. After Ernie had passed away and her father had gotten sick, there hadn't been any more talk of getting another dog. Once her dad had passed, she and her mom and brother had been just going through the motions of getting through the day-to-day. Adding another pet to the household had never been brought up. Then she'd gone off to college. She'd returned to GraceTown after graduation, started working for Sensor Tech, and settled into a pet-free routine. While Annie rarely worked late into the evening, she was still gone more than she was home. Didn't this sweet boy deserve better? Didn't any animal deserve better? The sound of footsteps in the hall had Annie's heart tripping over itself. She knew the shelter had security. Well, maybe not a full-blown security system, but there were locks on the doors. She'd needed to use the key Olivia had given her to get inside. If George's health had been precarious, a tech would have spent the night. Because he was stable, there was no need for extra staffing. Had Olivia decided to stop by and check on how George was doing? It seemed like something she'd do.
Olivia?
Annie called out.
Not Olivia. It's Sawyer.
The familiar voice eased the tightness in Annie's chest, and she found she could breathe easily again. When Sawyer rounded the corner, his lips curved into a smile.
This is a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect to see you this evening.
Annie gestured with her head toward the Shih Tzu sleeping in her arms.
I couldn't stop thinking about him, so I thought I'd drop by and give him some more TLC.
Great minds. Sawyer tapped his temple with an index finger, then dropped down into a nearby chair.
And how is our boy doing?
Snoring. She and Sawyer exchanged a smile.
I was considering the possibility of taking him home with me once he's better.
The comment popped out before she had time to carefully consider. Interest sparked in Sawyer's brown depths.
To foster or to adopt?
I was thinking adopt. Now she spoke more cautiously.
I'm not sure it's the right decision.
For him? Sawyer gestured with one hand toward the dog.
Or you?
Both of us. Annie resisted the nearly overwhelming urge to sigh.
I don't work from home, and while I'd be there most evenings, my weekends are fairly busy. It's something to consider.
Sawyer's tone remained offhand, displaying no judgment.
Shih Tzus are among the breeds known to experience separation anxiety.
Annie thought of Ernie and how upset he'd get when no one had been home with him.
Why is that? One theory is they were bred to be companion dogs. They like constant attention.
Our Shih Tzus certainly did. Annie tightened her hold on George.
I just worry about George. I want him to go to someone who love and care for him.
Annie wasn't sure why she felt so strongly about this dog finding the perfect home. The shelter was filled with animals who deserved the same. The only thing she could figure was that she was identifying with George because of Ernie.
Would it ease your mind if I took him?
You? Annie widened her eyes.
Don't look so surprised.
A dimple that she'd never noticed before flashed in his left cheek. Annie's analytical mind couldn't quite make him adopting George add up. any more than it could make her believe she was the right person to give the dog a good home.
Don't you travel a lot as a locum? Wouldn't that be disruptive for him?
Frankly, Annie couldn't imagine anything worse than a chaotic schedule in which you were in one town for a short period of time before leaving for another. Sawyer appeared to be giving her question serious consideration.
I don't believe so. I would be the constant, and I would make sure before I accepted a new assignment that he could go to the clinic with me. What about the clinics where you are already scheduled? Bringing a dog wouldn't have been part of the deal they made with you. You're right, but the ones already on my schedule are clinics I've been to before.
Sawyer appeared to think for a minute, as if going over in his head all the different locations.
No, none of these clinics would have an issue with me bringing him to work with me.
Annie could picture Sawyer tending to patients in exam rooms while George wandered the halls all day, being fawned over by the front desk staff, vet techs, and clients.
He'd like that.
The knowledge that this was the best solution still didn't stop the ache in her heart.
I think it's a good solution, unless you're interested.
I am, but I don't think I would be the best choice for him. Annie gazed down at the bundle.
I need to think of what's best for him.
Sawyer nodded.
Have you ever considered getting a cat?
The question took her by surprise, though she wasn't sure why.
I have. There was a Siamese I kind of had my eye on, but I wasn't sure, and she was adopted. Were your reservations about the Siamese in particular, or about getting a cat in general?
Annie liked the way he got straight to the point. Her mind worked much the same way. Gather information, evaluate, consider, decide.
It was more about if I'm ready for a pet. Cats don't have the same constant need for attention as most dogs.
George stirred, making little dreaming noises. Sawyer's gaze dropped. He smiled, then refocused on Annie.
Not to push one particular cat on you, but I noticed you and Cleopatra had a good rapport.
Annie's lips quirked upward.
Are you referring to her love nip? Simply letting you know that she'd had enough petting.
Annie smiled.
I do like a person, and a cat, who knows her own mind.
The knowledge that she'd been going back and forth on making a decision when she knew what she wanted hit Annie full force.
When I get a pet, a cat will be the best choice for me,
she murmured, almost to herself.
Sounds as if you've made your decision. I'm working in that direction. I don't make major life decisions without a whole lot of consideration. I now believe a cat is the right choice.
When she shifted her gaze, her eyes met his.
I'm just not ready yet to take that step.
Chapter 7. The Inner Biscuit, a popular cafe on the Riverwalk, served only breakfast and lunch. It had gotten the nod this first weekend in June as the place for the weekly Sunday get-together of Annie and her friends. Just like she did with Brent, she and her friends rotated where they ate each week. Instead of taking turns choosing the restaurant, they simply came to a consensus on what everyone was in the mood for. Personally, Annie would have been content to eat at the Biscuit every week. It was close to her home, only a couple of blocks away, and she adored the eclectic menu. Today, they'd been lucky and scored an outside table. The average temperatures in June ran normally in the mid-80s, but today the temperature was hanging on to the 70s, more common in May. The flowers edging the outdoor eating area were in full bloom, adding their amazing fragrance to the equally amazing scent of the food. Annie took a bite of her avocado black bean burger and felt herself fully relax. She glanced around the table, happy that everyone had been able to make brunch this week. Olivia sat across from her, her green shirt a perfect foil for her hair. The freckles that Annie found adorable were nowhere in evidence today, thanks to her friend's expert hand with makeup. Next to her sat Gabriella Babcock, a local real estate agent. Bree, as she preferred to be called, had pulled her hair back into a braid today. When it hung loose, it was light brown, but because of the color in the underlayer, it went rainbow once braided. Her big blue eyes behind gold-rimmed glasses sparkled with mischief. Bree had told them more than once that she loved her job because of its flexibility. She couldn't imagine working at a job that was the same every day, or where, as Bree oh so dramatically put it, some looming face in HR tracked your comings and goings. Despite their differences, Annie admired Bree's determination to make the most out of life and how she saw opportunities for fun in every situation. Bree had first met Annie at the rescue when she'd adopted her dog there. Once she'd told Annie her dream of living in the country, with acres and acres of rescue dogs, Annie had known she'd fit right in with their little group. Seated next to Annie was Tabitha "Tibby" Washington, nutritionist and certified yoga instructor. She'd paired a brightly colored maxi skirt with a crop top that showed off her toned abs, her best advertisement for her work. "Are you getting excited about the progress on the shop?" Annie asked. For years, Tibby had dreamed of combining her love of nutrition with her love of yoga and opening her own business. Though her parents, both physicians, were disappointed she hadn't followed them into medicine, they had seen her dedication and were now backing her new venture. "I'm super excited." Tibby flashed a brilliant smile. "With the grand opening of Vital Yoga less than 2 months away, it's starting to feel real." Reaching over, Annie squeezed Tibby's arm. "I'm so happy for you." "Well, I'm happy you agreed to handle my accounting." "You're a friend. Helping you get all set up accounting-wise has actually been a blast." Annie smiled. "You're going to find the accounting software program I suggested super easy to use, very intuitive, but if you have any questions, you know where to find me." "Thanks for helping me. Sincerely." Tibby met her gaze. "There's no one I trust like I trust you." "I appreciate the vote of confidence." Annie's heart warmed at Tibby's words. "Once you become familiar with the software system, you'll wonder why it ever seemed difficult." "I know you're busy." "Never too busy for a friend," Annie assured her. "I'm excited about the building renovations and am loving how it's all coming together." Tibby gave a nervous chuckle. "But I have this horrible vision of me standing in an empty store once it opens." "That isn't going to happen." Bree looked up from her salad. "You can count on us," Olivia added. "Students will be flocking to your new location." Annie spoke in a confident tone. Tibby flashed a smile. "Your mouth, God's ear." Laughter rippled around the table. "Annie, I hear you're volunteering at Paws Haven now." Bree's comment shifted the attention to Annie. "I'm surprised you didn't mention that last week." Annie thought back to last week's brunch. "Maybe because we were so excited about your first $1 million sale." Despite her easy, go-with-the-flow demeanor, Bree was a hard worker and extremely successful. "And?" Annie added when Bree opened her mouth. "I thought the volunteer stint last week was just a one-off." "We hoped, but I don't think any of us suspected the impact those photographs would have," Olivia interjected. "The response surpassed my wildest expectations." Bree lifted her fork from her salad and pointed it at Annie. "Can I say I'm glad to see you getting out and trying new things?" In recent years, Bree had been the most vocal of Annie's friends about urging her to be more open to new experiences and to find more balance in her life. Okay, so maybe it was actually Tibby who'd advocated for more balance. Bree was all about her adding in more fun. Annie knew she had what her friends considered an overly regimented life. The problem was, she enjoyed her job and liked the surge of satisfaction she got when everything added up. Shaking up her routine only made her life more stressful. Still, Annie had to admit that the small changes she'd implemented lately had been good ones, like picking up a camera again. "Your photos are amazing," Bree gushed. "I haven't seen the ones from this week yet." She glanced at Olivia. "They'll be posted on all our social media accounts as well as the website later today," Olivia said in response to the questioning look. "Well, if they are anything like the ones from last week," Bree said, "the shelter will be bombarded with people wanting to adopt." "That would be a dream come true," Olivia said, quite seriously. "I'm no cat expert, but you absolutely captured the personalities of the cats that were featured." Bree offered a thumbs up. "It made me want to go out and get one." Annie knew that was high praise, considering Bree definitely preferred dogs. "I appreciate the kind words." Annie thought of Cleopatra and Winnie the Purr. "We got some really great photos of this week's featured cats." Interest sparked in Bree's blue eyes. "We?" "She's referring to Sawyer." Olivia smiled conspiratorially. "Oh, Sawyer!" Tibby and Bree responded in unison, stretching out his name as if singing it. "I bet that was a good time," Bree added, wiggling her eyebrows. Annie couldn't hide her surprise. "You all know Sawyer?" "We met him last night when we were at the Riverwalk," Olivia explained. "He seemed really nice." Tibby smiled at Annie, who nodded in agreement. "And hot," Bree added with a giggle. "Olivia invited him to hang out with us, but he had someplace to be." "That must have been right before he stopped by the shelter," Annie mused. "I was there visiting George when he arrived." "I know you asked if you could use the key I gave you to stop by, but I assumed you meant another day. I thought Saturday night was pizza and a movie with Brent." Olivia's surprise was reflected in her tone. "It was. It is," Annie clarified, feeling oddly flustered. "Brent left right after the movie. He had a super early tea time this morning and wanted to be at his best." Bree waved a hand. "Enough about Brent. Let's talk about Sawyer." "I want to hear more about him, too." Tibby fixed her gaze on Annie. "He was a very capable assistant." Annie kept her tone light. "Though dressing and securing bows in a Maltese's hair isn't a strength." Interest continued to glimmer in Bree's blue eyes. She and her boyfriend of 3 months had split last week. "Did you get a feeling he's interested in dating?" "Of that, I'm not sure," Olivia said, then glanced at Annie. "Don't ask me." Annie chuckled. "We talked dogs, not dating." Bree smiled. "Maybe you could text him, Olivia, and mention the street dance this Friday. See if he's interested in coming with us. You know, group of friends hanging together." "He won't want to come." The comment popped out before Annie could stop it. All eyes shifted to her. Annie lifted her hands and felt heat creep up her neck. "I don't know why I said that." Actually, she did know why she'd said it. If she were in a new job, she would be focused on doing that job to the best of her ability. Then she reminded herself that Sawyer wasn't her. Maybe the guy would be interested in attending a street dance, especially with a group of attractive single women. "I'll invite him," Olivia said, filling the momentary silence. "Thank you, Olivia." Bree offered a grateful smile. "It would give all of us the opportunity to get to know him." Annie wasn't sure what more there was to say on the topic. She found herself grateful when Sophie Wexman paused by their table. "Well, this looks like a fun table. How's the food?" The owner of Timeless Treasures shot everyone a friendly smile. Her husband, Joe, offered the group a smile as he continued after the hostess. It appeared the couple had also managed to snag an outside table.
Excellent, as always. Annie glanced down at the last 2 bites of her sandwich. I heartily recommend the avocado black bean burger. That's a favorite of mine. Curiosity flared in Sophie's eyes, and Annie had a sinking sense what the woman was about to say. I know it's been just a couple days, but I've been dying to know if you've had a chance to check out the music box. Music box? Olivia, sitting closest to Annie, turned toward her. What music box? A gorgeous vintage one with this amazing scroll work on the sides. Sophie cast a warm smile in Annie's direction. Annie discovered it. It was suddenly just there. It was part of the shop's clear the shelves sale. Annie waved an airy hand. I spotted it by the curb, only it wasn't part of the sale. Sophie interrupted. It was just there. Just there? Like, magically appeared just there? Olivia spoke slowly, as if trying to put it all together. Someone had to have dropped it off. Annie shrugged and flashed Sophie a bright smile, daring her to disagree. There is no other logical explanation. Normally, Annie ran a few errands after brunch on Sunday, then swung by to have an early dinner with her mother. Not today. Her mother was spending the weekend in Princeton, New Jersey. Her brother Eric's oldest girl was playing a shark, or maybe a turtle, in a community theater production of Finding Nemo Jr. Of course, Grandma Taryn had not hesitated to blow up her weekend to make the 3-hour drive to New Jersey. Eric had also invited Annie to spend the weekend at his house, dangling the carrot that she would have some time with her nieces, and to see Elizabeth, who went by Bitsy, in her first main stage performance. Annie had politely declined, citing her schedule as the reason. Her mother had left work early on Friday so she could reach Eric's home before dark. She'd told Annie that she wouldn't be back until Sunday evening, too late for their usual Sunday dinner together. This change in schedule had left Annie at loose ends before she recalled the plan to attend Music in the Garden after brunch. The original Grace Gardens had been part of Funland, an amusement park that had been an important part of GraceTown since the turn of the 20th century, before being torn down in the 1960s. As a young girl, GraceTown resident Bertie Hollowell had been enamored of Funland and its beautiful gardens. According to her biography, she'd loved nothing more than going on rides with her friends and picnicking in the gorgeous green space. Even as she'd grown older, Bertie had never forgotten the fun she'd had in the years when the gardens had been beautiful and the amusement park had been the place to spend a weekend in GraceTown. 20 years ago, Bertie Hollowell Wright had passed away. She'd bequeathed her gorgeous home, the Grand Manse, and its surrounding 20 acres to the city. The gift had included the stipulation that the home built in the late 1800s continued to house her extensive art collection, and that the home and gardens be used for special events that would enrich the lives of GraceTown residents. The gardens, always lovely, had only grown more beautiful over the years, with elaborately sculpted bushes in one part and thousands of blooming plants in another. Today, an admission fee gave visitors entrance to the spacious grounds, where they could listen to an accomplished string quartet play classical pieces in the gazebo, or tour the art gallery in the house. For those wanting to enjoy a beverage, cash bars had been set up, offering specialty cocktails and mocktails. An assortment of desserts was also available for purchase. Not knowing what Brent's plans were after his golf outing, Annie had texted to remind him that she'd be spending the afternoon with her friends at Music in the Garden. His only reply had been a thumbs up, which had left her knowing no more than when she'd texted him. Annie chose to drive separately rather than ride with her friends, in case she felt like leaving the estate early. She stood for a moment beside her Volvo SUV in the parking lot. Recalling the vast expanse of lawn, she'd chosen to wear her favorite flats instead of heels, with her blue and white striped summer dress.
Looking toward the grounds, she inhaled deeply. Even from this distance, the scent of pine from the nearby woods mingled with fragrant floral scents. She didn't rush to the agreed-upon meeting spot, a huge oak tree, but took a moment to savor the stillness. There was nothing on her agenda this afternoon other than to enjoy some quality time with her friends. "Arden, dear." An older woman with snow-white hair hurried across the parking lot toward her, arms outstretched. "It's so lovely to see you." "It's wonderful to see you as well, Mrs. Seifert." Annie resisted the urge to inform the woman, again, that she now went by Annie. Though Arden was her given name, and Annie had answered to it when she was a child, very few called her that anymore. Mrs. Seifert could be excused. She'd been a close friend of Annie's grandmother, the woman Annie had been named after. "How is that lovely mother of yours?" Mrs. Seifert asked. "She's doing well. She's in Princeton this weekend visiting my brother and his family. Eric's oldest is performing on the community theater stage." "Oh, how wonderful!" Mrs. Seifert brought clasped hands to her chest. "I don't know if you remember, but your parents once had season tickets to the GraceTown Community Playhouse. Their seats weren't far from ours. Your father would have loved seeing a granddaughter of his on the stage." "Yes, he would have." "Well, be sure and tell your mother hello." "I'll do that." At the older woman's mention of her father, Annie recalled the dream, or vision, or whatever it was, she'd experienced Friday night. Though Annie and Eric had found their father's illness and subsequent death difficult to bear, the loss of her beloved husband and best friend had eventually brought their mother to her knees. Oh, Taryn had stayed strong throughout her husband's illness, focusing on the positive and trying to make the best of each day, all the while taking over the reins at SensorTech. Even after Peter had passed away, Taryn had kept it together through the funeral. Then, 3 months after her husband's passing, she'd cracked. Watching their normally strong mother fall apart had been terrifying for both Annie and Eric. Annie had known her mom had been having trouble sleeping and hadn't seemed to have an appetite since the funeral, but then neither had she. Then her mother had gotten so all she could do was cry and talk about her husband and the unfairness of his death. She'd quit going into the office and refused all overtures from friends. Everyone had kept saying to give her time. They had assured Annie and Eric that grief was different for everyone, and their father hadn't been gone all that long. Even though the company had continued to thrive, Peter's illness and death had decimated the family's savings. There had been no money to hire anyone to clean and cook and care for the house. Annie had picked up the slack. She'd cooked and cleaned and done whatever else had been needed to make her mother's life easier. Eric hadn't been around much. Oh, he'd mowed the yard and helped if asked directly. Otherwise, it had seemed like he'd always been gone, with his friends or with a girl. Annie had stuck close to home, reassuring herself that if she just stayed the course, her mother would get better. She'd developed a schedule: laundry on Saturday and cleaning on Sunday. Meals had been planned in advance, a printed schedule secured with magnets to the front of the refrigerator. She firmly believed the routine had given her mother comfort and stability at a time when she desperately needed both. It had certainly comforted her. Only when her mom had started saying that life wasn't worth living without Peter and that she wished she had died with him, had Annie realized more than a comforting routine had been needed. Contacting her grandparents with her concerns had rung their alarm bells. They'd flown in the next day. Talking to a psychologist and being placed on medication had helped her mother through the difficult days and months that had followed. The uncertainty over her mother's situation had had Annie trying to control as many outcomes as she could to reduce her own worry. She'd found planning and sticking to the plan soothed and comforted. All her efforts paid off. Her mother had gotten better. Annie? Well, she'd discovered just how much she liked a routine. "Annie!" Turning at the sound of her name, Annie saw Bree hurrying toward her. "I thought I'd be the last to arrive. I was on a call with a new client, and the conversation took on a life of its own." Bree chuckled. "Taking the time was worth it. I see a happy ending in sight."
"Did they want to meet with you?"
"They're eager to tour one of my listings. They aren't already working with an agent, so that's fabulous." Bree's lips turned up in what Annie thought of as a Cheshire cat smile. "I'll get all the commission if they buy this house. Even though they haven't yet seen the inside, they appear really sold on this place. I'm setting up a tour for tomorrow morning."
"Aren't you worried they'll go with another realtor?"
"No."
Bree lifted her face to the sun, and a smile lifted her lips.
"The owners aren't allowing any showings today."
"That works out well."
"For me, extremely well." Bree pointed. "Race you to the oak." Annie sprinted after Bree. By the time she reached the oak tree a second before her friend, she was laughing.
Olivia greeted them with a smile. "Glad you two could join us."
"Bree tossed down the gauntlet. I picked it up and ran with it."
Annie laughed and shook her head. "Gauntlet?" Tibby asked, appearing perplexed.
"I challenged her to a run,"
Bree explained, then offered Annie an admiring look.
"You're jackrabbit fast."
Annie grinned. "I've got hidden skills."
"Well, bring those hidden skills out into the world."
Bree glanced in the distance, where a string ensemble played, and smartly dressed men and women strolled gorgeous garden paths.
"Who's up for a strawberry gin and tonic?"
Chapter 8. Annie strolled down one of the many garden paths with Tibby, the rich sounds of instrumental music wafting on the light breeze. "I wish Bree and Olivia would have come for a walk with us. The gardens are gorgeous."
"The art gallery in the home isn't always open,"
Tibby reminded her.
"They were both eager to listen to the tour, and I know Bree especially wanted to see several of the paintings currently on loan."
"You like art, too?"
Annie did as well, but the day was perfect, and she wanted to enjoy the sunshine and the gardens.
"I spend so much time inside that I wanted to be outside today."
Tibby slanted a glance in her direction.
"I won't mind if you want to join the others."
"I want to be outside as well." Annie breathed in deep, then slowly let out the breath.
"It's so beautiful and relaxing here."
"No better place," Tibby agreed. They walked for several minutes in silence. The fact that Tibby didn't have to fill every second with conversation was, Annie thought, one of her best qualities. Annie thought of the walks she and her mother used to enjoy after dinner. It had taken Annie years to realize that her mother often suggested a walk when she sensed something was troubling her daughter. It usually took until they were nearly back to the house for Annie to share whatever was lying heavy on her heart. She'd always felt better after unloading her cares. The crazy thing was, once her father had been diagnosed and she'd needed those walks the most, they'd stopped.
"Hey, are you okay?"
Tibby's voice broke through Annie's memories.
"Pardon me?" "You seem quieter than usual."
Concern furrowed Tibby's brow.
"I'm fine."
The words came out automatically. Annie gestured to the view.
"Just enjoying nature."
"You're sure that's all?"
Tibby's voice softened. "You know you can tell me anything."
"I'm fine," Annie assured her friend. It was clear Tibby wasn't entirely convinced, so Annie added,
"I'd tell you if there was anything to tell."
"Okay. Then tell me what's up with the music box you clearly didn't want to talk about with Sophie this morning."
"I didn't mind talking about it."
Annie waved a dismissive hand.
"But Jo was being seated, and I didn't want to hold her up."
"Can't fool me. More to it than that." Tibby looped her arm around Annie's as they continued to walk.
"I saw the look on your face when Sophie mentioned the box." It's just a plain old music box that someone dropped off at the yard sale without speaking to Sophie first. Is that what she meant about it appearing out of nowhere? Annie chuckled. She and Hannah were kidding around, acting as if its appearance was part of the unexplainable. Tibby's eyes lit up. I can see where such a thing wouldn't appeal to you, but can I say that I find the thought absolutely fascinating? Hannah and Sophie are with you on the whole fascination thing. Annie thought of the various unexplainable happenings that people in GraceTown had reported. Mysterious houses materializing out of thin air, people slipping through time. Annie always shook her head when hearing these stories, knowing there had to be a perfectly reasonable explanation. Our minds can play tricks on us, that's all. Like yours did on Friday? The voice that crept into Annie's mind made her clench her jaw. Shaking off the sensation, she turned her attention back to Tibby. I'm sure the person who dropped it off was simply in a hurry and didn't have time to approach Sophie. That makes sense, but I like the unexplainable angle more. After another minute, Tibby stopped and pointed to a lilac bush. Do you know that a lilac scent is stronger in full sun? I didn't, but it's certainly fragrant now. Lilacs are in the same family as the olive tree. Tibby continued to speak about lilacs long after the bushes bearing the fragrant blossoms had disappeared from view. Lilac infusions can be applied to cuts and rashes to hasten healing. Normally, Annie loved listening to Tibby talk about all the ways the parts of different plants could be used. Today, her thoughts kept drifting to the vision, or rather, the dream, because that's what it had to have been. Just a dream. So, did it work? Annie blinked. What? The music box. Did it work? Or did someone ditch it because it wouldn't play? No, it works. It played as soon as I lifted the lid. Annie cleared her throat. It was strange, though. While the music played, I had these visions, almost like an out-of-body experience. It had to be a dream. What did you see in your dream? The warmth in her friend's voice invited confidences, and Annie realized at that moment just how much she needed to talk about what had occurred. If there was anyone who wouldn't judge her, it was Tibby. Her mother? Well, the fact that the dreams involved her dad meant she wouldn't be Annie's first choice of confidant. Brent? Well, he had an analytical mind, much like her own, and he might get the mistaken impression that she thought this was more than it was. Plus, when she'd been troubled about something in the past, Brent's knee-jerk reaction had been to tell her to simply put whatever was worrying her out of her head. If she'd been able to do that with this dream, she wouldn't feel the need to talk what had happened through with someone she trusted. Someone like Tibby. Annie started at the beginning and laid it all out for her friend, beginning with the scene of taking pictures in the woods with her dad and ending with Eric telling her she needed to stop pretending everything would be okay. Crazy, right? I don't know that crazy would be the word I'd use. Tibby brought a finger to her lips, her gaze thoughtful. I figure the visions are because the anniversary of my dad's death is coming up. He passed away right before July 4th. Annie nodded. On the 3rd. After a long moment, Tibby asked, You think your mind is taking you back to then because of the timing? Exactly. Did you learn anything from the dreams? Like what? Tibby shrugged. Dreams can be about figuring out who we are and what we need. Did you glean any insights from yours? Only that I still harbor some resentment toward Eric. My mother is always saying how much she appreciated all he and I did during those 18 months before my dad passed. The thing is, Eric wasn't much help. Annie couldn't quite keep the bitterness from her voice and realized with some astonishment that she hadn't yet made peace with the past. Puzzlement had Tibby's brow furrowing. I thought he helped.
Annie shook her head. He did the minimum.
That had to have been a difficult time for him.
It was a difficult time for me, too, Annie blurted. I felt like making sure Dad had whatever he needed was all on me. I tried to get Eric to help, but he'd get angry and check out.
Your brother never liked being told what to do.
I wouldn't have had to tell him if he'd have pitched in or done it right the first time. Annie blew out a breath. I honestly don't understand how he's built such a successful career in research. For him, doing the minimum was always good enough.
You have high standards,
Tibby said, then smiled in an obvious attempt to soften the words. Annie narrowed her gaze.
Impossibly high?
Tibby thought for a moment, then shook her head.
You and I are very much alike, so I would say no. Eric is more like your dad. At least, that's how he seems to me. My father was a brilliant man. He built a successful business and still made time for his family. You don't have to defend your father to me, Annie.
Tibby held up a hand.
I'm just saying that you and your mom seem cut from the same mold. Your dad was more easygoing, more of a go-with-the-flow kind of guy.
Annie mulled over Tibby's words, then gave a grudging nod.
When you said Eric didn't do things right, so you had to step in and take over, I thought of my dad.
Why?
I'll give you an example. My dad took us all skiing in Vermont.
Tibby's lips quirked.
It was my first time. My dad was very accomplished on the slopes. My mom, not so much, but she enjoyed skiing.
The memory of her own family ski trips had a smile blossoming on Annie's lips.
I remember my dad and I laughing together when I was learning. I so wanted to do it right, and I'd get frustrated. I imagine you did.
He was so encouraging.
That's why he was the one teaching you, and why my mom taught me, rather than my dad teaching me.
At Annie's questioning look, Tibby continued.
If my form wasn't exactly perfect initially, but I'd managed to make it down the bunny slope without falling, my mom would cheer.
Tibby's lips tightened.
My dad pointed out everything I did wrong, instead of celebrating what I did right. Form is important. It is, but so is getting the job done. Not everything needs to be perfect. That's what I learned on that first ski trip.
Tibby blew out a breath.
My dad wasn't home much, which was good. On this trip, he was constantly around and constantly correcting me. And not only on the slopes. He even criticized the way I unpacked my suitcase. He didn't like the way I tossed everything in the drawer, rather than folding my clothes neatly.
Why would he do that? Annie didn't know Tibby's dad, a prominent neurosurgeon, well. Like Tibby had said, he hadn't been around much.
Travel, especially with kids, stressed him out. It didn't take long before my mom had had enough. I remember her telling him that we were there to have fun, and she wasn't having any. Since they're still married, I'm guessing they worked it out? They did. I'm still not seeing what this has to do with me and Eric. Think about it for a while.
Tibby's gaze searched hers.
Our experiences mold us into the person we become. That time shaped you into who you are now. In a different way, it shaped Eric, too.
Annie didn't want to think about that time. Remembering made her sad. Relief flooded her when she saw Bree and Olivia at the end of the walkway. Oh, look, they're waiting for us. Tibby's words to Annie were still circling in her head later when she spotted Brent approaching. Tibby glanced at Annie.
I didn't realize he was coming.
I didn't either. Annie smiled and offered Brent a wave as he drew closer.
Though I did text him that I'd be here with you guys.
She barely got the words out before Brent reached them. He moved to her side.
Am I too late?
Annie blinked, still surprised he'd spontaneously shown up when they hadn't had a plan.
Too late for what? Why, to join you and your friends and enjoy some music in the garden.
He offered smiles all around. Annie's anxiety surged. She knew her friends really didn't love hanging out with Brent. If she'd known he was coming, she could have at least warned them. Bree stepped forward, offering a warm smile. "Hi, Brent. This is a nice surprise. It's good to see you again."
You too. Sold any houses lately?
To his credit, Brent did a good job of remembering details about her friends. "As a matter of fact, yes, I have. Thanks for asking." Tibby and Olivia exchanged looks.
If you and Brent want to hang out, we totally understand.
Tibby met Annie's gaze.
I was just about to head back to the shop to see how the construction is going. There's lots of work to do before the grand opening. That's right. Brent focused on Tibby. Opening a new business is quite an undertaking. Kudos. It is, Tibby agreed. Olivia, since we rode together, if you want to stay longer, I'm sure Bree or Annie could give you a ride home.
No need. I'm ready to go now. As the other women had, Olivia offered Brent a smile. The desserts are amazing. You need to check them out. I'll walk out with you, Bree told the other two, then turned back to Brent. I'm not sure if you like gin, but the strawberry gin and tonic is fabulous.
I appreciate the recommendation,
Brent said, sounding sincere.
I hope you're not all running off on my account.
We've been here all afternoon, Olivia said. Annie noticed that her answer didn't directly address Brent's concern. You two have fun. Olivia turned to Annie. We'll talk later. After a series of goodbyes from her friends, Annie was left with Brent. She looped her hand around his arm.
Why don't we check out the desserts?
Once Annie arrived home, she texted her friends. Hi, sorry about Brent showing up like that. I had no idea he was coming, or I would have made sure it was cool with everyone. Thanks for making him feel so welcome. Annie knew Brent hadn't meant to intrude. He must have mentioned at least 5 times while they strolled the gardens that he hoped he hadn't run off her friends. He'd stopped by the event with the hopes of seeing them all, and if they'd given any indication that he was intruding, he'd have gone off on his own. With that admission, he'd given her the opening to be honest and tell him that, in fact, her friends had likely left far earlier than they would have otherwise. Annie didn't seize the opening. To say something like that would have been cruel and unnecessary. For all his self-confidence, Brent had told her more than once how, growing up, he'd often felt like the odd one out. It wasn't his fault that her friends couldn't see what a great guy he was. The decision had been the right one. They'd enjoyed the rest of the afternoon. As he'd walked her to her SUV, he'd asked about her mother, and she'd told him how excited her mother had been to watch her granddaughter's performance. The rest of the walk had centered around talk of her brother's job as a chief science officer for a biotech firm. For some reason, Brent had always been fascinated by Eric's job. He'd kissed her goodbye at her vehicle without asking if she was interested in grabbing dinner together. Annie found herself relieved. There were things that she wanted to get done, but not the regular weekend work around the house. Her talk with Tibby had stirred up all sorts of emotions and brought up even more questions, which meant that tonight she would open the music box again and see what happened. Chapter 9. The first thing Annie did when she arrived home was to change out of her dress and slip on shorts and a cotton top. Making her way into the living room, Annie picked up the music box and ran her hands over the smooth wood, as she had done before. Her fingers found the edge of the lid. She hesitated. What if it hadn't been just a dream? What if Sophie and Hannah were right, and there was something special about this box? Tibby had also appeared open to the possibility of the inexplicable. What if this wasn't just an ordinary box discarded by a stranger? What if it was something more, something enchanted? Annie snorted and shook her head. You're being ridiculous, she said aloud. She tightened her grip on the box.
You fell asleep listening to music and had a dream. That's all.
Despite her efforts to reassure herself, Annie's heart raced. Fear? Excitement? Both? Enough with the silliness, she silently scolded herself. She would open the box on the count of 3. The melody would start, and nothing more would happen. 1.
Be logical.
2.
It's just a music box.
A firm knock at the door made Annie jump, nearly dropping the box. Another knock sounded. Annie frowned. She wasn't expecting anyone. She set the box down and, after casting one last glance at it, crossed to the door in several long strides. Without checking the peep, she jerked the door open. Bringing a hand to her chest, Annie could only stare for a second.
Brent, what are you doing here?
Surprise! He grinned and held up a bag she recognized as coming from a Chinese restaurant that was their favorite. With your mother out of town, I knew you'd be at loose ends for dinner. I thought I'd surprise you and say I'm sorry for interrupting today. Your friends were gracious, but the more I thought about it, the more I realized I overstepped by showing up without texting to make sure it was okay. Surprise had Annie fighting to find her voice. We haven't seen much of each other lately, he went on. I thought I'd bring over Chinese, and we could watch that new movie we've both been wanting to see. Annie knew the movie he meant, an action-adventure flick that had gotten a lot of hype. They'd both been interested in watching it. When she didn't immediately respond, his blonde brows pulled together.
I'm sorry. Do you have plans?
Annie resisted the urge to cast a glance over her shoulder at the music box.
No plans. You just surprised me, that's all.
Pleasantly, I hope? Yes, this is a nice surprise. Stepping back, Annie motioned him inside.
Have you heard from your mother? Did your niece's performance go well?
Brent continued to toss out the questions as he followed her into the kitchen. It struck Annie that he was nervous, which he so rarely was. The realization had her heart softening toward him, and any lingering irritation over the interruption disappearing.
I haven't heard from her, but I imagine I'll get a call when she gets back.
Annie smiled.
Unlike me, she doesn't like to talk on the phone while driving.
Brent rocked back on his heels.
It's been a long time since I've seen your mother.
Her birthday party is coming up. You'll see her then. My brother and his family will be there too. Brent's expression brightened as he set the bag of food on the counter.
When is the party?
Didn't I tell you?
It would already be in my calendar if you had.
Brent pulled out his phone and scrolled to his calendar.
When is it? I'll put the date and time in now.
He flashed her a smile as she gave him the specifics, and he entered them into his phone.
Who else will be there?
Just Eric and his family.
Would it be okay if I brought a gift?
Brent hesitated.
I don't want to overstep, but I'd like to get your mom something.
Sure. Yeah, that'd be nice. Nothing too elaborate or expensive, of course.
No, he agreed. Thoughtful.
Exactly. Annie hesitated, then told herself she needed to prepare Brent.
It won't be a party like you're used to.
What do you mean? He watched as she took plates from the cupboard.
There'll be food and cake, and she'll open gifts.
Sounds pretty much like what I was expecting.
Since the kids will be there, my mom will likely bring out the games.
No probably about it, Annie knew. Her mom would want the granddaughters to have a good time.
What kind of games?
Brent asked, appearing intrigued.
Ping pong, croquet, badminton.
Seriously? Annie couldn't hide her amusement.
What kind of games were you thinking?
Video games, maybe Monopoly?
No video games for sure. My brother and sister-in-law try to limit the girls' screen time.
Annie chewed on her lower lip.
My mother mentioned that Eric is teaching Bitsy to play chess, but I doubt they'll pull out the board during the party. Then again, they may. That's okay. I can't recall the last time I played any of those other games, but I'm up for the challenge. I really appreciate the invitation.
Brent's hazel eyes met hers.
I've been wondering how I can get to know your family better, since I don't see them much.
He made a good point. They had been dating exclusively for nearly a year. She remembered when her brother had brought his now wife to family meals once their relationship had moved from casual to serious. Serious? Was that what this was between her and Brent? If it was, why had she hesitated to invite him to spend time with her family? Whatever the reason, one thing she knew for certain, while she enjoyed spending time with Brent, she also treasured her alone time. His preference for the same made them a good match. They weren't like her parents, who'd practically been joined at the hip. Whenever her mom and dad had had free time, they'd made an effort to spend it together. Annie couldn't imagine spending that much time with Brent. She liked him, certainly, perhaps even loved him, although the jury was out on that. But there was no yearning in her to see him constantly.
Well, you're going to get your chance.
Annie chuckled and watched the tightness in his jaw relax. The happiness in his eyes touched something deep inside her. She stepped to him, forgetting about the food growing cold in the bag. He brushed a kiss across her hair.
I want to get to know your mother, he murmured, and for your family to get to know me. I want that too.
She eased back and gave him a soft kiss on the mouth.
Now, about the food. It can wait.
He tugged her to him and kissed her. Annie didn't try to pull away, but gave him an extra few seconds before she untangled his arms, stepped back, and offered him an apologetic smile.
If we don't eat soon, the food is going to be cold. It's not nearly as good heated up.
She shot him a wink.
You know how I love Kung Pao chicken. I assume that's what you got? Our favorite?
He grinned.
Along with crab rangoon? You got both of my favorites?
He smiled.
Anything to make you happy.
By the end of the evening, Annie's warm feelings toward Brent only continued to build. When he rose and started cleaning up, she slid a hand up his arm.
Want to stay over? It's a Sunday night.
Surprise flickered in his hazel depths.
We both have work tomorrow, and I have a 7 a.m. meeting I need to prep for.
Taking that as a no, Annie walked him to the door. She waved as he got into his car and backed out of the driveway. Shutting the door, she found herself wondering why she felt relief now instead of disappointment. Brent's taillights had barely disappeared around the corner when Annie turned her attention back to the music box.
Okay, I'm going to open it now.
Her hands were on it when her phone dinged. Pulling her hands back, she focused on her phone, smiling when she saw the text was from Olivia. The smile faded as she read the message.
Help! Our softball team desperately needs 2 more players.
Mike and Ellie Cox are moving and pulled out. Games are Monday night. We plan on going to the Crab Shack after. Should be fun. Say yes, please.
Sorry, love to help out, but won't work for me.
Though tempted to give more of an explanation, Annie refrained. If she gave too much information, then the response would start to sound forced. The truth was, Mondays were usually busy for her, and she wasn't interested in adding one more thing to her calendar. Olivia replied quickly,
Thanks, I understand.
Annie wasn't sure why a simple asked and answered question left her feeling off balance. Concerned that her tangled emotions might impact her response to the music box, Annie decided to put off opening the box until tomorrow. She wasn't scared, she told herself, not in the least. Fear didn't have any part in her decision to postpone. Tomorrow, she would open the lid, listen to the music, and prove to herself that there was nothing unexplainable about the box or its contents. Annie had one foot on the steps leading to her bedroom when it struck her that she was out of peanut butter. How was she going to make her green goddess smoothie in the morning without one of its main ingredients? Starting off with something else might set a bad tone for the entire week. Thankfully, she had time to pop out for a jar. Once Annie reached Ideal Groceries' parking lot, she sat in her vehicle for a minute before getting out. How different the store looked at this time of night, when the lights of the lot cast a golden glow over the vehicles. Men and women, couples and singles, streamed out of the store, their carts filled with sacks, obviously prepping for the week ahead. Annie thought of the grocery list stored in her phone, with items neatly organized by store aisle. That level of detail was unnecessary. She knew the layout of this particular store like the back of her hand. While there were other food markets in GraceTown, Ideal was Annie's favorite and her go-to. It wasn't simply that it had the best produce, but she'd walked these aisles since she was a little girl. Her heart held many happy memories of coming here with her father when they'd been in desperate need of a cookie fix. Everyone knew Ideal had the best chocolate chunk cookies in town, maybe even in the entire state. If you timed it just right, you could get them still warm from the bakery ovens. Smiling at the memory, Annie pushed open the car door. As she strolled to the entrance, she noticed the temperature had dropped and the air held a stillness, as if nature were holding its breath. The automatic doors barely closed behind her when thunder rumbled and lightning cracked. Seconds later, rain pounded against the roof. Annie expelled a happy breath. She loved a good storm.
Rain, baby, rain.
She whirled, and there stood Sawyer, dressed casually in jeans and a polo.
What did you say? Just celebrating the moisture. If the rainfall this week hadn't totaled 1.5 inches by tonight, I had strict orders to turn on the sprinkler system.
Sawyer's dimple flashed.
I was fully prepared to toss the switch, but...
He gestured with one hand toward the rain splashing against the glass door.
No need now.
As they appeared to have exhausted the weather talk, Annie focused her gaze on the empty canvas bags Sawyer was carrying.
Doing some shopping?
It was a lame remark, akin to asking someone in a bar if they'd come in for a drink when they had a Pilsner glass in one hand. If Sawyer found the question inane, he didn't let it show.
Thought I might. I'm still figuring out if it works best to eat at home while I'm staying here, or if going out makes more sense. You know, since it's just me.
Oh, so you live alone?
Trying to find out if I'm single?
Annie rolled her eyes and chuckled.
I already knew you were single, Olivia told me. Did she?
Curiosity shimmered in his dark eyes.
I asked.
Annie flashed a bright smile.
I thought you two would make a cute couple.
He opened his mouth, but she waved him silent.
She made it clear you're only friends.
We are. Pulling out a cart, he offered it to her. Annie automatically reached for it, then waved it off. A cart was hardly needed, not when peanut butter was the only thing on her list. At his questioning look, she smiled.
I'm here for only one thing. I'll do my weekly shopping tomorrow. Why come back tomorrow if you're here now? I always grocery shop on Mondays, but I'm out of peanut butter, and I need it for my morning smoothie.
Inwardly, she cringed, recognizing how rigid that sounded. Sawyer only nodded and began walking. Annie fell into step beside him.
What about you? Will you be filling this cart? I'm going to grab a few basics. I haven't figured out my system yet.
System? The word piqued her interest.
Tell me about this system. Yeah, that makes it sound so official, doesn't it?
He smiled.
My last assignment was a town of about 100,000. The clinic was located within easy walking distance of a grocery store and several small cafes. Prices were inexpensive, so I ate breakfast at home, took my lunch because I was too busy to eat out, then ate at one of the cafes for dinner.
Annie nodded.
A sensible solution. Another assignment took me to a clinic in D.C. There weren't any reasonably priced cafes nearby, and traffic was a nightmare. I took the metro to work, and by the time I finished at the clinic, all I wanted to do was get home and relax. In D.C., you prepared most of your meals at home. I had the groceries delivered, and it worked out well. Sawyer paused at one of the produce displays, picked up an apple, set it down, and repeated the process several times until he finally settled on 3 shiny red ones. Placing them into a sack, he set them in his cart. She suddenly decided that since she was already here, wouldn't it make sense for her to do her shopping now? The apples did look nice, so Annie added several to the basket, including a couple green ones for her morning smoothie. Several oranges followed, along with organic strawberries, all plump and red. He placed a carton of blueberries beside his apples. Annie didn't need to pull up her list. What she picked up every week only varied based on special sales or if something seasonal caught her eye. Sawyer paused beside the bananas, and when their fingers curved around the same bunch, they shared a smile. "Great minds," was all he said as he released his hold. When she started looking at the kale, he wrinkled his nose. "I've never been able to get myself to like that stuff." "It's very healthy." Annie added some to his cart, their cart now, then asked the question that had been on her mind since she'd first seen him. "How's George?" Sawyer's gaze grew thoughtful. "For being severely malnourished, he's doing remarkably well." Annie smiled. "Now he can eat as much as he wants." Not exactly." Though Sawyer's tone remained easy and conversational, he shook his head. "While allowing him to chow down might seem like the thing to do, giving a starved dog too much to eat can hurt more than help. George's system simply isn't ready for excess food." Annie placed a hand on Sawyer's arm and looked into his eyes. "I can see his ribs. He has to eat." "He does," Sawyer agreed. "We're giving him small meals of high-quality food about 4 times a day. Puppy food for now, because it's the richest in calories and nutrients." "He's going to make it, isn't he?" Annie didn't realize her fingers were digging into Sawyer's arm until he glanced at his sleeve. Before she could let go, his hand closed over hers, warm and reassuring. "He'll be fine." Annie gazed into his eyes and told herself he wouldn't lie about something this important. It took a couple of seconds for her to notice Sawyer had removed his hand. I'm sorry," she stammered. "I just worry about him." "George is receiving the best care possible." Sawyer offered a reassuring smile. "Between the puppy food, his warm bed, and being surrounded by people who care, that little boy has all he needs to make a full recovery." "If there's anything I can do..." "I know where to find you." Shooting her a wink, Sawyer wheeled the cart to an area displaying more fresh vegetables. Buoyed by the optimism in Sawyer's tone, Annie's heart lifted, and she began loading the cart. She felt his eyes on her as she continued to pick and choose the best pieces of produce. When she looked up, Sawyer gestured to the growing number of items that were hers in the cart. "You must eat at home a lot." "During the week," Annie admitted. "On the weekends, I feel like all I do is eat out." "What are some of your favorite places?" Annie brought a finger to her lips and considered. "Though my friends and I choose a different place for brunch every Sunday, I think we'd all agree Inner Biscuit is our favorite. My boyfriend and I usually eat at either Black Apron or Hungry Palate on Friday, then get pizza from Sizzling Slices on Saturday." "Your boyfriend?" Curiosity sparked in Sawyer's brown eyes. "Have you two been together long?" "About a year." "Is it serious?" Annie put a couple of rutabagas in the cart. "I thought we were discussing my favorite restaurants." "We are." Sawyer swiped a hand in the air as if banishing any boyfriend talk. "Any other favorites?" "Yes,
Annie paused, forgetting what she'd been about to say, as a familiar heavenly scent teased her nostrils.
"Smell that?"
Sawyer inhaled deeply, then smiled.
"Cookies."
"Not just any cookies. Chocolate chunk," she told him. "Freshly baked." His eyes lit up.
"Let's get some."
Annie found herself hurrying to catch up with him as he wheeled the cart toward the bakery counter, where a line had already formed.
"I believe they also have oatmeal raisin,"
she informed him. He gave a dismissive snort.
"I'm getting the chocolate chunk. What about you? Are you kidding?"
She shot him a sunny smile at odds with the rain pounding on the store's roof.
"Chocolate chunk all the way."
Chapter 10. Annie wasn't sure what to think the next morning when a notice popped up on her screen. Scott had scheduled a meeting in his office for 11. Her attendance was mandatory. Since she and Brent planned to have lunch together, Annie sent him a quick text.
"Meeting at 11. Go to lunch without me if I'm not back in time."
Annie wondered if her mother would be present at the meeting. If she was, perhaps they could go to lunch afterward. Which would be great, since she'd missed having dinner with her last night. Annie always looked forward to those weekly get-togethers. It was her chance to catch up on what was going on in her mother's life, and for her mom to catch up on what was new in hers. Annie was eager to tell her mother how much she was enjoying volunteering at Paws Haven. She might even bring up George and how much he reminded her of Ernie. Her mother would undoubtedly regale her with stories from the weekend spent with Eric and his family. When she reached the executive suites, Scott's PA was on the phone. He gestured for Annie to go right in. After giving a light tap on the door, Annie stepped into the elegant office. She immediately spotted Scott with Carolee Thibodeau from HR. A quick glance around the room showed no sign of her mother. Carolee and Scott stood in the area of the large office that had chairs and a settee grouped for conversation. Scott crossed to her and offered a welcoming smile.
"Thanks for coming." "I'm sorry about the late notice. That's on me."
Carolee strolled over in 3-inch heels. Her pale blue summer suit provided the perfect foil to her rich mahogany hair. Though she was pushing 60, there wasn't a strand of gray to be seen in any of the thick, lustrous strands.
"I hope we didn't pull you away from anything pressing."
Annie smiled.
"Nothing that can't wait until I get back to my desk."
Scott gestured to the head of HR.
"We were talking about Sandy's retirement, and I was about to tell Carolee how I ran into you Friday night at the Thirsty Pug."
A look of confusion filled Carolee's hazel eyes.
"I didn't realize you knew Sandy that well,"
she said to Annie. Scott motioned for her and Carolee to take a seat, giving Annie time to consider her response.
"I don't know her well,"
Annie admitted, once they were all seated.
"My boyfriend, Brent Selhorn, knows her better. Since we had dinner at the Black Apron, and the Pug is just down the street, we decided to stop in."
Carolee smiled.
"I'm sure Sandy appreciated having you both there."
Enough chit-chat, Annie thought, eager to discover the reason for her summons. When Carolee shifted her gaze to Scott, Annie knew they'd reached the starting gate.
"You're aware Jeff Brown will soon be retiring?"
he began, then paused.
"I am. I've really enjoyed working under Jeff, and feel I've learned a lot from him."
Annie smiled.
"He's such a nice guy. I think much of the credit for employee retention in the accounting areas is because of the example he sets. He will definitely be missed." "I feel the same."
Scott studied her for a long moment.
"Filling his shoes with the best person is my top priority, although Jeff makes it look easy. Director of Accounting is a challenging position."
Annie gave a nod, wondering if this had anything to do with Brent speaking to Scott about his interest in being director. If it was, she would prefer to stay out of that discussion. Brent had no trouble speaking for himself, and his education and work ethic were well known in his department. Annie opened her mouth to say just that, but didn't get a chance as Scott continued.
The director of accounting has a crucial role in overseeing the company's financial processes and ensuring accurate and compliant financial reporting.
As none of this was news to Annie, she simply nodded. Scott glanced at Carolee, passing the ball to her.
This position not only plays a critical role in maintaining the financial health and integrity of the company, but the reports provided also support informed decision-making by the company's CEO and the senior management team.
Scott's expression remained serious as he added,
This role requires strong leadership, financial acumen, and attention to detail. Well, if you're asking my opinion, I don't believe you'll need to go outside of the company to find the perfect person.
Annie wasn't thinking of just Brent. A handful of others could easily slip into this role.
Hiring from the inside also sends the message that SensorTech values the professionals who currently work here.
Scott gave a nod of approval.
I strongly agree with that statement. Unfortunately, the employees who've expressed interest don't have the qualities I believe they need.
When Annie leaned forward and opened her mouth, Scott held up a hand.
Don't misunderstand, he continued. They are all intelligent, dependable workers, and none of them needs to fear for their job. It's more their people skills that are of concern.
The image of Brent's conversation with Scott at the Pug when he'd nearly insulted Jeff flashed before her. And then there was how Brent had been forcing himself into Scott's path. Maybe Brent hadn't been quite as subtle as he thought he'd been.
As director of accounting, this person would be gaining the experience that would aid them in stepping into Scott's role when he retires,
Carolee said. Annie shot a distressed look in Scott's direction.
You're leaving too?
Scott chuckled.
Not for a long, long time, I hope. Still, it's important to plan, even if some things are out of our control.
Like her father's illness, Annie thought.
Personally, I'm relieved to hear you won't be retiring in the near future. It's good to know you feel that way.
Scott smiled, then he sobered.
The reason we asked to meet with you today, Annie, is I would like you to be the next director of accounting.
Annie blinked, glancing from one to the other.
You're serious? If you're wondering why your mother isn't present, it's because she recused herself from the hiring process in this case, Carolee informed her. We narrowed the field to 3 qualified candidates. Taryn approved all of them, but left the final decision to Scott in order to avoid the appearance of nepotism. Annie.
Scott's voice broke through her fog.
If you're hesitating because a part of you worries you haven't earned this promotion, or that I'm approaching you because you're Taryn's daughter, I want to assure you that is not the case.
Annie's head spun. Of all the things she'd thought this meeting could be about, this had not been one of them. Still, she found herself touched by their faith in her.
I thoroughly evaluated the qualified candidates.
Scott's steady gaze met hers.
One of them stands out when it comes to showing initiative and having excellent people skills. That person is you.
I appreciate you saying that. Annie cleared her throat.
It's important to me that I'm not given anything I haven't earned. I'm offering you this promotion because I feel you are the best person.
Scott leaned forward, resting his forearms on his thighs, his gaze firmly fixed on hers.
You would report directly to me. I would make sure that, as you adjust to your new position, you have all the tools and support you need to excel.
I really appreciate the show of confidence in my work. This is really so unexpected. I'll need time to give it some thought. Annie had never been one to jump into any decision. What had Tibby once said to her when she was agonizing over a previous decision? That there really was such a thing as paralysis by analysis? A vision of herself holding the music box and hesitating to open the lid flashed before her.
You don't have to give us your answer today.
Scott met her gaze.
Jeff hasn't given us a definite retirement date, though I know it will be sometime before the end of the year. So, we have time. While you're deciding, I want you to feel free to come to me with any questions.
I will. Thank you, Scott. You can also contact me, Carolee added. It was obvious that they were puzzled by her hesitation, but she appreciated that they weren't pressing her. I am truly honored by your faith in me. The thing is, I like to think things through before making any important decision.
I don't know too many CPAs who make spontaneous decisions.
Scott offered an understanding smile.
Most of us like to have our spreadsheets out so we can analyze the pros and cons.
I promise you both that I will give this careful consideration.
Do you think you'll be able to give me an answer by August 1st?
Scott kept his tone easy.
If you decide for any reason this position isn't what you want, I want to look outside.
Annie thought of Brent. From everything Scott and Carolee had said, even if she turned down the promotion, it sounded as if the position wouldn't be offered to him. She hoped Scott knew that Brent's likely disappointment didn't have a thing to do with her hesitation. Brent's advancement in the company was outside of her control, though she had no doubt that if he discovered they'd offered this position to her, he'd label it a clear case of nepotism. Yes, I'll get back to you with my decision by August 1st. Not a problem. Well, thank you again. Annie started to stand, but Scott motioned her back down.
One more thing.
Scott appeared to choose his words carefully.
I'd appreciate it if you didn't mention this offer to anyone in the company. If you accept, I'd like to be the one to make the initial announcement. If you decline, I don't want whoever else we interview and subsequently bring in to feel that they were second choice.
Annie understood the rationale. She also knew if they brought someone in from the outside, Brent wouldn't be the only one upset. If she accepted the promotion, well, he'd be upset about that too. If it came to that, she and Brent would have a talk. But until she made her decision, her lips would remain sealed. Annie found Brent waiting by her cubicle when she returned. For a second, she wondered why he was there, then realized that she'd been gone only 20 minutes, and it was nearly time for lunch.
I got your message,
he told her when she walked up.
What kind of meeting did you get roped into?
They just wanted to discuss something I might be working on later. Annie waved a dismissive hand. I was hoping my mom would be in the meeting so I could ask her afterward about her weekend at my brother's house and how my niece's first play went.
I can't imagine wanting to go on stage.
Brent shook his head.
She's a lot different than you and me.
Annie only smiled as they took the elevator down to the ground floor. She'd been around Bitsy's age when her dad had told her she had an adventurous spirit. While Annie wasn't certain that boldness would ever have translated into wanting to be on stage, back then, she might have seriously considered it.
Did you bring your lunch today?
Brent glanced down at the purse she'd slung over her shoulder when leaving her cubicle.
Is there a brown bag in there somewhere?
For the first time, she noticed he held his in his right hand. Annie thought of her discussion with Sawyer last night and how she'd touted the value of making her own meals. Then what had she gone and done? Left home without packing anything for lunch. No leftovers for me today. She gave an embarrassed little shrug as she stepped out into the bright sunshine. On Mondays, I usually pack something from the dinner at my mom's house on Sunday night. Since that got canceled, and you took home the leftover Chinese, Brent lifted his small sack, which will now be my lunch today, you were out of luck. Not entirely. Annie pointed to the lobster roll food truck. I'm having a shrimp roll today. Brent gave her a quizzical look.
But you don't like shrimp. You never order it when we go out.
That's because you don't like shrimp, and I like to order things we can share.
But today you have Chinese food, so we aren't sharing, and I'm getting a shrimp roll." Brent laughed. "I guess you're full of surprises." Surprises? Annie thought as they approached the food truck line together. Brent, you have no idea. Annie ordered her sandwich and then turned to Brent, who was in the middle of a story. "Well, that sounds positive," she responded when he paused. What he was talking about, Annie didn't have a clue, but she hoped her comment would encourage him to say more. While her friends and she were always asking for clarification when their minds wandered, Annie had discovered Brent took any inattention as a personal slight. "Excellent progress," he agreed. She paid for her shrimp roll and drink, and then they found a seat at one of the covered tables in front of the building. The fact that it was in the shade was a bonus. Annie liked the sun, but she adored the silk top she was wearing today and didn't want to wilt in the heat. "Tell me more." Other than unwrapping the shrimp roll and bringing it to her lips, she gave Brent her full attention. Brent had already taken out a container containing the leftover rice and kung pao chicken, along with his favorite water cup. He cast a disparaging look at her soda, but thankfully didn't say anything. "We met with Jeff first thing this morning," Brent began. "Who does we include?" Annie asked, guessing that would be relevant. "Sid from IT and Angela from Cost Control." "And you?" "And me," Brent confirmed. "We've been working together on the new ERP system. That's Enterprise Resource Planning," Annie finished. "I'm familiar." "Well, like I said, we've been collaborating, but I was the one who gave Jeff the update." "Doesn't that involve IT more than your area?" Annie had an excellent grasp of how all the departments at Sensor Tech worked together. She found it difficult to understand why Brent would have been designated the leader for this particular project. "You know Sid. He likes to stay in the background." Brent shrugged. "Angela came in late, so it fell to me." "So, your committee made excellent progress," she said, using his earlier words. "That's wonderful." "The excellent progress I referred to is me being appointed Director of Accounting." Brent looked at her as if he was unable to believe she'd missed the point. "You and I both know Jeff will have input into who replaces him, and today was just another example of how I'd be the best man for the position." "It's always good for management to see us performing at our best." The bite of shrimp roll turned to sawdust in her mouth. How would Brent respond if she accepted the position he wanted? How would it affect their relationship? Time to test the waters. "I've been wondering if I might be interested in the director position." Brent's gaze sharpened. "You said you were content with where you are, that you like coming to work, doing your job, and going home." "I love what I do, but these positions don't come open all that often." "It wouldn't be fair." Brent's expression turned flat and unreadable. "Why?" "Because you're the CEO's daughter." Brent's voice rose and had the women at the nearby table casting glances in their direction. "Brent." Her tone held a warning. "Take a breath." He did as she'd directed and took a steadying breath, but his nostrils flared, and she could see him fighting to bring his emotions under control. "I'm simply saying that this should be a level playing field. You shouldn't get the job just because you're Taryn Laggett's daughter." "On that point, I 100% agree with you." Surprise skittered across his face. "You do?" If the only reason anyone received a promotion was because of who they're related to, I'd cry foul. But, Brent, I am qualified for the director position, both by virtue of education and experience. She gentled her tone and reached across the table to give his hand a squeeze. "I'm sure there are several other accountants in the company who are also qualified and interested." "I'm only worried about you." Brent waved a dismissive hand. "The others don't concern me. If I decide I'm interested and want to toss my hat into the ring, so to speak, would that affect you and me? Though Annie cared about Brent, she wouldn't back away from something she wanted just because he couldn't handle it. Brent met her gaze, his eyes serious behind his dark frames. I'd like to say it wouldn't, but given that you know how much I want this, and have been working for it, Brent shrugged. At this point, I just don't know. Chapter 11. Brent's comments bothered Annie all afternoon. To hear him state so plainly that he didn't think she deserved the position, that she would get it only because of her family connection, hurt. She tried to rationalize his words by telling herself that he was just preoccupied with his own goals and that he likely wouldn't be the only person who would question her qualifications. But shouldn't the man she was in a relationship with care about her future as much as his own? And even if others cried nepotism, shouldn't he be on her side? As Annie opened her front door that evening, grateful she hadn't had to go to the market, she considered swinging by Paws Haven to check on George and see if Cleopatra had been adopted yet. The photos she'd taken on Saturday had been placed on the website and all of Paws Haven's social media pages first thing Sunday morning. Cleo could easily be in her forever home by now. Though her heart gave a little ping at the thought, she told herself she would be happy for Cleo. Since the cat was on her mind, Annie pulled out her phone to text Olivia, then remembered that her friend would be at the ball field for softball. Should she have agreed to play? It wasn't that she hated softball. As a child, she'd loved the game. Her dad had coached her teams from the time the ball had sat on a tee and the bat had boasted a sponge rubber center. He'd continued coaching her for 4 more years until his condition had made continuing impossible. Not wanting to let her teammates down, Annie had finished out that last season, but her heart had no longer been in the game. The next year, despite the urgings of her friends, she'd hung up her glove. She hadn't picked up a ball or bat since. As she set the phone on the side table, Annie found her gaze drawn to the music box. She stared, her breath coming in short puffs. It was ridiculous to be fearful of a simple wooden box. The box didn't possess special powers. Despite what others might believe, any unexplainable happenings in this town could be explained if you simply dove deep. Determinedly, Annie marched to the box and flung up the lid. As the cylinder revolved, sweet music flowed out, and Annie found herself humming along to a gentle, tinkling tune she didn't recognize. The tension in her shoulders eased. She'd been foolish to be frightened. The thought had barely formed when the notes changed, no longer crisp and clear, but muffled, as if from a distance. A sudden sensation of falling sent Annie's heart into overdrive and had her desperately reaching for something sturdy. Then all was steady again, except she was no longer in her living room, but in her brother's kitchen. Her brother, looking more like her father every day with his blonde hair cut short and smile lines edging his eyes, circled the table in the country kitchen. He added silverware to brightly colored napkins gracing a glossy mahogany surface. Marissa, her shiny black hair pulled back into a long braid, stood dishing out what looked to be Maryland crab soup. Annie inhaled the savory aroma, a blend of the briny fragrance of crab, the earthy sweetness of vegetables, and the aromatic notes of various herbs and spices. The generous use of Old Bay seasoning brought a smile to Annie's lips. The soup that many culinary historians believed had been created by Native American tribes in the Chesapeake Bay region had been a staple in the Laggett house, always heavily seasoned with Old Bay and always accompanied by warm, crusty bread oozing with butter.
Bitsy, the eldest of her brother's 3 girls, danced around the table with her sister Isabel, singing a little ditty that Annie suspected came from Bitsy's recent stage production. When the girls stopped to fling their arms around their dad, Eric grinned. He set down the silverware in his hand and joined his girls in a slightly off-key rendition of Go With the Flow. As the song from Finding Nemo Jr. ended, her brother gave each girl a twirl. "The time for merriment is at an end, my sweet sea turtles." With a wide, sweeping gesture, Eric indicated the chairs at the table. "Now we feast." The girls giggled and dropped into their seats. Taya, already seated, studied the bowl of soup her mother had set down before turning to her father. "May I please have bratwurst instead?" Eric smiled at his youngest child. "Not tonight. We're having soup and homemade bread. You love crab, and I know you love baguettes." "I also love bratwurst, and there is some left over from last night," Taya informed her father. To Annie's discerning gaze, it appeared her brother was holding back a smile. "Perhaps you can have the bratwurst for lunch tomorrow." Taya's lip protruded. "I could have had it today, but I forgot about it." "You like crab soup," Eric reminded her, "and it's what's on the menu." Annie's heart lurched. The way he spoke to Taya reminded her of her dad, incredibly patient and kind, but firm when necessary. Once everyone was seated around the table, conversation flowed easily as each girl talked about her day. Bitsy's brows pulled together. A look of sadness swept across her thin face. "I wish Aunt Annie could have seen me perform." "I'm sure she wished she could have been here." Marissa, who sat beside Bitsy, reached over to give her daughter's shoulder a squeeze. "You did so well." "My sister has a lot of job responsibilities," Eric explained. "It's often difficult for her to get away." "But we did 7 performances." The look on Bitsy's face matched the puzzlement in her voice. "She doesn't work all the time, does she?" "Sometimes your dad works on the weekend," Marissa pointed out. "Not very often." Isabel looked up from where she sat, crumbling the edges of the crusty bread between her fingers. "He likes spending time with us more than he likes work," Taya announced in a loud voice. "That's right, Sweet Pea." Leaning over, Eric ruffled the child's hair. "There's nothing I like more than being with you girls and your mom." How many times, Annie wondered, had she heard her dad spout those same words, assuring her and her brother that they, along with their mother, were the most important things in his life. Like their father, Eric had married right out of college. Bitsy had been born a year later, when he'd been working on his master's, Isabel 2 years later, and Taya 3 years after that. He'd finished up his PhD with a wife and 3 small children. Now, as chief science officer at a biotech firm, Eric was involved in cutting-edge research on lesser-known diseases. Annie found it confusing. How had the boy who'd shirked his duties turned into a man who seemingly embraced responsibility? "Have you spoken with your sister about your mother's birthday party next month?" Marissa asked Eric. "Is there anything you or I can do to help with the arrangements?" "I know you want to help. I'd be happy to help, too. But you heard Mom. Annie has it under control." "Still, she shouldn't have to do it all." Eric captured his wife's hand. When he brought it to his lips, he placed a kiss across the knuckles. "I'll ask, but Annie has her own way of wanting things done. Even if she did allow us to help, I doubt you or I would be able to meet her standards." The girls appeared oblivious, both to his tone and the conversation, but Annie heard the edge Eric couldn't quite hide. "I know you wished you'd done more for your dad, but that was a long time ago. You were barely older than Bitsy." Marissa's soft voice, obviously intended to comfort and soothe, didn't appear to do either. A muscle in Eric's jaw jumped.
I was 15. Annie was a kid, barely 11. She was incredible, Mar. I wish you could have seen her back then. Once our mother went back to work, she stepped up and took charge of the household. I tried to pitch in, but what I did was never enough or right.
I'm sure you did fine. Eric shook his head, and a distant look filled his eyes.
Whatever I did, Annie usually redid it. Finally, I figured, why bother?
Annie brought her brows together. His recollection of those long-ago events was far different from hers. What you learned during that time is what makes you such a great father. Marissa glanced at their children, who were playing more with their clip dolls under the table than eating. You do such a wonderful job of praising the effort.
Thank you for that.
Eric expelled a breath.
My dad was an amazing father. I hope I can be half the man he was.
You're already there. Marissa smiled at her husband. I wish I'd had a chance to meet him.
He'd have adored you, and you'd have loved him.
I'm going to make a real effort at your mom's party to get to know your sister better. Annie and I should be friends by now. Eric nodded.
My sister would be lucky to have you for a friend.
A tidal wave of shame washed over Annie. Marissa had reached out to her numerous times. While Annie had always been cordial, she'd kept her sister-in-law at arm's length. Not because she had anything against Marissa, but because she hadn't wanted to get any closer to Eric than she needed to. And why? Because of a beef with her brother over how he'd acted all those years ago? Events that he apparently recalled very differently? Whose version was correct? Could there be a little truth in both of their recollections? Daddy? Eric shifted his gaze to Bitsy and smiled.
What, honey?
I know it's Grandma's birthday party, but do you think Aunt Annie would want to see me perform?
Perform what, honey?
The song I did for Nemo. Since it was a group number, I can teach Isabel and Taya the dance. They'll dance, and I'll sing. You said she was sad she missed it.
I think your aunt would love that.
Eric smiled at his daughter.
Since we'll be in GraceTown for 3 days, I'm sure we'll be able to find a time for your performance.
Eric's generosity of spirit tugged at Annie's heartstrings. Would she have been so generous toward him if the situation had been reversed? Instead of stoking resentment against her, he and Marissa were putting her in the best possible light. A light Annie knew now she didn't deserve. The thought barely had time to settle when the music of the music box returned, faint at first, before growing louder. As the tune continued to play, the scene before her shifted. Annie was no longer in her brother's kitchen in Princeton, but at the edge of a ball field in GraceTown. Annie's nose detected the smell of freshly mowed grass even before she saw that the expanse of green around the ball diamond had been freshly cut. The natural earthy smell of soil mingled with the pleasant scents of leather and sunscreen. Inhaling deeply, Annie couldn't help but smile. Only peanuts and popcorn were missing. She recognized Olivia, standing at the ready in the batter's box, anticipating the next pitch. Tibby hugged third base, while Bree had one foot firmly planted on first. It struck Annie that this was the softball team she had been asked to join. Overhead, the sun burned hot, and a strong wind blew dirt across the diamond. No one, at least none of her friends, seemed to mind. Bree called out to Olivia, "Come on, you can do it! Bring it home!" Tibby took a little different tack.
"Breathe, Olivia. Just breathe."
Sawyer, what was he doing here, clapped his hands and paced back and forth.
"You've got this, Liv."
Whether it was the encouragement of all her friends or the fact that Olivia King had always been a pretty good ball player, Annie could tell she was going to connect even before the pitcher released the ball. Remaining focused, Olivia waited until just the right moment to swing. The bat sang as it connected with the ball, sending it high and far into the outfield. Annie held her breath as Olivia took off running. Bree was already on her way to second, while Tibby had home plate firmly in her sights. The outfielder didn't come close to catching the ball, but the guy was determined. He ran after the ball, scooped it up, and fired it toward the catcher at home plate. Bree rounded third and headed for home. Then the stylish young woman who didn't like to get her clothes dirty, even if they were an old pair of shorts and a t-shirt, launched herself into a smooth slide home. The ball hit the catcher's glove a second after Bree's foot made contact with the base.
Safe!
The umpire, a portly grandfather type who Annie recognized from the maintenance department at Sensor Tech, bellowed out the call. The entire team cheered, jumping up and down and shouting their congratulations. "Way to go, girls!" Annie found herself shouting before she remembered no one could hear her. Her excitement faded. Everyone was having a good time. If she had agreed to play, she'd be celebrating with them. The music box tune swelled, and the ball field shifted to a building that was little more than a shack. When the screen door banged open, sounds of laughter tumbled out, along with the enticing aroma of French fries, greasy and hot, just the way Annie liked them. Annie caught a flash of long wooden tables with benches instead of chairs, and wood paneling that looked like it should have been torn out years ago. Before she could see more of what she realized was the Crab Shack restaurant, the music faded to nothing, and she found herself standing in her living room, alone. She realized the music box had shown her what she was missing, all she'd been missing. Not anymore, Annie vowed. Things were about to change. 15 minutes later, she pulled into the lot of the Crab Shack and parked in the shade of a huge blue crab. Chapter 12. The Crab Shack, located on the outskirts of GraceTown, had occupied the same location for as long as Annie could remember. The story was that at the end of Prohibition, the Donnelly family had purchased the shack and focused on serving beer and burgers. When the Essex family bought the business in the 1940s, they had updated the building to include running water and plumbing. The menu had changed, and with the new focus on seafood came a new name. The Burger Shack became the Crab Shack. In honor of the name change, a 20-foot-tall plastic crab was commissioned. To this day, the lifelike blue crab, with claws splayed and antennae that appeared to wave hello, overlooked the parking lot. The second Annie stepped inside the rustic interior, a look that, based on photos on the wall, hadn't changed much since 1945, the scent of beer-battered fish and crispy fries teased her nostrils. The noise level was up a notch from what she normally preferred, but the sound of Olivia's laughter coming from the back of the establishment kept her feet moving forward. The entire team wasn't there, just her friends and Sawyer. They sat at a long, weathered wood table that sported bench seats on both sides. Baskets of French fries and plates of fried fish, along with the shack's signature Maryland crab feast, sat on the table. These blue crabs from the Chesapeake Bay had been layered with Old Bay, steamed over beer, and were now being picked and savored by those around the table. They were all so intent on conversation and chowing down that they didn't initially appear to notice Annie's approach. "Hey, guys!" She spoke loudly enough to be heard over all the conversation. "Is there room for one more?" Delight flashed in Tibby's dark eyes. "There's always room for you. However you found us, I'm glad you did." "Move over, Sawyer," Olivia instructed. "There's more room on your side of the table than ours." That wasn't entirely accurate. Bree and Sawyer sat on one side, while Tibby and Olivia were on the other. Sawyer immediately scooted over and patted the spot beside him. "You'll like this seat." Annie wasn't sure what to make of the comment, but she slid onto the bench. Bree leaned forward. We're closer to the crabs.
I do love crabs, Annie admitted. Is there a single person from Maryland who doesn't? Sawyer asked quite seriously, picking at the crab on his plate. An image of Brent flashed before her, but then Annie reminded herself that her boyfriend wasn't originally from the old line state. I don't know any. Annie smiled at him just as the server appeared beside her. Name's Dirk, he said by way of introduction. What can I get ya? Though the thought of white wine tempted, she'd seen the banner out front. With $3 beer on the Monday Madness menu, it made sense to go with beer. Once Dirk left to get her drink, she turned to address the group. How was the game? Oh my God, Annie, you should have seen Olivia. The excitement on Bree's face matched her voice. She hit the ball so hard it soared like a rocket into the outfield. Tibby and I were on base at the time, and we both scored. Seeing that ball fly through the air was a beautiful thing. Tibby expelled a happy sigh as she swirled her fry into the mound of ketchup on the plate before her. Tibby and Bree ran the bases like they were on fire. Sawyer's voice held admiration. Bree actually slid into home. Though Annie had seen it in real time, there was no way to explain that. She widened her eyes. You slid? In the dirt? Yep, Bree grinned. It's that competitive nature of mine. Sounds like you all had fun. She might have said more, but Dirk arrived with her beer in a frosted mug. She smiled at him and pulled out a 5. Keep the change. I could start a tab, he offered. I'm good with just 1. Since she was driving, 1 was her limit. I would like to order something to eat, though. Sure. Dirk, a burly man about her age with sleeve tattoos on both arms and a full beard, rocked back on his boot heels. What'll you have? If he was in any hurry, he didn't show it. Though Monday night couldn't be anywhere close to the busiest day of the week, most of the tables were occupied. Casting a quick glance around the table, Annie considered. I don't know how hungry you are, Sawyer began, but you can have some of my crab feast. There's plenty here, so we're all sharing. I have an extra piece of fried cod, Bree said. Say the word, and it's yours. And please, please take some of these fries before I eat them all. Tibby added her pleading to the others. Annie shifted her gaze back to Dirk and saw the smile tugging at the corners of his lips. Friends, he said, deadpan. Bad for business. For a second, Annie wondered if he was serious. Perhaps she should order something of her own. Then the man emitted a booming laugh. I'll get you an extra plate and some silver. Thank you. Any time, Blondie. Dirk shot her a wink before he sauntered off. Someone has an admirer, Olivia teased. Annie rolled her eyes, but said nothing as Dirk returned with the plate and silverware he'd promised. Thanks, she told him. I'm here for you. He might have said more, but a guy at another table called out, Dirk, over here. Duty calls. Still, Dirk glanced around the table. Anyone else need anything? Olivia took stock of her friends, then answered for the group. We're good for now. Solid. With one last glance at Annie, Dirk ambled off to the other table. Olivia is right, Tibby said to Annie once Dirk was out of earshot. He's got his eye on you. It's that massive blonde hair, Bree added. You don't often wear it down. Annie raised a hand to her hair. Bree was correct that she didn't often let it hang completely loose. For work, she normally put it in a bun or chignon. Other times, she pulled the sides up and back. I don't like it hanging in my face. Well, it looks fabulous. Bree shifted her gaze to Sawyer. Don't you think so? He hesitated for only a second. I think Annie's hair looks nice, no matter how it's styled. When Annie noticed Olivia opening her mouth as if to add to the discussion, Annie decided she needed to steer this conversation in a different direction.
She held out her plate to Bree for the piece of cod and spoke before Olivia had a chance.
Anyone know why so many people are here on a Monday night? Monday Madness menu, coupled with trivia night, Olivia said immediately.
Annie cocked her head.
Trivia night? It's all digital, Olivia explained. The game is the one techie thing in this entire place.
Bree chuckled. Tibby glanced at the time on her phone that sat beside her plate.
It should be starting in about 10 minutes. Is the focus general trivia?
Annie forked off a bite of fish and tried to imagine how the game would work. She enjoyed playing games and, like Bree, possessed a competitive streak.
Each week they focus on a certain subject,
Tibby told her, which didn't really answer her question.
There are even prizes.
What kinds of prizes? Annie asked, then took a bite of the beer-battered cod. She found the cod crisp on the outside, but juicy and flaky on the inside.
Discounted drinks and free tabs.
Bree slanted a glance at Sawyer. If you win, your crab feast and soda would be free.
Heck of a deal.
Sawyer brought the glass of soda to his lips.
What's this week's topic?
Annie snagged a crab from Sawyer's feast. She smiled when he gave her the thumbs up.
I guarantee,
he promised,
you'll be quickly coming back for more.
I'm sure I will. Crabs with Old Bay seasoning are a particular favorite of mine.
Mine as well. The topic this week is...
Tibby took the laminated card that had been held up by salt and pepper shakers on one side and hot sauce and ketchup on the other.
Drum roll, please.
Everyone at the table obliged.
Unusual foods.
Tibby waved the card, then placed it back on the table with a flourish. The smile that had been blossoming on Sawyer's lips faded.
Unusual foods? That's what it says.
Tibby picked up the card again and turned it so he could see it.
Are you not a foodie?
Sawyer scooped crab meat from the shell.
Well, I am adventurous when it comes to food. I would say I'm knowledgeable enough.
Knowledgeable enough, eh? Annie hid a smile and forked off another bite of fish. It was time to fuel up. Once the game began, she wanted to be ready to win.
That was nice of Dirk to comp my tab,
Sawyer told Annie after he slid into the passenger seat of her Volvo XC90. Probably because by the time all was said and done, I'd eaten as many of the crabs as you, plus Bree's cod and Tibby's fries. Annie smiled. It had felt incredibly good to simply sit back and enjoy an evening with friends. Once the trivia game had ended with her being crowned the Crab King, or rather Queen, of the evening, complete with a paper crown that Dirk had placed on her head, she'd been given a free drink coupon, and Sawyer's tab had been picked up. Apparently, like Sawyer, Dirk had noticed how much she'd enjoyed Sawyer's crab feast.
And you did come in second, she reminded him. Thanks for bringing that up.
He chuckled and shook his head.
I was so certain I nailed that last question.
Annie had been surprised at how well Sawyer had accepted the loss, especially since he had proven to be such a fierce competitor. Everyone had scattered after they left the shack, leaving her with Sawyer. That's when she'd learned he'd walked to the ballpark and had grabbed a ride with Bree to the crab shack. Annie wasn't sure why Bree hadn't offered to take him home, especially knowing he didn't have a vehicle. Then again, Annie and Sawyer had been having a spirited conversation about the one question they had both missed. Who knew fried spiders were a popular street food in Cambodia? Though they hadn't gotten that one, Annie had been crowned the winner when she'd guessed right that tuna eyeballs were a delicacy in Japan.
You'll need to tell me where you live.
Instead of pulling out of the parking lot, Annie waited, not sure which direction to turn.
Take a right,
he told her, then relayed the address. The fact that she hadn't known him back in high school and couldn't recall ever hearing his name suddenly made sense. The public high school he'd attended was across town from hers.
"You must have gone to Chisel," she told him. "That's probably why we didn't know each other back then."
"Go Wildcats," he said, then grinned.
"What school did you attend?"
"Kirkcaldy." She smiled.
"Go Rockets." "In high school, I was big into sports. I knew quite a few guys who played for Kirkcaldy."
He straightened in his seat and pointed.
"Wait, I didn't make the connection. Are you Eric's sister?"
"I am." Recalling the scene in Eric's kitchen had Annie's heart twisting.
"Do you know my brother well?" "Yes, very well. We both played lacrosse."
"Eric loved it." Annie thought of her dad and how proud he'd been that Eric had picked a sport that he'd also loved and excelled in.
"He was good at it, too."
What a crazy world.
"What's even crazier is that Eric and I were both biology majors at Tufts."
"You're a jumbo?" Annie asked, referring to the name given to followers of Tufts' elephant mascot.
"You bet." Sawyer smiled. "I went to veterinary school there after getting my BS. Eric got married and went to MIT. Though, you'd know that."
"Were you at his wedding?" Annie asked.
"I couldn't make it."
Regret sounded in Sawyer's voice.
"It ended up conflicting with my father's knee surgery. How are Eric and—"
His brows pulled together in thought.
"Melissa doing?"
"Marissa," Annie corrected. "They're happy. They have 3 girls. Eric went on to get his PhD from Stanford and is now chief science officer at a firm in Princeton. The company works to find cures for rare diseases."
"Even back in undergrad, he had a passion for research."
The admiration in Sawyer's voice was something that Annie just couldn't handle right now. The scene in her brother's kitchen was making her reassess everything she knew, or rather what she had believed to be true. She needed to let it all sink in. That was only one of the reasons Annie was glad she would have some time before her brother appeared next month, family in tow, for her mother's party.
"Tell me how George is doing."
If the abrupt change in topic surprised Sawyer, he didn't show it.
"I'm bringing him home tomorrow."
"You are? Is he well enough?" The ridiculousness of the question struck her the instant it left her lips. Sawyer was a veterinarian. He would know if the dog was medically stable or not.
"He's doing well, but it's going to take time for him to regain the weight he lost, and it will take time for him to regain his trust in humans."
Sawyer's lips tightened, then relaxed.
"Poor little guy was dealt a rough hand. With time and lots of love, he'll be fine."
Annie recalled how George's little body had curved against hers. "I think George has a great capacity for love."
"I believe you're right."
Since they were now sitting at a traffic light, something in Sawyer's voice had Annie shifting her gaze. That, she concluded seconds later, had been a mistake. The admiration in Sawyer's brown depths had warmth rushing through her body. She found it impossible to look away. The connection between them was like a steel web binding them together, which didn't make sense at all. She had a boyfriend. She nearly reminded Sawyer of that, but knew that would sound ridiculous. A look, no matter how intense, was not a declaration of anything. Instead, Annie cleared her throat and changed the subject again. "Do you happen to know if the softball team is still going to be short players for the next game?" Chapter 13. Just like clockwork, Brent appeared at her cubicle at 11:30 Tuesday morning, eco-friendly lunch sack in hand.
"It's that time again,"
he announced. His appearance had her pulling her gaze away from the rows of numbers on the screen.
"What time is that?"
Brent lifted the sack and flashed a smile.
"Lunchtime with your favorite guy, of course."
That brought a smile to Annie's lips. "Let me get my purse." Memories of yesterday's lunch still lingered, but Annie had decided that today was a new day and Brent deserved a clean slate. Fetching her purse from her bottom desk drawer, she stood. "Ready to go." Brent frowned. "What about your lunch?" "I didn't pack it today." Without waiting for a response, Annie headed toward the stairs that would take them to the main floor and then out of the building. He quickly caught up to her. "You've been doing that a lot lately." "Doing what?" Annie asked, offering a smile to one of her coworkers who was coming up the stairs while she and Brent were going down. "Forgetting your lunch, for starters." Puzzlement blanketed his face as they stepped out into the glorious sunshine of early June. "And what's up with your hair?" While Annie considered all the food truck offerings, she was not very hungry after eating so much and so late last night. She addressed Brent's question about her lunch. "I believe I'm correct in that this is only the second time in the last 30 days that I haven't brought lunch from home." Brent didn't respond to that truth until she had gotten a small salad from the sensational salads truck, and they had taken a seat at one of the nearby tables. "You're right," he conceded. "This may be only the second time, but it isn't like you. You like bringing your lunch. We agreed that bringing a lunch is not only an easy way to eat healthy, but it saves money. As for the hair, you like having it out of your face." Though not enough to annoy, the slight breeze ruffled the strands that Annie had let hang loose today. "I do, but I like this too, and so I did something different. I've fallen into a rut, Brent. I mean, I like routine as much as the next person, likely more, but I think my life has become too rigid and much too predictable." Brent stared at her, not bothering to bring his turkey sandwich on whole wheat to his mouth. "Who are you, and what have you done with my Annie?" Though she was not entirely convinced he was joking, she chuckled and raised a hand. "I'm right here." Reaching out, Brent surprised her by capturing her hand. "Just don't go changing too much. I'm quite fond of you the way you are." Out of the corner of her eye, Annie caught sight of several people staring. She wasn't into public displays of affection, no matter how innocuous, especially not when she and Brent sat in front of the business where they both worked. She gently slid her hand from Brent's, then made a great show of unfolding her napkin. "I joined a softball team." "Now I know you're joking." Brent took a bite of his sandwich and chewed as he shook his head and chuckled. "You and sports?" After dipping her fork into the little plastic container of dressing, Annie stabbed a piece of romaine and lifted an eyebrow. "What about me and sports?" "It's not your thing. No shame in that. Oh, you may watch an O's game every now and then, but you have never been interested in coming over to Alan's house when there's a Ravens game on TV." His look dared her to disagree. She couldn't. While she had retained a love for baseball and softball, football had never been her thing. "You're right, I don't enjoy watching football, but I used to play softball when I was younger. Remembering that, Olivia asked me to be on her team." "Are you seriously telling me you agreed?" Annie chewed and found the salad delicious, though not nearly as tasty as last night's crab. She set her fork down and took a sip from the water bottle she had slipped from her purse. "That's exactly what I'm saying." "How are you going to fit it into your schedule?" "The games are Monday evenings, so instead of grocery shopping that night, I'll go to the market after I leave my mom's house on Sunday." Annie picked up her fork again. She had to pass Ideal on her way home from her mother's house, so the change would work quite nicely. "When do you practice?" Annie frowned. "Olivia didn't say anything about practicing." "Most teams have 1 or 2 practices a week," Brent asserted. "That might be true for more elite teams, but this league isn't anything like that." Annie shook her head. "No, I think if there were practice times, Olivia would have definitely mentioned them to me." Brent had gone uncharacteristically silent.
It's just... Brent paused and set down his sandwich, then used a napkin to carefully wipe some excess mayo from the corners of his mouth. Well, you and we have a good thing going. Our schedule suits both of us. I would hate to see softball cutting short our time together. Fridays and Saturdays are still yours. In fact, Thursday this week can be yours, too. Annie offered him a cheeky smile. Should you choose to accept my offer? Brent's gaze turned watchful. What's on Thursday? Cover to Cover is hosting an author event. Daniel Grace will be doing a reading from his new book and signing copies for those who stay after. Annie had known Daniel and his family for years. Though they hadn't kept in close touch in recent years, she'd cheered when his debut novel had hit #1 on the New York Times bestsellers list and was optioned for a movie. At the time he wrote that book, Daniel had been living in NYC and working as an attorney. Not long after the book had hit big, he'd given up the law, returned to GraceTown, and now lived in what had been his grandfather Fred's house with his fiancée, Jenna. Getting better acquainted with Jenna had been on Annie's to-do list since the nurse had first arrived in GraceTown last year, her aunt and sister in tow. Like most of the extras on Annie's to-do list, that hadn't happened. Not yet, anyway. A book reading and signing, you say? Brent chewed thoughtfully. That's right. The tenseness in Annie's shoulders relaxed as she realized that the book signing had shifted Brent's focus. What kind of books does he write? Legal thrillers, very much character-driven. Annie had read Daniel's debut novel, the one now being made into a movie, and was looking forward to reading his latest release. Brent made a face. I'm not a big fan of genre fiction. I think you'd like his, if you give it a chance. When Annie had brought up the signing, though she'd known it was unrealistic since this was already Tuesday, she'd actually hoped Brent might want to read Daniel's novel beforehand so they could discuss it. Not interested. In which? I'm not interested in the book or in going to the signing. Brent waved the hand holding his sandwich. You go and have fun. Okay. Annie shrugged and stabbed a piece of romaine. Having fun was just what she intended to do. Thursday night, Annie arrived home late, thanks to a meeting that had seemed destined to never end. She hurriedly stripped out of her work clothes, replacing her pencil skirt and silk blouse with a blue printed shift tassel dress. High heels went into the closet, and out came wedged, strappy sandals. Many of those attending would likely be dressed even more casually, but Annie felt this dress hit the mark between dressy and I just finished weeding my garden. Though tempted to pull her hair back, old habits died hard, she let the long strands hang loose. In her brightly colored oversized purse was a copy of Daniel's first book, Trial by Fire. She hoped to get that one autographed, along with his current release, Justice in Jeopardy, that she planned to purchase at the signing. Her anxiety kicked into overdrive when she couldn't find a parking spot near Cover to Cover, or even anywhere close. Finally, blessedly, a Ford minivan pulled out several blocks away, and she was right there to claim the spot. Her heart beat an erratic rhythm as she speed-walked the 3 blocks to the bookstore. Annie expected people would be milling outside the bookstore's entrance, enjoying the lovely evening until the time of the signing was closer. As Cover to Cover came into view, she saw the area was empty. Glancing at her watch, Annie gave a little yelp. She prided herself on her time management skills, but the clock was not her friend this evening. Too late, she realized she should have come here straight from the office, rather than taking time to go home to change clothes. She pushed open the bookstore's heavy wooden door, setting a string of bells jingling. Inside the store, rows of chairs had been set up on both sides of a center aisle. At first glance, it appeared every seat was taken. Hoping for just one empty chair, Annie made her way down the aisle, scanning right and left.
For a second, her gaze settled on Daniel on the dais at the front, waiting for the event to start. They exchanged a smile. He looked happy. Annie knew much of the joy in his life had to do with his fiancée, Jenna, who stood off to one side, speaking with Louis, the bookstore manager. After reaching the front and coming up empty, Annie had started back down the aisle when she heard her name. Whirling, her gaze connected with Sawyer, who half stood, pointing to a spot beside him.
"There's one here,"
he called out. The chairs were so close together, and the man beside Sawyer was so large, that she'd missed seeing the seat between them. Annie excused herself as she scooted past the people already seated, then dropped down. It was a tight fit, her thighs pressed against the guy on one side of her and Sawyer on the other. Annie turned to the man and offered an apologetic smile.
"I'm sorry for crowding you."
The full-bearded young man flashed a gap-toothed grin.
"No worries. I'll always make room for a pretty woman."
"Well, thank you." Annie shifted her attention to Sawyer, and the warmth of his smile had her relaxing for the first time since she'd arrived and realized just how late she was.
"This is a nice surprise. I didn't realize you were a Daniel Grace fan."
Sawyer opened his mouth, but before he could respond, Louis stepped forward and motioned for quiet. The store manager's lips curved in a broad smile. He was obviously pleased by the large turnout.
"I appreciate you all coming out this evening to support Daniel. I'm sorry we didn't have enough chairs for everyone."
Annie turned and saw it was standing room only at the back of the room.
"We expected a good turnout," Louis continued, "but your support for our local author, well, it exceeded all of our expectations."
Louis cast a glance at Daniel.
"I was going to introduce the man of the hour, but then we decided that he can speak for himself. Please welcome New York Times best-selling author, Daniel Grace."
The room erupted into enthusiastic applause as Daniel stepped forward. Looking relaxed and comfortable in dark dress pants, a thin striped cotton shirt, and leather loafers, Daniel smiled warmly at his fans.
"As some of you may know, my family were early settlers in this town. My parents moved away when I was in grade school, but my grandparents remained in GraceTown. My lovely fiancée, Jenna," Daniel gestured to her, "and I intend to make our home here. In fact, it was in the home that has been in our family for over 100 years where I wrote Justice in Jeopardy. The excerpt that I will be reading this evening is from that book."
Daniel held up the book and received a chorus of oohs and ahs over the captivating cover in eye-catching shades of blue and black.
"Louis has plenty of these available for purchase, and I'll be happy to sign yours after the reading. If you happened to bring your copy of Trial by Fire, I'll sign that as well." "We have copies of both books available for purchase this evening."
Louis smiled to the crowd, then gestured to the chair his assistant manager had moved to the front of the raised platform.
"Daniel, if you're ready, you can get started."
Daniel had to have been an effective orator as a lawyer in front of a jury, Annie thought, as he began to read. His deep voice was as smooth and comforting as hot butter over warm toast. And the words he spoke? Well, Annie found herself sucked into the story.
"The unearthed evidence changed everything."
Daniel closed the book and rose. As applause filled the store, the assistant, aided by Louis, brought a small table to the dais. Within a matter of minutes, stacks of both of Daniel's books were arranged on the desk, while boxes filled with more sat at his feet. As the line began to form, the man who'd sat to the left of Annie rose, pausing to look back at them.
"Aren't you guys getting a book signed?"
"Waiting for the line to go down," Sawyer told him. When the young man stepped away to join the line, Annie turned her attention back to Sawyer.
"I loved Daniel's first book. I can't wait to read this one."
"I haven't read any of his novels," Sawyer admitted.
but the excerpt he read certainly drew me in. If you aren't familiar with his books, why come to the signing? Annie wondered what she was missing here. Legal thrillers are among the genres I enjoy reading. He smiled. I go to events like this in hopes of discovering a new favorite author. Does that usually work for you? It's hit or miss. Sawyer shrugged. But I enjoy talking books, and signings are filled with readers. Annie glanced at the line that, while moving, was still too long to consider joining. I have another question. Settling against the back of the chair, Sawyer lifted both hands. Ask away. You say you enjoy discussing books. That's right. How do you talk books with someone when the two of you haven't read the same novel? There are certain general discussion questions that can get to the heart of any book. Okay. Annie must not have sounded very convincing, because Sawyer's smile widened. What genre was the last book that you read? Mystery. It was called The Silent Clue. Sounds intriguing, but it isn't one that I've read. Yet. For several seconds, Sawyer studied her face so intently that Annie felt quite breathless. Without revealing too much, what can you tell me about the main characters' relationships? Were there any surprises in the character development? I'm starting to see how this could go. Excitement coursed up Annie's spine. I give you my thoughts, and then I tell you that character development is one of those things that can keep me in a book or lose me. I bring up some other novels that I feel have excellent character development, and other books where I found it lacking. We then talk about well-crafted surprises that can make a book that much more special. The characters in the books Annie had read in the last few years ran through her head. Even though the questions Sawyer posed were simply for illustrative purposes, she found herself eager to discuss character development with him. With great effort, she reined in the impulse. I can see how such questions could lead to lengthy discussions. If the smile blossoming on his lips was any indication, her response pleased him. Another one of my favorite discussion questions is about the sense of place and atmosphere. How did the author create that sense? And did the setting play a significant role in the mystery? It did in the one I just finished. Annie found herself on the verge of drowning Sawyer in details before she reminded herself once again that these were example questions only. She gave an embarrassed laugh. Don't get me started. I could talk books all night with you. Sounds like a very pleasant evening. Sawyer smiled. If you're ever in the mood for such a discussion, give me a call. I'll even bring a bottle of wine. His eyes met hers, and there it was again, that connection. Reminding herself that she had a boyfriend, she looked away. Hey, you two, if you want to purchase a book or have it signed, I suggest you get in line now. Lewis's smile took any edge from the comment. Sawyer pushed to his feet, then held out a hand for Annie. For a second, she thought about refusing. She had been standing on her own feet her entire life, but the gesture was a kind one. Only when Annie placed her fingers in his warm palm and his hand closed over hers did she realize her mistake. Had she ever touched Sawyer before, skin to skin? They had passed dogs and cats between them, their fingers brushing as they handed them off. She had sat beside him and shared a plate of crabs. She had given him a ride home. It struck her now that she had never touched him or been touched by him, not in a manner that, despite the surroundings, felt oddly intimate. Was it only her imagination, or did his fingers linger just a few seconds longer than necessary once she was on her feet? It certainly felt that way. He released her hand only seconds before she slipped hers from his. It didn't escape her notice that she hadn't been the one to pull back. And why was that? Not wanting to examine the situation too closely, Annie slid past him and got in line. Chapter 14.
Sawyer took his place in line behind Annie and inhaled the clean, fresh scent of her. Though he couldn't identify the scent, the fragrance she wore wasn't heavy or cloying. Instead, it reminded him of the scent of fresh sheets hanging in the sun to dry. He liked the way Annie's blonde hair fell in soft waves around her shoulders. Although Sawyer thought she looked good with her hair pulled back, the styles made her look like an ice queen, aloof and unapproachable. Annie Laggett was no ice queen. She was smart and warm and very approachable. Sawyer thought back to the trivia game at the bar and how fiercely she had approached the competition. But when she'd missed a question, she had laughed instead of getting angry. And the fact that she had been concerned enough to make sure he had a ride home, well, that hadn't escaped his notice. Her kindness to the dogs and cats at the shelter also touched his heart. That kind of caring couldn't be faked. He had the feeling that Annie didn't have enough fun in her life. Though he wouldn't be in GraceTown long, he decided he would do what he could to make sure that changed. The thought barely had time to register when Annie's hand was on his arm and she was pulling him toward Daniel.
Arden.
Daniel rose and brushed a kiss across her cheek.
It's so good to see you.
Arden? Sawyer thought about asking, but Annie had already jumped into introductions.
Daniel, this is Sawyer Moorhead, a friend of mine.
Annie flashed Daniel a smile. Daniel held out his hand.
It's good to meet you, Sawyer. Any friend of Arden's is a friend of mine.
Sawyer turned to Annie. Now he did have to ask.
Arden?
She laughed.
Arden is my given name. It's a family name. Daniel knew me back when that's what everyone called me. I made the switch to Annie not long after Daniel and his family left GraceTown.
I'm sorry. Daniel lifted both hands, palms out.
I know you go by Annie now, but old habits die hard. I promise to do better.
Jenna stepped forward.
It's good to see you again, Annie.
Same here. Annie cast a quick glance over her shoulder, obviously not wanting to hold up the line.
We're the last, Sawyer told her. Lewis has locked the door. He'll be wanting to get us out of here so he can close up for the night.
Daniel looked from Annie to him.
This is a big night for me. Jenna and I plan to celebrate at Mama Rosa's with a big plate of nachos. We'd love for the two of you to join us.
Annie hesitated for half a second, and Sawyer waited for her to beg off and say she needed to get home. He didn't quite understand why, but she appeared to have a schedule that she followed religiously. Then again, she had shown up unexpectedly at the Crab Shack, and now here she was at a book signing on a Thursday evening. Perhaps she wasn't as disciplined and tethered to a schedule as he'd thought.
I'd love to,
Annie told Daniel, then turned to Sawyer.
Sawyer and I just ran into each other here, so I'm not sure of his plans.
Sawyer knew she had a boyfriend, not that the guy seemed to be around all that much. As if sensing his hesitation, she offered an encouraging smile.
Mama Rosa's really does have the best nachos in GraceTown. I remember their nachos. The sports teams I played for would always go there after games. Good food, good company. Why would I say no?
Sawyer handed Daniel the book he'd brought with him.
But first, I'd really appreciate it if you could sign it, and I'd like to buy the new one and have you sign it as well.
Same with me. Annie pulled the book from her bag.
If it's not too much trouble.
Daniel grinned.
It'll be my pleasure. I spent 3 months in Philadelphia, Sawyer told Jenna, at an emergency vet clinic on Washington Avenue.
I know exactly where that is. Excitement filled Jenna's voice. I used to pass by there every day on my drive to work. My Aunt Rosemary and I didn't have a pet, so I know nothing about those places. How does such a clinic operate? Are they set up like those urgent cares that are only open after doctors' offices close?
The way they are structured and the hours vary from city to city, even from clinic to clinic within the same city.
Sawyer took a few minutes to explain the differences between vet clinics that do regular veterinary care and those where the focus was on emergency care only. Annie listened with half an ear as she relaxed against the back of the red vinyl booth and dipped her chip in the mound of guacamole on the plate in front of her. Mama Rosa's had been in business since she'd been a kid. Back then, Rosa and her husband, Tomas, had run the place. Now their daughter, Jacinta, was in charge. Other than that, from what Annie had been able to observe, nothing had changed. Same great food, same great service. Since it was a Thursday night and past the dinner hour, even for those who enjoyed eating late, they'd been able to get one of the outside tables that overlooked the river walk. Couples and families strolled the walkway where the lights not only brightened the area, but added to the festive ambiance. Farther down, at one of the saloons, a band played, and the music spilled out every time someone opened the doors. It wasn't Annie's taste in music, but somehow it added to the atmosphere. Keisha, a friend I worked with, had a cockapoo that was her baby. Jenna's comment pulled Annie's attention back to the conversation. Peaches got really sick one night, and her regular vet was closed, so she had to take Peaches to the emergency clinic. Jenna blew out a breath. She was so worried. "What was wrong with her?" Sawyer asked, his expression suddenly serious as his gaze remained riveted to Jenna's face. Annie had noticed before how Sawyer always gave the person he was speaking with his entire attention. No looking around to check out if there was someone more prominent or more interesting that he could be speaking with. Peaches got into a chocolate cake that Keisha had cooling on the table. Let me just say, the dog had all sorts of GI issues after eating a huge chunk. She did the right thing taking Peaches in. Sawyer's expression remained serious. Keisha said everyone there was so nice to both her and Peaches. You appreciate that kindness when someone you love is suffering. Annie hadn't planned to speak, but Jenna's story had brought thoughts of her father in those last few weeks front and center. Understanding flickered in Daniel's green depths. Your father. Those two words had tears flooding Annie's eyes, but she hurriedly blinked them back. We took care of him, but at the end, we brought in hospice. Having them there, seeing their kindness and compassion for him, left a lasting impression. I remember hearing that your father had passed, Sawyer said, but I don't know if I ever knew what was wrong with him. He had ALS. 3 simple letters that said so much. Sawyer winced. That's a bad one. As if sensing she was near tears, Daniel tossed out, I don't know if you're aware, but Jenna is an RN. She used to be a hospice nurse. You were? Annie embraced the change in focus. Jenna nodded. I volunteer now, doing respite care. After the wedding, I'm going to start working part-time for Caring Hands Hospice as an RN. That's the hospice we used. Delight filled Annie's voice. I'm sure you'll be a great addition to their team. I can attest that Jenna is an amazing nurse. Daniel took his fiancé's hand and brought it to his lips for a kiss. She, her aunt, and sister had come to GraceTown before me. When I finally arrived, I was so sick. Honestly, I can't recall ever being that ill. Jenna nursed me back to health. If you love someone, you want to take care of them, to be there for them. Annie picked up her soda. Taking care of my dad was a privilege, not a burden. He was lucky to have you. Was it Sawyer who'd said that, or Daniel? Did it matter? I was lucky to have him. Annie didn't speak much about her father. She always thought it would be too painful. But tonight, in this company, with these 3 friends, it felt right. I'd like to propose a toast. Jenna lifted her glass of tea. Not sure what to expect, Annie raised her glass. Jenna glanced around the table. To love. It brings us together. It fills our lives with meaning, and reminds us that every day is a gift to be shared with those we hold dear. Glasses clinked together. A lovely sentiment. Annie set down her soda, then smiled at Jenna. I've been meaning to ask what Violet is doing now. Did she end up finding a college she liked? Violet was Jenna's younger sister. When they'd arrived in GraceTown, Violet had just graduated from high school that spring. In the short time Violet had been in GraceTown, she'd made many friends. Not surprising, as there was a brightness about the girl that drew people to her. Instead of jumping into college, Violet is taking a gap year. She is traveling the world. A wistful look crossed Jenna's face. Daniel and I miss her terribly. But she'll be back for the wedding, won't she? Annie asked. Daniel and Jenna's wedding was next month and would be held here in GraceTown. Annie had RSVP'd as soon as she'd gotten her invitation. Talk was, this was going to be the wedding of the year. Daniel and Jenna exchanged a look. We don't know. Daniel's tone was matter-of-fact. If there's any way she can be here, she will be, but she has other commitments. Annie opened her mouth, but Jenna jumped in before she could speak. It's painful thinking she might miss our wedding, even though we know it can't be helped. It didn't take a genius to know that was a cue to drop the subject. Annie went with the first thing that popped into her head. I hear your aunt got engaged. The brightness returned to Jenna's face. Rosemary and Barry are so incredibly sweet together. They are perfectly matched and so in love. Daniel tapped her lightly with his elbow. We're perfectly matched and so in love. Jenna, who had struck her as being more reserved, surprised Annie by lifting a hand that sported a glittery diamond, cupping Daniel's cheek, then kissing him gently on the lips. Couldn't have said it better myself. Daniel's arm slid around his fiancé's shoulders, and when Jenna rested her head against his shoulder, Annie's heart gave a little ping. There can be more than one perfectly matched couple. Jenna shifted her gaze to Annie and Sawyer. Don't you agree? I do. Annie thought of her parents. My parents were perfectly matched. What about yours, Sawyer? Jenna asked. Mine as well. He smiled. They're off on a trip right now, celebrating their 35th anniversary. I'm here filling in for my dad at Animal House. So your position at Animal House is only temporary? Confusion had Jenna's brows pulling together. Sawyer nodded. I agreed to 6 weeks initially. My father texted me yesterday and asked if I'd consider staying on another 6 weeks after he gets back. He's looking to bring in another vet, but hasn't been able to find one who feels like the right fit. Are you going to do it? Will you be staying a little longer? Annie found herself holding her breath. Depends. On? She prompted, not sure if she should have asked the question, certainly not sure if she wanted to hear his answer. His slow smile did crazy things to her insides. Mr. Grace. The woman's voice had Sawyer leaving Annie's question unanswered as all four of them turned to the young woman. That's right. Daniel pushed to his feet. What can I do for you? I'm Dion James with the GraceTown Gazette. Dion's smile flashed, showing a mouthful of perfect white teeth. I handle local news as well as the society column. We spoke on the phone a couple of weeks ago about the release of your latest novel. Ms. James, of course. Warmth filled Daniel's voice. Thank you for the lovely article. It was my pleasure. I'll also be covering your upcoming wedding for the paper. Dion turned to Jenna. You'll make a beautiful bride. We're very excited. Jenna looked up at Daniel. It can't come too soon for me. Well, congratulations. Thank you. Dion turned, and her gaze narrowed on Annie before she smiled in recognition. Annie Leggett, how are things at SensorTech? Couldn't be better. The company could be ready to close its doors, and Annie's answer would remain the same. Thankfully, that wasn't the case, as SensorTech was doing well. Feminine interest sparked in Dion's eyes when they landed on Sawyer. I don't believe we've met.
That's because we haven't. Sawyer rose and extended his hand. Sawyer Moorhead.
Any relation to Dr. Moorhead at Animal House? Dion gave a little laugh. That's the clinic where I take my Samantha. She's a corgi.
Animal House is my father's clinic. I'm filling in for him while he and my mother are on vacation.
Oh, so you're also a vet?
Sawyer smiled. I am.
Well, it's a pleasure to meet you.
Dion glanced around the group.
Would you mind if I grabbed a quick shot of the four of you? I'm sure Mama Rosa's would appreciate the publicity.
Annie was ready to decline, except Daniel and Sawyer sat, and everyone else agreed before she could refuse. Would people assume this was a double date? She probably would, if she saw the picture. And while her friends knew that she and Sawyer weren't involved, what if Brent saw the picture and became upset? She could admit that if she saw a photo of him cozied up with a woman she'd never met before, she might have some questions. But if she protested now, couldn't that make things awkward? Maybe even make it seem like she thought this was a date? Before Annie could answer any of her own questions, Dion was snapping away. Dion motioned with one hand.
If you could all lean in closer.
When Annie did, Sawyer's cheek was practically touching hers. Okay, so maybe touching was a bit of an exaggeration, but she could feel the heat from his body. The thought had Annie's lips curving as the journalist snapped several shots with her phone, including several of just Daniel and Jenna, and then one of just Annie and Sawyer. Dion scrolled through the pictures, then gave an approving nod and looked up.
Thank you. Daniel, I'll send you copies in case you or your publicist would like them.
I'd appreciate that, Daniel told her.
Thanks again.
Dion flashed a smile.
Enjoy those nachos. They look amazing.
Sorry about that, Daniel said after Dion strolled off. My publicist is all for keeping the local press happy. And Dion is right. Mama Rosa's would probably appreciate the free press. Though I hope this didn't put either of you on the spot. If having my picture taken with 3 new friends is a chore, I need to rethink my attitude. Sawyer reached for a nacho. Daniel lifted his beer to his lips. Before we leave, if you two give me your phone number, I'll send you the pics once I get them from Dion.
Thanks, Daniel. Annie would like to have the photos, if only to show Eric to see if he remembered Sawyer.
Appreciate it,
Sawyer said. Daniel's gaze shifted to the nachos.
These really are amazing. We may just have to get another plate of them. First thing the next morning, Annie pulled up the GraceTown Gazette on her phone. She flipped through each page and breathed a sigh of relief when she didn't see Dion's photo anywhere. Not surprising, really. What was so interesting anyway about 4 people having dinner together on a beautiful summer night? Annie had to admit she had enjoyed the meal and the company. Unfortunately, the fact that she'd eaten out twice in the last 5 days meant that when Brent stopped at her desk to find out where she wanted to eat that night, she made a suggestion. I'm in the mood to think out of the box this evening. You know, do something different. Brent nodded. I thought about what you said the other day, and I see your point. We have been in a rut. I haven't had Mexican in a while. How does that sound to you? He'd missed the point, actually, but then she hadn't been clear. I had Mexican last night after the book signing. How was it? The Mexican food or the book signing? Both. You didn't mention either at lunch. That's because he'd been so focused on telling her about his latest efforts to impress Scott. Annie had listened and felt guilty once again for not telling him that she'd been offered the job. The only thing that had held her back was her promise to Scott not to say anything. If she did end up turning down the promotion, whoever was next on the list shouldn't know they were second choice. Tell me about the book signing. Annie brought her focus back to the present. Knowing how Brent felt about genre fiction, she found it sweet that he cared enough to ask. Daniel read from his latest release? Annie shook her head. The story is so compelling, it just sucked me in. That's good. He picked up a paperweight from her desk, studied it for a moment, then set it down. She waited for him to say more or perhaps ask a few questions. When he didn't, she added, "Perhaps we can discuss it tonight." "I haven't read the book, remember?" "I realize that." Did he honestly think she didn't recall their earlier conversation? "But you do like to read for pleasure." It was a statement, not a question. "Not really for pleasure, more for education and self-improvement. Biographies of successful men, books like that." Then, almost grudgingly, he added, "Some literary fiction." "Understood, but despite having different reading tastes, there is no reason we can't still talk books. What draws us into what we are currently reading and what keeps us turning the page, things like that." "Sure." Brent offered a non-committal smile. "Unless we get to talking about something more interesting, like my upcoming promotion." Annie saw clearly there would be no discussion about books this evening. That was okay, but neither would there be any talk about Brent's counting his chickens before they were hatched. She had told herself that she would do her best to savor every moment that life brought her way. That began with shaking up a world that she had allowed to become too routine. Though the part of her that loved routine and hated change wanted to cling to it, Annie knew two things about this evening. 1, a standard dinner date was off the table. 2, she and Brent were going to seize the day and do something different this evening. Now she just had to decide what that would be and get him to go along with it. Chapter 15. "This hasn't been as bad as I thought." Brent took a bite of his kraut dog, then washed it down with a sip of the water cup he held in his other hand. "There's a ringing endorsement." Annie chuckled. "Perhaps the organizers could use that in next year's advertising." Annie had been racking her brain about what she and Brent could do this evening when a coworker had asked if she was going to the street dance. When Annie had mentioned to Brent that it seemed like everyone in town would be at the festivities on the Riverwalk tonight, he'd agreed to go. Though the band that had been hired out of D.C. wouldn't be taking the stage for another 45 minutes, the area was already packed. Dancing wasn't the only draw, as the street dance had been promoted as a family-friendly event. Members of the GraceTown Juggling Club were out teaching juggling techniques to young and old alike. Clowns from the local Clowns for Hire group strolled the Riverwalk, busily making balloon animals. The food trucks, never far from the action, were out in full force. The restaurants in the area were also doing a bustling business, and Annie doubted, even if she and Brent had been interested in eating at one of their favorites, they would have gotten a table tonight. Temperatures in the low 70s, warm for this late in the day, added to the large turnout. Finished with his hot dog, Brent tossed the wrapper into a nearby trash can, along with his empty water cup. "That was pretty good." "It looked yummy." Annie looped her arm around his. "Let's walk." "Good thought." He flashed a smile. "Wouldn't want to hang out by a trash can all evening?" "No, we wouldn't want that." Annie returned his smile. It seemed that injecting some variety into their date had been a good thing for them both. Brent appeared more relaxed, and they'd had a stimulating conversation over hot dogs about math education and what could be done to foster a love of math among the young. Until tonight, Annie hadn't realized that Brent was so passionate about a subject that was also a big interest of hers. "I keep thinking about your brilliant idea." "Which brilliant idea was that?" Brent shot her a teasing smile. "I have so many." Annie rolled her eyes, but grinned back. "The one about the school system collaborating with local businesses, organizations, and even Collister College to create math-related events, workshops, or field trips." When Brent had mentioned community partnerships, Annie's brain had started spitting out all sorts of ideas and ways of making that happen. The possibilities are endless. They are, and I still believe it's something that should be pursued.
Brent's expression turned as serious as she had seen so far this evening.
But fostering that love of math really begins at home. If you don't get parents engaged and supportive of math, it's likely their children will lose interest, no matter how many math events or field trips are offered.
Something in his tone had a memory surging, one from way back when they'd first begun dating last year.
You mentioned once that your parents didn't see the value in math.
The slight tightening at the corners of his mouth had Annie wishing she hadn't brought it up. Then she reminded herself that she and Brent couldn't grow closer if they didn't talk about anything substantial.
My mom was ambivalent. She didn't care one way or the other, as long as I got good grades and stayed out of trouble.
Brent's expression darkened.
My father thought I should focus more on science. He wanted me to be a doctor.
His laugh held no humor.
I get lightheaded at the sight of blood.
Annie didn't say anything, only tightened her fingers around his arm, hoping he felt her support.
He wasn't impressed when I got my MBA or when I passed the CPA exam.
Brent shook his head.
He said that for all the effort I was putting forth, I could be a doctor.
I'm sorry. In that moment, Annie's heart ached for him. When she had passed her CPA exam, her mother had thrown a party for her.
Father's a necessary evil, right?
Brent gave a humorless laugh.
What do you mean? Oh, fathers are impossible to please. I don't have any friends who actually got along with their dad.
I got along with mine.
Yeah, but he wasn't around when you were a teen, right? If he had been, he would have...
Annie froze in her tracks and dropped Brent's arm.
He would have what?
All at once, Brent seemed to realize what he'd been saying.
Oh, Annie, I'm sorry.
He reached his hand toward her, but she stepped away. My dad was a wonderful man who would have supported me in whatever I decided to do with my life. That wouldn't have changed if he had... Annie's voice caught. If he had lived. You don't know anything about him.
I was totally out of line, Annie. You're right. I don't know anything about him. You don't talk much about him, and that's okay, of course.
Brent held his hands up in front of him, as if afraid he'd said the wrong thing again. But his words dissipated some of Annie's anger. She didn't talk about her dad much, so she supposed Brent could be forgiven for making assumptions. Annie took Brent's arm again, and they continued walking. It's okay, and I'm sorry for getting so upset. It's hard for me to talk about my dad.
Brent nodded. I understand. My dad is a trigger for me, too. I think that's why getting this promotion is so important. Last time I spoke with him, he asked if I was still stuck in the same nowhere job.
Brent, you have a great job. Your position is important, and your contributions to the company matter.
Well, I think it's easier to believe that when you already know you'll be running the company one day.
Annie didn't feel like jumping into another fight, so she chose to ignore the comment. What is it you want to do with your life, Brent?
Do with my life? What are you asking, Annie? If you're talking career paths, even if I wanted to, it's too late for me to up and change direction now.
Why is it too late? Annie kept her voice light. We're 30, not 90. If there's something that you're passionate about, you owe it to yourself to explore it.
No, I owe it to myself to succeed in the field in which I've already invested so much time, energy, and money. I have a plan for my life, and frivolous detours are not part of it.
As they continued to make their way down the river walk to where the band was setting up, the number of people surrounding them increased exponentially. When a woman bumped into Brent and nearly spilled her drink on him, Annie knew they needed to get out of the crowd. This wasn't the kind of discussion to have surrounded by strangers. Spotting a couple rising from one of the many benches on the other side of the river walk, Annie tightened her hold on Brent's arm. With him in tow, she crossed the bridge and strode briskly in the direction of the bench.
"Hey, where are you taking me? Someplace private where you can have your way with me?"
he joked.
"If so, I'm all—"
"Now," she tugged him down beside her, heaving a satisfied breath, "we can talk." He shot her a wary glance.
About what?"
"About what you want, really want, out of life."
"I want the promotion."
"Why?" Confusion blanketed his face.
"More money? More autonomy? The ability to impact change? Why does anybody want to move up in a company?"
When Annie had stopped by Brent's desk earlier today to solidify plans for the evening, he'd been totally focused on the spreadsheets in front of him. She'd watched him work for several seconds. While dealing with numbers always got her jazzed, it didn't appear to bring him the same joy. Though he seemed convinced that a promotion would make him happy, she had her doubts. "Do you like your work at SensorTech? The type of work you do?"
"Accounting is accounting."
"You and I both know that isn't true." Annie's gaze searched his face. Noticing the stubborn tilt to his chin, she hoped she wasn't talking to the wind. "There are lots of opportunities out there for CPAs, especially for ones with your education and experience." She placed her hand flat against his arm, softened her tone, and met his gaze. "It's important to me that you're happy, Brent." Happiness matters, Annie thought. Images from the second vision, the one that had made her reevaluate the here and now, flashed before her. The resentment she had held on to all these years had hurt only her. Even more than that, she realized she hadn't been blameless. Seeing her friends having fun had brought home all she had been missing because of her attempts to control her environment. For what? So that she wouldn't get hurt? To rid her life of all uncertainty? The image of the Condoleezza Rice quote that her mother had framed on her office wall flashed before her. Life is full of surprises and serendipity. Being open to unexpected turns in the road is an important part of success. If you try to plan every step, you may miss those wonderful twists and turns. Her mother had had the print put up about a year after her husband died. It not only applied to her mother's life, but to Annie's as well.
"You say it's important to you that I'm happy."
Annie pulled her thoughts back to the present to find Brent's gaze narrowed on her.
"Why does my happiness matter to you?"
he asked. Would he take offense if she simply said it was because she considered him a friend? Before she could respond, Brent surged to his feet and flung out his hands.
"I don't understand why, all of a sudden, you're talking about my happiness and what I want for my future. If this is your way of hinting that you're ready to take the next step, I'm happy to have that conversation, but I don't appreciate feeling ambushed."
Annie blinked, startled by both his interpretation of her intent and his vehemence. "I'm not trying to ambush you, nor am I hinting at anything." Annie stood, her tone calm and matter-of-fact. "I'm not talking about our future, Brent. I'm talking about your future."
"So what, then? You don't think we have a future?"
"What? No!" Annie blinked, then frowned. "That's not what I said."
"To be honest, Annie, I don't know what you're saying these days. You say you want me to be happy, but you don't want to talk about the promotion, which you know is the thing that will make me happy."
Brent pressed his lips together, his hazel eyes flashing amber fire.
"You say you feel like you're in a rut, but all your new activities take you away from me. Getting a pet, joining a softball team."
"Brent, those things aren't taking me away from you."
"What about lunch? We used to bring our lunches together, but now you buy yours, which means I have to wait while you're in line before I can eat."
With an impatient gesture, Brent shoved up his glasses.
"Or all the stuff you want to do now, like book signings by authors I don't like, or even coming here. You know I don't like crowds. I thought you didn't either." Why is doing something different only an issue when it's my idea? When you showed up unannounced at the music in the garden, I didn't make an issue of it, even though you know I don't like surprises. When you wanted to go to the Thirsty Pug, I was fine with it. That was for work. If you really care about my happiness, you should be supporting me in this promotion. Annie didn't know whether to sigh with relief or groan aloud when she spotted her friends and Sawyer cross the Riverwalk, headed in their direction. She'd known they would be here and had hoped their paths would cross. "Hey, you guys!" Olivia flashed a bright smile as she drew close. Though the tension between Annie and Brent was so thick you could have cut it with a knife, Olivia pretended not to notice. "The band is really bringing it this evening." Tibby shifted her gaze to the other side of the Riverwalk. Even from where Annie stood, she could hear the group rocking a Rolling Stones classic. Sawyer said nothing, his gaze shifting from her to Brent, then back to her again. Bree flashed a smile and gestured with her head. "We're going to the street jam. Interested?" Before Annie could respond, Brent said, "We're not dancers, and we were just leaving." His terse tones stopped just short of rudeness. Annie shot a sharp glance at Brent, then smiled at her friends. "Actually, I am a dancer, and I'd love to join you in getting down." "Are you sure you don't want to come with, Brent? It'll be crazy fun." Bree's light tone was at odds with the sudden worry in her eyes. "Annie, we need to talk." Brent jerked his head in a direction away from her friends, then strode off. The easy smile Annie offered her friends was at odds with her galloping heart. "Don't go anywhere. Give me a sec." Annie joined Brent. "What's up with you?" "What's up with me?" Brent's voice rose, and a muscle jumped in his jaw. "What's up is that this is supposed to be date night, and you're ditching me for your friends." "You're the one choosing to leave," Annie pointed out, in as calm a tone as she could muster. "My friends unexpectedly joining us is no different than what you did at Music in the Garden." "There's a world of difference." "How is that?" "Forget it." Brent made a dismissive gesture. "I can't talk to you when you're like this." With that, he turned and stalked off. Annie took several calming breaths before she returned to her friends. "Brent has decided to head home." "Are you okay?" Olivia stepped close, placing a hand on Annie's arm. Annie nodded. "I'm fine." "He sounded upset." Worry furrowed Bree's brow. "We didn't mean to intrude." "You didn't." Annie tried for upbeat. "Brent was in a mood before you even showed up. Now, why are we standing here talking when we could be getting down at the street jam?" The resulting laughter eased the tension as they crossed the bridge and got into the groove. Annie let the music wrap around her and found the energy in the crowd infectious. Best of all, while they were dancing, she could forget tonight's turmoil. Out of the corner of her eye, she caught sight of Jenna and Daniel also enjoying the music. They smiled and waved. The band soon switched to a slow set. Annie was ready to head for the sidelines when Sawyer touched her arm. "Dance with me?" His smile, warm and friendly, had her nodding. They moved slowly to a sweet ballad for nearly a minute before Sawyer met her gaze. "Is everything okay with you and Brent?" Annie hesitated for only a second. Perhaps talking with Sawyer would help settle the jumbled thoughts rolling around in her brain. "I care about Brent a lot, and we've been together a while." Sawyer nodded. "I'm starting to wonder if we're right for each other." Annie expelled a long breath. "I used to think we were an exact match, but maybe that's the problem." "The problem?" "If people are too similar, how can they grow?" "For what it's worth, I don't think you are similar. I can't imagine you answering for another person, like he just did when Bree invited you to dance with us." He paused, then continued. "At the book signing, you let me answer for myself about the nachos." "My friends have never liked him."
Sawyer opened his mouth, but shut it again without speaking.
What?
Annie eyed him curiously.
Nothing. Why?
He strove, and failed, to look innocent. Annie's curiosity morphed into suspicion.
Don't nothing me. You looked like you wanted to say something. So, go ahead.
Sawyer shook his head.
I wasn't. I mean, I barely know.
Sawyer, out with it. I promise I won't be angry. Sawyer paused, then spoke carefully.
When I asked Olivia and the others about you and Brent, all they said was that they support anyone who makes you happy, which I thought was odd. I mean, if they genuinely liked Brent and thought you two were good together, why not just say that? Why hedge?
Annie's laugh sounded hollow even to her own ears.
Like I said, they never really warmed to him. I want you to know I really enjoy spending time with you.
Sawyer cleared his throat.
I hope we can do more of that while I'm here, in whatever way works for you.
Chapter 16. The next morning, Annie rose early. Before she left home, she texted Brent that she would be at Paws Haven this morning and the animal fair in the afternoon. She asked him to let her know if they were still on for tonight. By the time Annie reached the shelter, she still hadn't heard from him. Zara informed her that she would be the one assisting her with taking pictures today. Apparently, Sawyer was seeing patients at Animal House this morning so that he would be free to attend the adoption event in the square that afternoon. The event was Olivia's brainchild. In her position as director of Paws Haven, she had garnered support and partnered with several GraceTown vet clinics, including Animal House, to make this first-ever Adopt-a-Pet extravaganza a reality. In addition to adoptable pets being available to meet attendees, additional activities and entertainment had been planned to draw the public to this part of the town square on a beautiful Saturday afternoon in June. Several local organizations had brought in artists to do animal-themed face painting, with all proceeds going to pet welfare. On the drive to the square, Annie considered getting her face painted, but once there, she kept walking after seeing the long line. She slowed and perused vendor booths that offered everything from pet-related products to services like pet grooming and puppy training. Local vet clinics had set up educational booths with information on responsible pet ownership and the importance of spaying and neutering. The Animal House booth was impossible to miss, not with paw print streamers and balloons that sported pictures of dogs, cats, guinea pigs, and ferrets. A young woman with a mass of red hair was chatting with visitors, but Sawyer was nowhere to be seen. The animal rescues and shelters, like Paws Haven, had been given the shaded areas. There were tables, chairs, and signage for each organization, along with prime space for the animals. The dogs and cats from Paws Haven were impossible to miss in their bright orange vests emblazoned with the words, "Adopt Me." As soon as Annie reached the area, she spotted Cleopatra, cradled in Sawyer's arms. Her heart skipped a beat. Because of the cat, she told herself. Her reaction didn't have a thing to do with the man who held her. Though she had to admit Sawyer looked cute in khaki shorts and a blue polo.
"Hey, you two!"
Annie called out as she drew close. Sawyer turned, and a look of pleasure sparked in his eyes.
"Hey, yourself."
Stepping close, Annie stroked Cleo's soft white head. The cat closed her eyes and purred. Sawyer chuckled.
"Well, that's a change."
Continuing to stroke Cleo, Annie cocked her head.
"What do you mean?" "She hisses at anyone, and I do mean anyone, who even comes close to her today."
Annie frowned.
"No." "Yep."
Sawyer shook his head.
"She hasn't made many fans this afternoon."
"She wasn't hissing at you when I walked up," Annie pointed out.
"Until you arrived, I was the only one she wasn't hissing at."
He smiled.
I tried to tell her that with that catitude, no one is going to want to take her home, but she doesn't seem to be getting the message. Or she doesn't care."
Annie smiled.
"Catitude, eh? This girl's got it in spades."
"Let me." Annie was on the verge of asking Sawyer if she could hold Cleo when she spotted a small dog sitting in the shade in a wire carrier. His large brown eyes appeared to be taking it all in. The excited shrieks of children, the calm voices of parents crouched down before a tail-wagging dog, red balloons with black paw prints flying high, attached to strings held by chubby little hands. This particular animal didn't sport a vest, and each time someone approached the carrier, a volunteer directed the person to the area holding the adoptable pets.
"Is that George?" "It is." Sawyer's lips curved. "I took him to the clinic with me this morning. I briefly considered dropping him off at home before coming here, but it's cool here in the shade and good for him to be around people, especially if he can safely sit back and observe."
Annie continued to scrutinize the small Shih Tzu. George looked better than he had the last time she'd seen him. Granted, he was still too skinny, but at least she couldn't see his ribs anymore. Perhaps his hair had grown out just enough, or maybe he'd put on a little weight, or both.
"Would it be okay if I say hello before I get to work?" "Sure, but, first, I want to say I'm sorry if I was out of line last night. I really did want to be there for you to talk. I should have just listened and not said anything."
Sawyer took a breath and continued.
"I meant what I said about wanting to spend time with you. I just didn't mean to disrespect your relationship or make you feel—"
"Stop." Annie cut him off.
"You didn't disrespect anything. I'm at a bit of a crossroads in a lot of ways right now, but I also like spending time with you."
Sawyer rocked back on his sneakers.
"I'm glad. And I enjoy spending time with this little guy."
Annie crouched down by George's carrier. A volunteer hurried over. Ma'am, he doesn't—"
"It's okay."
Sawyer smiled at the girl, who sported a mouthful of braces.
"Annie is a friend. In fact, I'll be here for a while if you want to take a break."
"Thanks." The girl flashed him a smile. "I'll just grab something to drink and be right back."
"No rush. Like I said, I'll be here."
Annie gazed up at Sawyer.
"Is her entire job today to watch over George and keep the public away from him?" "Mandy is a high school student. Volunteering at Paws Haven satisfies her community service requirement. She's not comfortable around animals and not good at making small talk."
Sawyer repositioned Cleo in his arms as he explained.
"Olivia thought watching over George would be a way to ease her into being around animals and, well, people."
"If she isn't comfortable around animals, why volunteer at a shelter?"
"She likes animals. She's just never spent much time around them."
He chuckled.
"Her mother calls them dirty, filthy creatures. According to Mandy, that's an exact quote." "Sounds like something Brent would say,"
Annie muttered under her breath.
"Pardon me?"
"Nothing." Annie waved a dismissive hand.
"I was just wondering why Olivia gave her this assignment. I would think that having to tell people to keep away from George would be very difficult for someone who is so shy." "Mandy has no trouble with that at all." Sawyer smiled down at George. "She says hyping the animals and making small talk with those possibly interested in adopting is a whole other level of interaction."
Annie nodded, able to see the logic. Refocusing on George, Annie crouched down and held out her hand to the side of the cage. After several long seconds, he moved closer. Then, to her delight, after sniffing her hand, he shot out his tongue to lick her hand.
"He likes you."
"He senses I like him." Annie kept her gaze on George.
"Maybe he remembers me rocking him at Paws Haven." "I bet he does."
"If I wasn't here to volunteer, I'd ask if I could hold him, but I promised Olivia I'd help out." Annie reluctantly straightened.
"What time is your shift?"
Annie smiled.
No shift. I just told Olivia I'd stick around and help as long as I'm needed. Well, once things start to quiet down, if you're still here and George and I are still here, you can hold him. How does that sound? It sounds like a fabulous plan. Stroking the soft fur of Cleo's head one last time, Annie set off to find Olivia. Sawyer stood with Cleo in his arms and George at his feet and watched Annie stroll off. He was relieved that he hadn't made things awkward between them. The last thing he wanted was for her to feel he was trying to come between her and her boyfriend. If things were different and he were sticking around, he could see dating her. But with his own life up in the air, it wouldn't be fair to mess with her situation. She appeared happier than when he'd first met her. He liked seeing the light in her eyes and the bounce in her step. Actually, he pretty much liked everything about her. Throughout the afternoon, he found his gaze unexpectedly settling on her as she spoke with a couple who appeared interested in a calico. Another time, she was stroking the head of the bulldog, Kiba, who had yet to be adopted, while a couple and their 2 children looked on. Cupcake, the Maltese Annie had photographed the first time they'd worked together, had been adopted the day after her picture had hit social media. Winnie the Purr had been chosen several days later. Of the group of animals photographed that day, only Kiba and Cleopatra had yet to find their forever homes. When he saw Annie escorting the bulldog and the couple and their children to the adoption desk, Sawyer realized that where there had been 2, now only 1 from that photo session remained at the shelter. To Cleo, he murmured in a low, soothing tone, "I know you feel stressed and threatened, but there are nice people here who only want to get to know you." The cat closed her eyes. "If you give them a chance, you might find your own family." Other than Olivia and him, the only other person whom Cleo didn't appear to feel threatened by was Annie. He wondered if she was still considering getting a cat. If so, she and Cleo would be a perfect match. Mandy left as soon as the event ended, all smiles, obviously feeling good about her volunteer stint. Now that vendors were tearing down their booths and the animals not adopted were in carriers being readied for transport, the crowds that had once filled the square had been reduced to a handful of workers and volunteers. His father's employees had already taken down the Animal House booth and headed for home. Olivia had told him she had everything under control and that he could leave whenever he wanted. George appeared to be enjoying himself, looking around and letting out an occasional woof. When Sawyer saw Annie hand Kiba's lead over to the couple and turn in his direction, his heart skipped a beat. His smile disappeared when Brent appeared and approached her. Sawyer waited, watching to see Annie's reaction. When he saw her smile and place a hand lightly on Brent's arm, Sawyer turned to George. "Sorry, buddy. Looks like we're both out of luck today." Sawyer realized he shouldn't have dismissed Mandy so quickly. Since he didn't feel comfortable leaving George unattended, now he would have to stand here and wait until someone from Paws Haven came to get Cleo. He glanced around, hoping to spot someone he could motion over, and then Annie and Brent strode up. "I want to introduce Cleo and George to Brent," Annie explained in response to his questioning glance. Brent glanced at Cleo, then dropped his gaze to Sawyer's navy shirt. "You're covered in cat hair." "Am I?" Sawyer simply shrugged. "Occupational hazard." Annie's lips tightened briefly. She opened her mouth as if to say something, then appeared to think better of it and shut it with a snap. "May I?" Annie gestured to Cleo. "You don't need to ask," Sawyer told her, lifting the cat into her arms. Annie snuggled Cleo for a second before turning like a proud mama to show her to Brent. "This little sweetie is Cleopatra." "Cleopatra." Brent made a dismissive sound that could have been a laugh or a snort. "Seriously? Who came up with that name?" "I think it's adorable. She's Cleo for short."
Annie gestured with her head down to the cat she now held. Go ahead, pet her. Her fur is incredibly soft. She's been a little skittish today, but she appears perfectly relaxed now that things have calmed down around here. With obvious reluctance, Brent reached out a hand. Cleo instantly pressed back against Annie and hissed, her golden eyes suddenly holding a malevolent gleam. Brent snatched back his hand and cast an accusing look at Annie. And you wonder why I hate cats? A lot of people think that hissing is a sign of a cat's hostility. Sawyer kept his tone easy and conversational. It's really how they express fear. When she hisses at you, it's likely because she feels threatened. Annie stroked Cleo, but not too long, obviously not wanting to risk another love bite. She looked up at Brent. She senses you don't like her. I don't like her. I've never liked cats. Since Sawyer loved all animals, it would be easy to judge. But hadn't he dated Kelly, who felt the same about felines, for nearly a year? A lot of people have trouble warming up to cats. They can be kind of fickle. Over time, it is possible to form an affectionate bond with an animal that doesn't take to you right away. That may be true, but I'm not interested in forming a bond with any cat, ever, Brent declared. Olivia rushed over. Sawyer, thanks so much for your help today. She turned to Annie. You, my friend, were an absolute gem. I saw Kiba found his forever home. Annie's smile came easily. I have no doubt that the Michaels family and Kiba will be extremely happy together. From what I saw, I agree with you. Appearing to remember there was someone she'd failed to greet, Olivia offered Brent a polite smile. Brent, it's nice to see you. I certainly didn't mean to leave you out. Brent lifted his hands. No offense taken. Appearing unsure how to respond to that comment, Olivia refocused on Annie. Are you taking this sweet girl home with you today? She's hardly sweet, Brent interjected before Annie could respond. She hissed when I tried to pet her. Olivia chuckled. Cleo is somewhat of a scaredy cat. She sure does love Annie, though. I'm going to give her back to you, for now, anyway. Annie gave Cleo one last stroke before placing her in Olivia's arms. Cleo hissed, but only for a second. I'm still considering if getting a pet now is the right move for me. Regret tinged Annie's admission. Olivia offered a reassuring smile. You'll know when the time is right. Annie nodded. Sawyer wasn't sure if now was the right time for him to get George. Olivia watched as Sawyer lifted the dog from his carrier. They appeared to be very happy together. It's worked out well. Sawyer held George against him, but the dog's focus appeared to be on Annie. Can I please hold him? Annie asked, just for a second. Sure. Once he was in Annie's arms, the dog looked up at her with adoring eyes, and his wagging tail brushed against the front of her shirt. He likes you, Brent observed, almost grudgingly. He's like my Ernie. Annie stroked his head. Who? Brent asked, clearly puzzled. The Shih Tzu I had as a kid. Annie might have smiled, but sadness filled her eyes. Ernie had black and white hair, though. Great. Well, why don't you give the dog back so we can pick up the pizza and head to your house? You both are welcome to join us. Annie's gaze shifted from Olivia to Sawyer. Brent ordered 2 large, so there should be plenty. Sawyer had no doubt Brent would have a fit if either of them accepted. He was tempted to do just that, just to see his reaction, but he didn't want to cause Annie any grief. Sawyer told himself if Annie liked Brent, the guy must have some redeeming characteristics. Pasting a look of regret on his face, Sawyer declined the offer. I won't be able to come either. Olivia gave Annie a hug. Perhaps another time. When Annie and Brent strolled off, hand in hand, Olivia expelled a heavy sigh.
What? Sawyer asked. I just wish I knew what she sees in him. Chapter 17. Since Annie had her own car, she headed straight home, while Brent swung by to pick up the pizzas. They were back to their Saturday night routine. The drive gave her time to get her emotions in check. She couldn't believe how rude Brent had been to Sawyer, though, thankfully, Sawyer hadn't appeared to take offense. Pulling up to her house, Annie had started to find her calm. The simple routine of setting out the plates, napkins, and forks settled her even further. By the time Brent arrived, Annie felt she once again had her emotions firmly under control. Then, halfway through the meal, Brent opened his mouth and put his foot right in it. He actually laughed as he sprinkled Romano cheese onto the already cheesy pie. That was one crazy cat. I can't believe you ever considered bringing her home. Annie froze. They'd gotten through the meal so far without discussing any of the events at the square. She'd hoped to get through the rest without anything coming up. It was what she'd always done, or at least had done for years, avoided the difficult to keep an even keel. Done with that, she told herself. No more hiding from difficult emotions. Cleopatra was scared. Annie spoke slowly and distinctly. Didn't you hear what Sawyer said? Cats hiss when they are frightened or feel threatened. I was the one who felt threatened. Ignoring his fork, Brent brought the slice of pizza to his lips and took a big bite. Please. Annie stabbed the piece she'd just forked off. Give me a break. Were you afraid the little kitty was going to scratch you? Maybe. Something in his cavalier attitude set her teeth on edge. Also, since we're discussing that encounter, why were you rude to Sawyer? Brent frowned. I wasn't rude. Your shirt is covered with cat hair, she said, repeating his earlier words. It was the truth. The look in Brent's eyes dared her to disagree. His shirt had white cat hair all over it. I simply made an observation. Don't give me that. If someone from another area of the company came to a meeting, someone you didn't know well, and you noticed their suit coat was covered in cat hair, would you mention it? Of course not. Of course not, because that would be incredibly rude. The calm Annie had found on the drive home disappeared. Yet that was the first thing out of your mouth. Why are you making such a big deal out of nothing? Brent slowly set his slice of pizza on his plate. The guy shrugged it off. I don't care how he reacted. It was rude. I was embarrassed, not only for you, but for me. Brent shoved back his chair and pushed to his feet. If you're embarrassed by being with me, we don't have to do this. Annie was on her feet now. I'm trying to have a civilized conversation with you. Is that what this is? It feels more like you chewing my ass over nothing. Brent spat the words. I'm sorry I don't like cats, especially mean ones. No, screw that. I'm not sorry. I don't know what's gotten into you lately, Annie. You used to be someone I could count on to be the calm in the storm. Not anymore. You've changed. I have not changed. Annie shot back. I'm out of here. Annie blinked. What about the pizza? I don't know. Call your friends and have them come over and eat it, since you seemed to want to share our evening with them. I thought it would be a way for you to get to know them better. I'll never get to know them better. You want to know why? His chin jutted up. Please, enlighten me. They don't like me. Brent's chuckle held no humor. Why spend time with people who aren't fans? Fans? Annie laughed. Sawyer doesn't even know you, and Olivia has been nothing but nice to you. Forget them. Do you know why I came to that fair today? It wasn't because I like animals, because you know I really don't. I came because I wanted to make up for last night. I hate us being upset with each other, and I was hoping we could erase what happened by having a nice night together, like we used to. But it's like you don't want us to be okay." Brent raked a hand through his hair and expelled a breath. "Friday and Saturday nights are our nights. I look forward all week to being with you. With you, Annie, not in a group. I'm not good in groups, even groups of my friends."
Annie didn't know many of Brent's friends. Other than Alan and his wife, she wasn't sure he had any friends. There were the guys he occasionally golfed with, but she got the feeling they asked Brent only because they needed someone to round out their foursome. Brent was already halfway to the front door before she realized that he really did mean to leave. Annie rushed to the doorway, then stopped. She considered calling out to him to come back, but the words stuck in her throat as a question circled in her head. Did she want him to come back? She stood there, expecting to hear the door slam shut, when Brent reappeared, stopping in front of her.
"I'm sorry. Sincerely."
He expelled a ragged breath, his face awash with misery, regret and apology in his eyes.
"I'm not sure what got into me. I don't understand how I let a simple conversation get so out of control."
He cleared his throat.
"I would appreciate it if we could sit down and, maybe start over."
Annie had her own regrets. She wasn't proud of how she'd responded. Like him, she prided herself on her control. Giving a brief nod, she started to turn when she felt Brent gently touch her arm. She cocked her head.
"Before we sit, would you mind giving me a hug?"
The vulnerable look on his face tugged at Annie's heartstrings. Brent had never been one for spontaneous hugs. In all the months they'd dated, this was the first time she remembered him ever making such a request. She opened her arms. Stepping close, he wrapped his arms around her. The tension that held her body in a stranglehold slipped from her shoulders to pool at her feet. She felt the stiffness leave him at about the same time. When she rested her head against his chest, he tightened his embrace and brushed her hair with his lips.
"I'm sorry for being a jerk. For the record, I do like your friends, and I want them to like me."
Annie gave a strangled laugh. "That's good to know."
"I love you, Annie."
Brent rested his chin on the top of her head.
"I've known it for some time.
She started to pull back, but he gently pressed her head back against his chest.
"Shh. You don't need to say anything."
His voice was low, barely audible.
"I was going to tell you the night of the street dance, but I got the feeling you're not there yet. But I want you to know how I feel. I believe you are my future, Annie. I can see us getting married someday. You're the best thing that's ever happened to me."
Annie saw Sawyer the following Monday at the softball diamond. He mentioned Brent had stopped by the clinic to apologize for the cat hair remark. Sawyer said it had been a nice gesture, but unnecessary since he heard that comment all the time. 2 weeks went by, and then another week without Annie seeing much of Sawyer, other than at the softball games. He always went out with the team afterward, but ended up sitting next to Bree as much as he sat beside Annie. Apparently things at the clinic were crazy busy, so on Saturdays, Zara ended up being the one to help her with the animal pics. Cleopatra had yet to find a home, but Annie spent time with her every time she was at Paws Haven. The bond that had formed between her and Cleo only grew stronger. Annie knew how Brent felt about cats, and Cleo in particular. She tried to tell herself that if she wanted a cat, she should simply get one. Still, didn't she owe Brent some consideration? Not knowing yet where her relationship with him would end up had her holding back on making a permanent commitment to Cleo. Things with Brent had gone back to pre-argument status. Though he'd proclaimed his love that night, he hadn't said anything since. For that, she was grateful. The music box lid remained closed. Several times Annie had been tempted to open it, but hadn't been sure she was ready for what it might reveal. When June slid into July, Annie's efforts turned to her mother's birthday party. Eric had contacted her about the planning, and Annie had told her brother she'd welcome his and Marissa's help. Actually, there wasn't much left to be done. Her mom had decided she wanted a small affair with just family, though she'd encouraged Annie to bring Brent. Was it significant that Annie preferred that Brent not be there? This would be the first time she'd seen her brother in months, and she felt nervous about how it would go. She'd never been good with apologies, but she was determined to make things right with her brother and sister-in-law. What if Brent wanted to leave early? The last thing Annie wanted was any awkwardness at her mother's party. "Hey, sorry to keep you waiting." Bree's cheery voice snapped Annie out of her reverie. "I swear I meant to be on time, but a client called and I had to take it." Annie pulled her friend into a hug. "No need to apologize. I appreciate you taking time out of your day to help me find a dress for Daniel and Jenna's wedding. I hope I'm not messing up any showings." "Please, I'm never too busy for you. Or for shopping." Bree pulled back from Annie and led her toward the boutique door. "Now, let's find you a dress." Several hours later, they stood outside another door. Hope's Bridal, a full-service bridal boutique, offered a wide selection of wedding dresses, including designer gowns, by appointment. The shop also had a good selection of dresses for attendants, as well as lovely mother-of-the-bride dresses. When Bree's fingers curved around the ornate door handle, Annie took a step back. "I don't know if this is a good idea. I feel weird shopping at a bridal salon. I'm not in the wedding." Bree let out a long, suffering sigh. "We already had this discussion on the drive over here. Hope is a real sweetie. I sold her a condo on the Riverwalk 6 months ago. She's got taste and class, and I know you'll be able to find the dress you're looking for here. A dress, may I point out, that you've been unable to find at any of the other dozen shops we've checked out." Two women, looking like mother and daughter, paused by the door of the shop, their gazes shifting from Annie to Bree. "Are you going in?" the older woman asked. Annie took another step back. "Go ahead." When the two were inside, Bree let the door ease shut behind them. "Are you going to tell me what's really going on here?" Bree stepped away from the door to stand in front of the large glass storefront that displayed a gorgeous wedding gown. "You need a dress. There are dresses inside. But now that we're here, you won't go in. Why?" Annie felt heat rise up her neck. "Brent mentioned wanting to marry me." Bree blinked. Congratulations?" "No." Annie shook her head. "We're not engaged." "You turned him down?" "He didn't actually ask me to marry him. He just informed me that he sees that as our future. That's why going into a bridal salon feels weird." "What do you see as your future? Do you want to marry Brent?" Bree tossed out the question as casually as if she were asking if Annie wanted extra pickles on her burger. "Brent is a good guy. We have a lot in common. Work-wise, anyway. For the most part, we get along well. So far, I'm not hearing a compelling reason to want to marry him." "What would you consider a compelling reason?" "Oh, I don't know." Bree brought a finger to her lips. "Maybe that you're madly in love with him and can't imagine spending the rest of your life with anyone else?" "That doesn't happen anymore." The comment had barely left her lips when she thought of her brother and Marissa, and then of Daniel and Jenna and the way they'd looked at each other the night at Mama Rosa's. "Not much, anyway." "Maybe not, but then what's the point in marrying at all?" Bree chuckled. "I don't know about you, but I'm not going to tie myself to anyone who doesn't make my heart go pitter-patter." Bree cocked her head. "Does Brent make your heart go pitter-patter?" Annie laughed. "I don't think there's a guy alive who could do that." then no marriage for you, not without the pitter-patter. Bree strode to the door and pulled it open. For now, you stick to being a customer looking for a fabulous dress to wear to a fabulous wedding. A woman who looked to be about Annie's age stepped forward to greet them the second they entered the shop. "Welcome to Hope's Bridal. I'm the owner, Hope Calloway," she said to Annie before turning to Bree. "It's good to see you again, Bree." "Same here." Bree smiled. "I hope you're enjoying your condo." "I love it." Hope expelled a happy breath. "It's everything I wanted." "Wonderful." Bree gestured to Annie. "This is my friend, Annie Laggett. It's a pleasure to meet you." Hope's voice held the faintest hint of a Southern accent. "If you give me an idea what you ladies are looking for, I'll be happy to help you find it." Hope had a pretty face, straight brown hair that brushed her shoulders, and gorgeous brown eyes. She wore a simple cream-colored linen sheath with a wide gold belt that suited her slender yet curvy figure. "I'm attending a wedding this weekend, and I'd like something new to wear." Annie smiled at Hope. "It's being held at the Grand Manse, and the invitation said black tie optional, which to me means more formal." Hope filled in the blank. "Would this be the Woods and Grace nuptials?" Annie nodded. "From what I understand, it's going to be a lovely affair." Hope's eyes softened. "Jenna got her dress here. So beautiful." "Great. If you know her dress, then you have an idea of the aesthetic. I'm not in the wedding party, but I still want to fit in, you know." "I do indeed." Hope gestured with one hand toward a blue velvet settee. "Why don't you and Bree have a seat? May I get you each a glass of champagne?" Bree smiled. "I never turn down champagne." Hope shifted her gaze. "What about you, Annie? May I get you a glass?" She and Bree weren't here to spend thousands of dollars on dresses, like a bride and bridesmaids would, but Annie understood business, which meant Hope understood that if they had a lovely experience here, they would spread the word. "Yes, thank you." Moments later, flutes of champagne in hand, she and Bree sat back, relaxed, and gave a thumbs up or thumbs down to the dresses Hope brought out for their inspection. After a while, Annie rose, setting her empty flute on a side table. "I believe I should be able to find a dress that will work out of the ones I've chosen to try on." "While you're at it, you should try on the dress in the window," Bree told her. "I saw it caught your eye." Annie gave an embarrassed laugh. No, that's a wedding dress, Bree. I'm not getting married." "Are you sure?" Bree teased. "No pitter-patter, remember? I noticed the dress because it's a beautiful gown. That's all. I don't need or want to try it on." Several minutes later, Annie stepped out of her dressing room in a blue and white floral boho fringe gown. The color went well with her complexion, but she didn't think it... Annie stopped short at the sight of Bree in a white, layered tulle wedding dress with a cutout bra corset top, showing off the shoulder balloon sleeves. "What do you have on?" "A wedding dress from an up-and-coming designer." Bree lifted her arms and twirled. "Isn't it fun? I still think you should try on the one in the window." "I'm not getting married, remember?" "Neither am I. So what? Not everything has to have a purpose. Sometimes you need to do a thing just because it's fun. You know, like trying on a dress you don't need and would have to sell your soul to afford." Bree mentioned you admired the one in the window. Hope kept her tone non-committal, obviously not wanting to get in the middle. "I have that in your size if you'd like to try it on." Annie turned to find Bree intent on making the gown's tulle skirt swish from side to side. "Okay, I guess." Wondering just when it was that she'd lost her mind, Annie returned to the dressing room. When she stepped out into the viewing area several minutes later, Bree was back in her summer dress. Bree clasped her hands together. "You look incredible! Like a bride on her wedding day!" Annie tried to imagine wearing this dress to marry Brent. She could visualize him at the front of a candlelit church, looking handsome in a dark tux. She saw her nieces as flower girls, happy and excited. Yet, in imagining the scene, Annie felt nothing. No joy, no excitement, no emotion. It was like watching someone else's wedding, not her own. Bree stepped to her side, a soft and knowing light in her eyes. "Not the right one?" Annie thought of Brent. "Not the right one." "Then get back to your dressing room. I found a dress that will blow your mind. It'll be perfect for Jenna and Daniel's wedding. I asked Hope to hang it there for you." Minutes later, Annie stepped in front of the three-way mirror. The bodice of the sky blue gown boasted jewel-toned blossom embroidery that trailed down the A-line skirt. "Oh, Annie!" Bree's eyes turned large and luminous. "It fits like it was made for you." "It's incredibly lovely." Hope inclined her head. "What do you think?" Annie smiled. "I like it. You have a great eye." Hope offered Bree an approving smile. "That just came in for spring bridal." "Oh." Startled, Annie glanced down, and disappointment surged. "This is a wedding dress? I guess I didn't realize that because of the style and all the colorful embroidery. This designer's theme is non-traditional wedding gowns," Hope explained. She did a line in alternative colors and less traditional silhouettes. "You should get it! It's gorgeous on you!" Bree cast an approving eye on the dress. "It's a wedding dress," Annie protested. "Technically, anything is a wedding dress if you get married in it," Bree pointed out. "There's absolutely no reason you can't wear that dress to Jenna's wedding. It's blue, not white. Just don't add a veil or hold a bouquet and you'll be fine." "It is quite lovely on you," Hope added. Annie cast one final glance in the mirror. She really did love it. "Well, looks like I've found my dress." Chapter 18. Monday evening, Annie caught a pop fly that gave her team a win in the final game of the softball season. It was strange how an activity she'd once had to push herself to do had quickly become something she looked forward to every week. Now it was over. Annie expelled a sigh. "I can't believe how fast it went." When the entire season consists of only 7 games, it's over in a... Bree snapped her fingers, where she sat across from Annie at the crab shack. "I'll miss the games, but I'm really going to miss our crab shack time." "I feel the same." Tibby's dark eyes skimmed those at the table. "Sorry I'm late." Sawyer dropped down into the empty space next to Annie. "Hey, Sawyer, wasn't sure you were going to make it." Annie offered a welcoming smile. When everyone had arrived but him, she'd thought he might not show. Skipping the crab shack wouldn't have been a big deal, except Sawyer's parents were back from their vacation. Now that softball was over and Zara was helping Annie at Paws Haven, she'd worried she might not get a chance to tell him goodbye before he moved on to his next temporary vet position. Unless, of course, he'd decided to accept his father's request to stay on for another 6 weeks. "Has everyone ordered?" Sawyer asked, obviously noticing the drinks on the table. "You snooze, you lose," Tibby joked. "I wish I'd been snoozing." 2 lines appeared between Sawyer's brows. "A dog I'd seen a couple of times in the last month. Well, he took a turn. My dad called to let me know the family had brought him in to be euthanized." "Oh, no." Annie placed a hand on Sawyer's arm. "Why?" "It was the compassionate choice." Sawyer's response told her he was respecting the family's privacy by not divulging details.
That fact doesn't make it any easier.
Why did your dad call?
The family
Sawyer scrubbed a hand over his face.
asked him to let me know they appreciated all I did.
I'm sorry their dog couldn't be saved. Annie spoke in a low tone intended to comfort. You cared. You did your best. That's all any of us can ask of someone, and of ourselves. Annie thought of the doctors and nurses who'd cared for her dad. They hadn't been able to change the outcome, but they had cared. That mattered.
I really thought he might make it.
Sawyer looked so miserable that Annie longed to wrap her arms around him and hold him close. Their eyes met and locked. An understanding, a knowledge, shimmered between them. Annie got the feeling he could read her thoughts. Dirk's appearance tableside shattered the connection. He shot Annie a wink before turning his attention to Sawyer.
What can I get ya?
I'll have a beer. To eat, I believe I'll go with... I ordered an 8-inch crab pie, Annie interrupted. If you want, we can share. I'm never going to be able to eat it all. With the white sauce? Well, it's never as good reheated.
Thanks.
Sawyer glanced at Dirk.
Just the beer, then. Put the crab pie on my check.
No. Annie started shaking her head, but Dirk was already halfway to the kitchen. It's not going to be your treat. Annie spoke firmly, her tone brooking no argument. If you want, consider it my going-away gift to you. Sawyer's brows pulled together. I admit it's a strange going-away gift, but...
No, not that. What makes you think I'm leaving?
Your dad is back. You never said anything about accepting his offer to stay longer. Annie took a sip of beer. I assume that means you'll be headed off to your next adventure. And
Here you go.
Dirk plopped a frosted mug in front of Sawyer before answering a customer's call from a nearby table.
I haven't decided,
Sawyer said. Annie blinked. What do you mean you haven't decided? Bree leaned forward. You really might be staying? The question reminded Annie that there were no private conversations at this table. Sawyer held up a hand.
My father asked if I'd stay for another 6 weeks while he continues to search for the right vet to join him in his practice.
Tibby grinned. I bet he's hoping that if you stay another 6 weeks, you won't want to leave.
He's a crafty guy,
Sawyer chuckled.
That very well may be his plan.
Would you consider staying permanently? Annie told herself she was asking only out of friendly curiosity, nothing more. But ever since the street dance, she'd found herself thinking about what he'd said to her. His eyes never left hers, and when he spoke, his voice was soft, as if for her ears only.
That depends.
On what? Annie forced the words past suddenly frozen lips.
Here's your pie.
Once again, Dirk had impeccable timing. He set the pizza loaded with crab in front of her and Sawyer, then focused on the others at the table.
Your food is coming right out.
That looks amazing, Olivia declared. Next time, I'm ordering one. Annie smiled at her friend. She agreed. The pie really did look amazing. There's more than enough here for everyone. Next time. Olivia gave a definitive nod. You and Sawyer enjoy. Everything on the table looked yummy, Annie thought, as she dished up a slice of pizza for Sawyer and then one for herself. When she took a bite, she moaned.
This is incredible.
Sawyer, who dug right into his slice, grinned.
It tastes like a cheesy crab cake.
She shot him a wink.
Which is exactly why it's so good.
Annie, Tibby called out from the other end of the table. Bree mentioned something about you two going dress shopping yesterday? That's right, we did. Where did you go? Olivia dipped a piece of her crab cake into tartar sauce. Were you able to find something you liked? I did, at Hope's Bridal. Wait, what? Tibby's eyes widened.
Are you and Brent engaged?
No, of course not. I was looking for... Are you talking about getting married? Olivia interrupted.
You've been together for a while,
Tibby added.
but I didn't think you were there yet.
No, we're not there. I mean, Brent is great, but we're not... I'm not... The more Annie tried to explain, the more her tongue got in the way. So frustrating. Bree stepped in to rescue her. We went to Hope's Bridal to look for a dress for Annie for Jenna and Daniel's wedding. Hope was a client of mine. I got her an amazing deal on the cutest condo by the Riverwalk. She was grateful enough to let me play dress-up in wedding gowns while Annie did her real shopping. Annie hadn't said much about Jenna and Daniel's wedding to her friends, knowing that none of them were acquainted with the couple and hadn't been invited.
Bree and I had a fun time there. It was more or less a last resort after we struck out at every dress shop in town beforehand.
While her friends resumed eating, Annie took them step by step through the process, leaving out the part where she tried on a wedding dress, and ended with describing the dress she would wear to the wedding this weekend. Your gown sounds lovely. I'll have to keep Hope's in mind if I need a dress in the future. Olivia turned to Bree. What I want to know is, why were you trying on wedding dresses?
It's called having fun.
Bree grinned. Enough about dress shopping. I want to talk about the amazing catch Annie made to win the game. I think Ms. Leggett may be ready for the majors. Sawyer took another bite of the crab pie, relieved to hear that Annie wasn't marrying Brent. Not in the near future, anyway. He just couldn't see the two of them together. The rest of the conversation remained light and easy. Sawyer loved spending time with this group of women whom he now considered friends. During his short time back in GraceTown, he'd made new friends, slid effortlessly into his role as veterinary director at Paws Haven, and had bonded with the staff and clients at Animal House. When his father had pushed for another 6-week commitment, instead of immediately turning him down, Sawyer had promised to think about it. He'd enjoyed being a locum. Not only had he had the opportunity to become familiar with different parts of the country, he had learned from other veterinarians and discovered what kind of practice suited him. His father was always interested in best practices and providing top-level care to his clients. Because of the experience Sawyer had gained as a locum, he had some thoughts on how to make Animal House run even better. But was he ready to settle down in GraceTown? And if he did, could his father loosen the reins and accept him as an equal partner?
Here you go, Blondie.
Sawyer shifted his attention to see Dirk hand Annie the box with the 2 remaining pieces of crab pie. Sawyer felt a surge of satisfaction that he'd been able to slip his card to Dirk earlier and pay the bill for the entire table. On the way out the door, Annie shoved the box at him.
Here's your pie. It's not mine.
Puzzlement blanketed her face.
You paid for it, so it's yours.
He laughed.
That's not how it works.
She opened her mouth as if to argue the point, then appeared to reconsider.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Sawyer slowed his steps. It seemed fortuitous now that the only parking space he'd been able to find when he'd arrived had been at the far end of the gravel lot, next to Annie's Volvo.
I almost forgot to ask, how's my favorite Shih Tzu getting along?
Her soft voice broke the stillness of the night air.
Good.
Sawyer smiled, the way he always did when he thought of George.
Actually, I need to get home to take him for his evening walk.
Surprise flickered in Annie's blue eyes.
He's well enough to go on walks? He is. We don't go far, but he enjoys getting out of the house, and a little bit of exercise is good for him.
I'd love to see him again.
You're welcome to join us.
The impulsive offer cleared his lips before he'd thought it through.
Just know he does more sniffing than walking.
I don't mind. She stopped beside her vehicle. Remind me of your address? As he relayed the address to her, she smiled. "We'll be waiting." Sawyer returned her smile. He couldn't recall the last time he'd been this jazzed about an evening walk. Instead of following Sawyer into the darkened house, Annie waited outside. It was a beautiful evening, and she wanted to enjoy every minute of it. "Where are your parents?" she asked when he came out, George trotting on a leash beside him. Without waiting for an answer, she crouched down and held her hand out to George. After a second's hesitation, he licked her knuckles, his plume of a tail swishing slowly from side to side. "Out with friends?" Sawyer chuckled and shook his head. They jumped back into socializing practically the second they got back. I'm home early most nights. They're out late. It's like high school, only the roles are reversed. I get it. I think my mom has a more robust social life than I do. Annie glanced down the street, illuminated by ornate black light poles. "Which way?" "Let's let him pick." When George turned to the right, Annie and Sawyer followed. Annie flung out her arms. "I love this time of night." Out of the corner of her eye, she saw Sawyer cast her a curious glance. "It's so peaceful." She gestured with one hand. "During the day, I'm so busy thinking about where I need to be and what I need to do. Now, I can just take it all in and really appreciate the beauty that's around me." Sawyer's gaze followed the direction of her hand. "You're talking about all the flower pots and blooming bushes in front of the houses." "And all the lovely sounds." Her lips curved. "Hear the owl? I can't recall the last time I heard one." Sawyer tilted his head and listened. He grinned. "I hear it now." George must have also heard the hoot because he let out a low woof. "I don't know how you can't love it here." Annie expelled a contented sigh. "What makes you think I don't love it?" Surprise filled Sawyer's voice. George moved to a bright blue fire hydrant and began to sniff. "Well, for so many years you lived everywhere but here." Annie wasn't being critical. Truly, she wasn't. She just loved GraceTown so much that she found it difficult to understand why everyone didn't want to live here. "I've always liked GraceTown, and I think it's just getting better." Sawyer pulled his gaze from the sniffing Shih Tzu to focus on Annie. "I still have a few friends here from high school. Plus, I'm making a lot of new ones, and I really enjoy being with them." When his gaze lingered on her, Annie was grateful for the dim light that hid the heat in her cheeks. "You just don't like staying in one place in general, then?" "The truth is that I tried working with my dad once before, and it didn't go well. Animal House has been his business for so long, and he likes to do things his way, which is his right. I have my own ideas, and our viewpoints don't always mesh." Losing interest in the fire hydrant, George began trotting down the sidewalk. They entered an older neighborhood known for its plethora of maple trees. In the past decade, the area had struggled before experiencing a gentrification due to rising property values and rent increases in adjacent neighborhoods. When George turned to enter a park-like area, Annie glanced over to read the name on a weathered sign in the shape of a tree. "Maplewood Park." Annie turned to Sawyer. "I've never been here before." "I hadn't either, until George and I stumbled across it on one of our walks." He glanced to where the Shih Tzu now sat, glancing around as if surveying his kingdom. "If you have time, we might as well sit for a few. George won't move until he's good and ready. But if you're in a hurry, I can pick him up and carry him." "I have time." Annie took a seat on one of the U-shaped rubber swings. Sawyer commandeered the swing beside hers. "I hope you and your dad can find common ground." "It'll work out." He flashed a smile. "One way or the other." She laughed and pushed off to set the swing in motion. "You work with your mom, right? How's that for you?" "Honestly, it's pretty good. My mom isn't my direct supervisor, so that helps. and generally when it comes to work, we agree on most things. Actually, outside of work, we pretty much agree too. We're very close."
"That's great."
Sawyer nodded.
"I'm close with my parents too, but my father and I have always butted heads. Don't get me wrong, we love each other, and he's supportive of what I want to do, even when he doesn't agree. I really enjoy spending time with him. It's just that our time isn't always perfectly smooth. My mom says it's because we're more similar than we realize."
Sensing he had more to say, Annie remained silent.
"The last couple of years, things have been a lot better. I guess I'm worried that if we go into business together, it might ruin that."
He slanted a sideways glance at her.
"It must be nice to be able to work with your mom and have the same vision."
"Well, there is one thing I'm not sure we agree on." Annie hesitated, then realized she trusted Sawyer to keep her confidence.
"I've been offered a promotion, director of accounting. My mom sees this as the perfect next step toward the eventual goal of becoming the company's CFO." "Congratulations."
Then, as if suddenly realizing she hadn't said she'd accepted the offer, he backpedaled.
"What do you think?"
"I enjoy what I do now. This would be a big change."
"You're not a fan of big changes?"
He spoke without judgment, simply asking the question.
"I haven't been," she chuckled. "But I have to admit that taking on this job and the challenges it presents excites me." "What's holding you back?"
Sawyer cast a quick glance at George, who appeared quite content, before his gaze returned to Annie.
"Brent really wants to be director of accounting."
Sawyer's face betrayed no emotion. After a second, he inclined his head.
"If the shoe was on the other foot, if you wanted this promotion, but it was offered to Brent, would he turn it down just so you'd have a shot?"
In her gut, Annie knew the answer to that question. She opened her mouth, but George emitted 2 quick barks and tugged on the leash Sawyer held loosely in his hand. Sawyer rose, and Annie did the same. She started when she felt Sawyer's hand on her shoulder. Warm and reassuring hazel eyes met hers.
"Even though we haven't known each other for long, there are a few things I'm sure of. The first is that you'd be great at this job, or any job you choose. The second is that, even if others tell you not to, you're too kind not to consider Brent's feelings. Something I hope he's grateful for. And the third is that you're a really smart woman, Annie. I have no doubt that you'll make the decision that's right for you."
Chapter 19. Anticipation had Annie dressed and ready for Jenna and Daniel's wedding 30 minutes before Brent was scheduled to pick her up. She sat on the sofa, intending to scroll through her phone, but she couldn't settle. After a second, she pulled to her feet. While she was excited about the wedding, it was Brent who was the wild card. Things hadn't been the same since their fight and his subsequent declaration of love, and she wasn't sure what to expect from him today. Though they'd continued to meet for lunch, the easy camaraderie that had once existed between them had disappeared. It wasn't just him. She'd been holding back, too. Annie told herself that tonight would be different. They would have fun. Brent was excited to join her at such an exclusive event. Annie knew he thought he loved her, knew he still wanted more from their relationship. She recalled Bree asking if she loved him, and how she hadn't been able to say the words. She wished she knew if their relationship had a future. Her gaze settled on the music box. Striding to it, she flipped open the lid. The music, the haunting tune that she still couldn't identify, filled the room. For a few seconds, nothing happened. Then the notes changed, sounding as if they came from deep underwater. Annie saw herself and Brent at the wedding. They were sitting alone at a round, linen-clad table, watching everyone dance. The smile on her lips might fool someone who didn't know her well, but she saw it for what it was. A facade. She was acting as if it didn't matter that Brent didn't want to dance or that she was sitting when she wanted to be moving to the beat. Even as she watched, Annie urged herself to get up. Just because Brent didn't want to dance didn't mean she couldn't have fun. Then she was on her feet, and they were walking out the door before the cake had even been cut. The scene shifted again, and for a second she swayed, bringing a hand to her head. The spinning stopped, and Annie watched herself come down the steps from the second floor into her living room as heavy rain pelted the roof.
Looks like we finally are getting the moisture they've been predicting.
She moved to the front window. I love the sound of rain. Brent stepped into the room from the kitchen and wrapped his arms around her from behind. I planned on golfing this afternoon, so forgive me if I'm less than thrilled.
You golf all the time,
Annie teased, turning in his arms. The gray at his temples gave him a distinguished air.
Since your game was rained out, let's do something different this Sunday.
Such as?
Take a walk in the rain?
Not that again. Brent gave a little laugh. I told you, I see no point in deliberately getting soaked. She walked her fingers up his shirt front.
It might be fun.
He chuckled. Your idea of fun and mine are very different. Even standing there as an observer, Annie knew that to be true, and sadness washed over her at the realization.
I've got another idea. Let's get in the car and go to the market. We can pick up ingredients and try to make something we've never had before. Tibby was telling me about this fabulous Greek spinach pie she made last week. I can ask her for a link to the recipe.
I'm not that fond of spinach. You know that? Brent had begun shaking his head before she'd even finished. Besides, you go to the market on Mondays.
I don't have to go then.
The chicken is already defrosting. Taking a step back, Brent pulled his phone from his pocket and checked the time. You know, if I leave now, I've got just enough time to get in a workout before dinner. Annie hadn't planned a trip to the gym, but there wasn't much else going on, and she and Brent could talk while they worked out on the machines.
It won't take me long to change.
I told Alan I'd meet him there for a game of handball if it rained.
I understand.
She did understand. He didn't want her to go with him.
Annie tried to tell herself that was okay. He had his life, she had hers. But didn't couples in love want to spend time together?
Her eyes blurred with unshed tears. When her vision cleared, Annie stood in the bright and pretty living room of a house she didn't recognize. Sunshine streamed in through the windows, and the magnolia tree in the front yard was in full bloom. Annie couldn't help smiling, feeling happy and excited in a way that she hadn't only moments earlier with Brent. A man's voice called out, "Darling, I have a surprise for you." Though the man didn't step into view and his voice seemed to come from far away, her heart recognized him. A familiar pitter-patter in her chest had her smile widening. She turned, anticipation coursing through her veins like an awakened river. She couldn't wait to wrap her arms around him and... "Annie?" The sound of her name in a different voice had her smile vanishing. "Are you in there? Open the door." Several loud knocks accompanying the demand pulled her completely out of the vision. Disappointment surged, and, profoundly shaken, Annie shut the lid of the music box. She took several deep breaths before heading toward the door and Brent. The wedding of Jenna Woodson and Daniel Grace had been all everyone could talk about. Now the long-awaited date was finally at hand. Though it wasn't a large event, word had spread about the elegance of the affair and the fact that several of Daniel's author friends, as well as some of his editorial team from NYC, would be in attendance. Even Brent was excited, asking Annie if she knew who would be there and wondering how much such a wedding cost. Always the accountant, Annie thought, and resisted the urge to sigh. Despite the recent tension between them, Brent was in high spirits and eager to mingle with the elite of GraceTown. Planning an outdoor wedding had been a risk, no matter what time of year it was, but the day of the ceremony had dawned dry, with a high temperature projected to be in the mid-70s. It was as if this day had been heaven sent. The service, scheduled for 2 o'clock in the gardens of the Grand Manse, would be followed by a dinner and reception in the manse. "You clean up well?" Annie shot a sideways glance at Brent as they waited in the line of traffic entering the manse grounds. Brent wore a dark suit, a crisp white shirt, and a perfectly knotted red tie. His shoes had been shined to a high gloss, and his hair appeared freshly cut. He smiled. "I appreciate the compliment. You look lovely, as always." "Thank you. I love dressing up." Despite having a closet full of acceptable dresses, Annie was glad she'd gotten something new for the event. The dress, with its array of embroidered flowers, reminded her of springtime and made her feel like a princess. The fact that it was totally unlike any other dress in her closet was part of the appeal. New bow ankle strap heels in a shimmery gold completed the outfit. As soon as they parked and stepped from Brent's vehicle, a golf cart festooned with flowers and driven by a young man in a tux whisked them to the garden area where chairs had been set up for the ceremony. Jenna didn't come from a wealthy background, but Annie had heard that Daniel's mother had been determined to give Jenna the wedding of her dreams. A glittery aisle runner ran between the chairs to a wedding arch draped in white chiffon and sweet-smelling flowers. Though the surrounding gardens in full bloom provided their own perfume, rose petals lined both sides of the aisle, and gorgeous bouquets filled with roses were placed throughout the area. Brent glanced around. "I don't see anyone I know." The disappointment in his voice had her wrapping her arm around his and giving him a squeeze. "You know me." He smiled, and when their eyes met, she waited for a tiny spark, a little jolt, a single pitter-patter. Nothing. The usher, who looked like a younger version of Daniel, escorted them to their seats. Romantic music, popular tunes that sounded much different when played by a string quartet, filled the air. Brent leaned close. "Who is standing up with them?" "They decided not to have any attendance." Annie kept her tone equally low. "Daniel's parents are escorting him, and Jenna's Aunt Rosemary will be walking her down the aisle." "That's not how it's usually done." Brent's brows pulled together. "Don't they have any friends?" "This is what they chose." When Annie had heard of the plans, she'd wondered if the fact that Jenna's sister, Violet, wasn't going to be able to attend the ceremony had played a part in the decision. "I think it will be lovely. It's like both of them are being supported by family, rather than someone giving away the bride." "Maybe." Brent shrugged. "I still think it's weird." The processional music began, and everyone stood. Resplendent in a tux with black pants and a white dinner jacket, Daniel came down the aisle first, his mother on one side of him and his father on the other. When they reached the first row, Daniel kissed his mom on the cheek, shook his father's hand, then stepped to the front and turned to wait for his bride. Daniel's father handed the minister the rings before taking a seat beside his wife in the front row. Jenna appeared, looking like an angel, with flowers woven through her tumble of loose curls and a Madonna-like smile on her lips. The sleeveless Empire A-line wedding dress with tulle and lace sequins was elegant, but simple and suited the woman who stared at Daniel with so much love it brought a lump to Annie's throat. "What do you think that dress cost?" Brent whispered. "Shh," she said, without glancing in his direction. Rosemary, wearing a garnet-colored sequined dress with flutter sleeves, had a huge smile on her face as she escorted her great-niece down the aisle. Annie wondered what Jenna would do with her gorgeous bouquet when it came time to say her vows. That issue was easily solved when Jenna handed off her bouquet to Rosemary. The vows had always been the part of the wedding ceremony that Annie liked the most. She especially enjoyed weddings where the bride and groom spoke vows that they'd taken the time to write themselves. Instead of following the traditional order, in this ceremony, Jenna spoke first.
Daniel, my dearest love, from the moment you entered my life, everything shifted. You became my partner and a source of unwavering strength. I vow to cherish every moment we share, to support you through all endeavors, and to love you with an intensity that surpasses every obstacle. With you, I discovered the beauty of unexpected love and found the courage to embrace the unknown. I eagerly anticipate building a future together filled with joy, laughter, and endless love. Jenna's declaration, spoken with such heartfelt emotion, had Annie clearing her throat. Daniel gazed at Jenna with awe and wonder, taking her hands in his as he began to speak.
Jenna, your arrival in my life changed everything. You ignited a fire within my soul, inspiring me to dream bigger, love deeper, and live with unwavering passion. I vow to stand by you through every twist and turn, to hold your hand through life's uncertainties, and to celebrate every triumph and setback as one. With you, I have discovered the true meaning of partnership, and I eagerly commit to nurturing our love, our dreams, and our shared journey through life's unpredictable terrain. You are my once-in-a-lifetime surprise, and I promise to cherish and honor you for all the days of my life.
The rest of the ceremony went by in a blur, and when Jenna strode down the aisle on Daniel's arm, the few stray clouds that had appeared overhead and kept everyone cool during the ceremony parted. Sunlight streamed down on the happy couple. As she and Brent waited to be ushered out, Annie expelled a happy sigh.
Weren't those vows amazing? They wrote them, you know.
I wonder how much time that took.
I don't know, but it was certainly worth it.
They should have used AI to write the vows and saved themselves the time and effort.
Annie didn't bother arguing the point. Brent would never understand. The reception lived up to its pre-wedding hype as a grand affair, with endless food, music, and champagne. The band, no DJ for this crowd, kept those in attendance on the dance floor. Not Annie and Brent, though. As in her vision, they sat at a large round table, watching everyone else having fun. Brent refused to even consider it. Was it because there were so many important people in attendance, and he wasn't a good dancer? Or was he remembering how that night on the Riverwalk had turned out, and wasn't willing to make the extra effort to please Annie? Still, Annie wasn't prepared when Brent abruptly pushed to his feet.
Let's cut out.
The reception is just getting started. They haven't even cut the cake.
Annie frowned.
It will look strange if we leave now. Why are you in such a hurry to go?
Well, for starters, there's no one here.
No one here? Annie had to pull down her voice that had started to rise. She gestured with one hand. Look around.
I meant there's no one here that I know.
Brent spoke in that tone parents usually reserved for children who were having difficulty comprehending.
Everyone is friendly.
I'm not having fun. I'm ready to go.
His gaze pinned her.
Are you going to try and force me to be at a place against my will again?
For a moment, Annie simply stared. Then she counted to 10. Once she felt calm, she responded.
You wanted to come, Brent, remember? Now you want to leave?
That's right. What would you say if I said it's not always about what you want? She met his gaze head on. It's about what I want, too.
I'd say we do what you want all the time. Remember the retirement party at the Pug? I'd barely talk to Scott when you were ready to go because it was too loud.
Brent looked at her with a smug expression. You mean the night you commandeered our date night to try and angle for a promotion? I was quite flexible that night. Besides, you might not have been done speaking with Scott, but he was done speaking with you. Annie knew as soon as the words left her mouth that she'd hit a nerve. Brent's jaw tightened. We attended the wedding. We had dinner. We toasted the bride and groom. Brent gestured with one hand toward Jenna and Daniel on the dance floor.
I'd say we did our duty. I'm done with socializing.
Annie thought back to their fight at the street dance. She still felt a little guilty about that night, but this was different. This was the wedding of her friends. There had been other times in the past when he'd had enough of a certain event. Most of the time, it had involved her friends. In fact, as she thought back, she realized those events had usually been ones she'd looked forward to and had been enjoying. Brent's jaw jutted out.
Are we really going to do this again?
No. A sense of peace, of rightness, settled around Annie's shoulders. No, we're not.
Good.
Brent reached for her hand.
Let's go.
Annie ignored his hand and took a step back. We're not doing this again because I'm done fighting with you. You say you care for me, but everything is always about you.
What are you talking about?
I'm tired of keeping to your schedule. Go home, Brent, or stay. Do whatever you want, since that's all you care about anyway. But I'm spending the rest of the night celebrating my friend's wedding, with or without you. Perhaps she should have been surprised when Brent turned and stalked off without a backward glance. Or maybe he did look back. Annie didn't know, because she'd headed straight for the dance floor, determined to kick up her heels and have fun. Chapter 20. Annie couldn't recall ever visiting Highway 15 Diner on the outskirts of GraceTown. The cafe had gotten the nod for Sunday brunch because of Bree's enthusiastic recommendation. Bree had stopped in last week after showing a house in the area. She'd fallen in love with the food and the atmosphere. The no-frills diner, with its plethora of booths with orange plastic seating and chipped linoleum flooring, might not be pretty, but every table being full was a testament to its cheap food, good eats business model. They snagged a table, the sign at the entrance said, "Seat yourself," as soon as the previous occupants left, and ordered quickly when the server stopped over, coffee pot in hand. In a matter of minutes, plates of food sat before them. This could easily feed 3 people. Tibby glanced, wide-eyed, at her platter of French toast. My omelet looks amazing, but it's huge. Annie cast a glance at Tibby. I'll trade you part of it for a slice of your French toast. You're on. Tibby motioned for Annie to hand her the plate, then expertly made the transfer. Next time, order from the kids' menu. Bree gestured to her plate, holding a single sunny-side-up egg, 1 slice of toast, and 1 strip of bacon. I warned you. I was apprehensive about ordering a parfait. Olivia dipped her spoon into the granola topping. But this looks yummy. Enough talk about food. Bree's gaze snapped to Annie. I want to hear about the wedding. Yes, please, tell us, Olivia urged. Don't spare the details. Annie chewed the bite of French toast she'd just put in her mouth. This was likely the last food she would get until her friend's curiosity was assuaged. First impression? Bree leaned forward as if wanting to hear every word. Flowers everywhere. I felt as if I was in, I don't know, the Garden of Eden.
Gorgeous, vibrant colors and lots of greenery. Annie's lips curved as she recalled the beauty, but she knew the sense of wonder had gone beyond the lovely venue. Love had shimmered in the air.
Jenna's dress was amazing, Bree. The next time you see Hope, be sure and tell her she did a great job.
I will definitely do that.
The food was great. The band was incredible.
Annie smiled.
I danced until the very last song.
You're kidding.
Tibby shook her head and chuckled.
I wouldn't have guessed Brent had that in him.
Oh, Brent left. Bree's eyes widened. What? Why?
Because I told him to.
Annie lifted her coffee cup to her lips and took a long drink.
You told him to go?
Olivia's voice rose with every word.
Okay, Annie. Can you please back up and explain? Brent wanted to leave early. I didn't. When I refused to leave, he started to get upset, like he did at the street dance. I'm not sure if you remember that.
Bree nodded.
Oh, we barely registered it.
Olivia cast Bree a look.
Keep going, please.
Well, I started thinking about how we always operate on his schedule. I mean, look, you know me. I love a good schedule. But when I'm the only flexible one in the relationship, you know it's a problem. Annie's lips twisted in a wry smile.
I don't know about that.
Tibby offered her a reassuring look.
We've seen a lot of changes in you lately. You're a lot more open to spontaneity than you used to be.
It's been nice getting to see you more often,
Olivia added.
So, does this mean you and Brent have broken up?
Bree asked. Are you okay with that?
I'm not sure what it means, exactly. I need to talk to him and sort things out.
Annie expelled a breath.
Honestly, we were probably headed for a breakup anyway. I certainly don't see him staying with me once I accept the promotion.
What promotion?
Tibby asked. Bree's eyes snapped with excitement. Director of accounting?
That's the one.
Bree squealed.
Oh my goodness, congrats!
Reaching across the table, Tibby squeezed Annie's hand hard.
I'm incredibly happy for you.
You're the perfect choice for that position,
Olivia declared, smiling broadly.
When do you start?
The excitement in Bree's voice bubbled up and overflowed.
How long have you known?
Tibby asked.
Why didn't you let us know as soon as you got the job so we could celebrate?
Olivia asked.
I needed time to figure out what I wanted. You know how I like to look at something from all sides.
Annie stabbed a piece of French toast with her fork and absently swirled it in syrup.
Obviously, Brent was a factor. Sawyer made some good points.
Wait.
Tibby interrupted.
You talked about this with Sawyer? When?
Monday, after you all left the crab shack, we took a walk.
Oh, now this is all starting to make sense. Bree grinned. Tibby nodded approvingly.
I see how it is.
Now we know the real reason Brent is out.
Olivia chuckled.
No, you don't,
Annie protested.
It's not like that at all.
Olivia pointed at Annie.
Then why are you blushing? Okay, I admit I like Sawyer. He's attractive, and I've enjoyed getting to know him. He's not why I'm ending things with Brent. Whatever faults he has, I care about Brent. I know you guys don't like him, but I would never.
We know, Annie.
Tibby offered a smile.
We're only teasing. And it's not as if we don't like Brent.
Speak for yourself,
Bree murmured.
Tibby shot Bree a you behave look. It's just that Brent didn't seem like he encouraged you to grow. It felt like he wanted to keep you in a box just for himself. For what it's worth, know that we all like Sawyer, and we're happy to see you open to making new friends.
Bree's gaze turned thoughtful. Not to burst any bubbles, But does anyone know if Sawyer has decided to stay?
The next week passed quickly. On Monday, Brent texted that he was busy with a project and wouldn't be free for lunch all week. Annie suspected it was an excuse, but feeling uneasy herself, she was fine with playing along. She honestly wasn't sure what to expect when Friday rolled around. That afternoon, Brent called to suggest the Hungry Palate for dinner, as he knew the restaurant was a favorite of hers. She agreed to meet him there at 7, just like always. Throughout the meal, Brent seemed determined to act as if the fight at the wedding hadn't happened. He spoke mostly about work-related topics. Another time, Annie might have appreciated his efforts to steer them towards safer ground and make this date night feel like all the others. But tonight, Annie couldn't do that because she knew where the conversation was headed. Scott was set to make the announcement about her promotion on Monday, which meant she needed to tell Brent the news tonight. She kept waiting for the right moment, but by the time the server brought back their credit cards, Annie knew she could wait no longer. Taking a breath, she opened her mouth, but Brent spoke first.
Look, I know you probably want to talk about the wedding.
Brent lifted a hand.
We both behaved in a way we shouldn't have, but I'm willing to forgive and forget if you are.
Annie bit her tongue. There was so much she could say about what had gone on that evening, but there was no point now. I'm sorry you didn't enjoy yourself, but that's not why I agreed to see you this evening. I need to tell you something. Something that, for various reasons, I couldn't share with you until now. Brent's gaze turned watchful. Scott offered me the position of Director of Accounting, and I accepted. Annie spoke quickly, wanting to get all the words out before Brent responded. He'll make the announcement on Monday. I didn't want you to be blindsided. I know how much you wanted the job. She realized she needn't have rushed, because for several long heartbeats, Brent seemed incapable of speech. Finally, he cleared his throat.
It appears congratulations are in order. So, congrats, Annie. I have no doubt you'll be an excellent director.
Annie blinked, waiting for, well, something more. Lifting his nearly empty glass of wine, Brent motioned for her to lift hers as well. When she did, he clinked his glass against hers.
Cheers to you, and your bright future.
Brent's smile might not have reached his eyes, but he was doing an excellent job of not letting his disappointment show. Thank you. Despite his civilized performance, Annie knew Brent well enough to see beneath the surface pleasantries. He wasn't truly happy for her. I know you hoped.
It's fine, Annie.
Brent cut her off, the facade cracking.
In fact, I think you're right. That you've been right. It's time for both of us to try something different.
For the past week, Annie had spent part of each day with Jeff, learning the ins and outs of what would eventually be her new job. She'd thought she had a good grasp of what the position entailed, but quickly discovered there was much to learn. Instead of being stressed, though, Annie hopped out of bed each morning, eager to see what the day would bring. She recalled her dad once telling her to approach life with optimism and challenge herself to try new things. Well, that's what she was doing. She was letting herself soar. It felt as if all her past experiences had molded her into the person she was now, a person who suddenly knew what she wanted and was going for it, full throttle. Simply contemplating her future had Annie's lips curving upward as she arrived at her mother's house to set up for the birthday party. A light rain this morning had given way to sun by the time the afternoon rolled around. She was surprised when Eric's minivan pulled in behind her in the drive. Instead of hurrying inside, as she would have done 6 months ago, she remained by her vehicle as the family of 5 tumbled out of the minivan. "You're early." Annie crossed to greet her brother and his family. Marissa glanced at her husband, then back at Annie.
Eric mentioned you two had talked and that you were okay with us helping with setup.
I am okay with it. Annie gave her sister-in-law a bright smile. I'm glad you're here. I could use your help. Eric's watchful gaze searched hers. You usually don't want any assistance. You always say you have it under control. I know, but... Annie widened her smile to include the 3 little girls who'd rushed to hug her. All of us working together will be fun. We're good helpers, Isabel declared, and Bitsy nodded. Taya, not to be left out, added, Me too. Eric chuckled. When you get one leg it, you get us all. Where would you like us to start? Marissa asked. Would you mind setting up the ping-pong table? Annie glanced at her brother. As far as I know, Mom still stores it in the same place. Sure thing. Eric turned to the girls. You 3 can help me with that. What about you, Mommy? Isabel asked. Mommy is going to help your Aunt Annie. Eric put a hand on his middle daughter's shoulder and answered before his wife could respond, then refocused on his sister. Where do you want us to put it? Wherever you think best. Annie offered Marissa a warm smile. Thanks for coming early. I have to say, I love your dress. So bright and summery. Marissa glanced down at the dress the color of daffodils, then back at Annie. Not too yellow? Can you ever have too much yellow? Annie held up a hand. The answer is no. Marissa chuckled, and the tense set to her shoulders eased. The door swung open, and Taryn stepped onto the porch, all smiles. Because of the granddaughter's exuberance, the party reminded Annie more of a carnival than an adult woman's party. Everyone enjoyed it, including Annie. Today gave her a chance to experience again the family home filled with childish laughter and joy. The ping-pong table was set up where it had been when she and Eric were kids. Like her parents and brother, Annie possessed a fierce competitive streak and had excellent eye-hand coordination. Though it had been years since she'd played, she discovered some things you didn't forget, such as being able to impart spin and play against spin. Her nieces, who'd challenged her one by one, quickly discovered the difficulty of returning a ball with spin. Eric then stepped up to give it a try. After Annie's backspin stroke made contact with his paddle, causing it to rebound in a downward direction, her brother expelled an exaggerated sigh and set down his paddle. Why do I even try? That's game, Annie announced. Is it wrong for me to say I'm glad the game is over? Eric's good-natured smile told Annie that her brother was only teasing. How about we get you something cold to drink? Marissa suggested. You look like you could use it. You know me so well. Eric leaned over and kissed Marissa softly on the mouth. When Marissa's arms slipped around her husband's neck and she returned the kiss, Taryn chuckled. Shall we give you two some privacy? They do that all the time, Gram, Bitsy told her grandmother quite seriously. All the time, Isabel echoed. Taryn's eyes took on a distant gleam. It was the same with me and your grandfather. When he got older, your dad would make gagging noises when we kissed. Taryn turned to Annie. Remember? The memory of that sweet time brought a lump to Annie's throat. She nodded. I remember. That was the kind of love she wanted, Annie realized. It was what she deserved. She wouldn't settle for less. When Marissa released her hold on Eric, Bitsy tugged on her mother's arm. Mom, we want to play croquet, but I'm not sure how to set it up. Marissa took her daughter's hand. We can set it up together. I can help, Eric began. Marissa shook her head. You stay and enjoy this time with your sister. I'll help. On her way out the door, Taryn paused beside Annie. Seeing you wear the locket again makes me happy. Annie's fingers rose to the gold heart.
She wasn't sure what had possessed her to put the necklace on this morning, but she was glad now that she had. Eric's gaze settled on the locket.
That's the one Dad gave you for your birthday.
Yes. Reaching up, she unclasped the chain. When the locket was in her hand, she opened it. Eric said nothing for a long moment, simply stared at the photo of a laughing Peter Laggett.
I miss him so much. You remind me of him.
Her brother's gaze sharpened. Like him, you're a wonderful husband and father.
Thank you for that.
Eric cleared his throat.
Dad set a wonderful example. He fought to stay with us until the end. You were always there for him.
Regret blanketed Eric's face.
I wasn't. I'm sorry, Annie.
You have nothing to be sorry for. Snapping the locket shut, Annie met her brother's gaze. If anyone is sorry, it's me. I pushed you away. I made you feel as if you weren't good enough, doing enough. Looking back, I believe we all did our best under very difficult circumstances. I think Dad is proud of all of us. Chapter 21. On Monday, Annie stopped home after work to take one last look around and make sure everything was ready for Cleopatra. Research had confirmed the importance of slowly acclimating a kitty to a new environment. Annie was determined to not overwhelm the cat as Cleo made the transition from a busy, noisy shelter to a quiet, private home. For the first few days, Annie would confine Cleo to the spare bedroom, a room that now contained food, water, and a litter box. She'd also included a cat tree that soared to the ceiling and made her smile every time she looked at it. At Olivia's suggestion, Annie had added a cardboard box with holes cut in each side and a blanket in the bottom. Confident that all was in readiness, Annie picked up her keys, prepared to head out, when the music box caught her eye. Striding across the room, Annie impulsively flipped up the lid. For several seconds she waited, not sure what would occur, but ready for anything. This time, there was no strange sensation or visions of the past, present, or future, only the haunting melody she still hadn't identified. After a minute, Annie closed the lid. That the box now only played music didn't bother her in the least. She knew who she was and where she was going. She also knew without a single doubt that she was on the right path, one that would bring her true happiness. The trip to Paws Haven was quick. Simply pulling into the parking lot had excitement coursing up Annie's spine. Surprisingly, the Paws Haven reception area was empty. Zara looked up from her spot at the front desk and smiled. "Today's the big day! I'm so excited to finally be taking her home," Annie admitted. "She was meant to be your kitty." Annie nodded and gestured toward the door leading to the back. "Should I just go?" "Cleo has just finished her exit exam with the vet," Zara explained. "When I saw you pull into the lot, I notified him that you're here to pick her up." Before Annie could respond, the door swung open, and Sawyer strolled out, holding Cleopatra, with George trotting beside him. Annie couldn't have stopped her wide smile if she'd wanted to. "You're still in town?" Sawyer smiled back.
Yes, I agreed to stay.
"I'm glad," she stammered.
I'm glad too.
"Get yourself under control," Annie told herself. "I'm happy, you know." Annie waved an airy hand. "Because now that I have a cat, I need a permanent vet."
Well, why don't we get together, and I'll tell you about what I can offer you. And Cleopatra. It's a little last minute, but how about dinner tonight, if you're free?"
Annie lifted Cleo from his arms and smiled. "Tonight sounds perfect." This has been The Enchanted Music Box by Cindy Kirk, Narrated by Amy McFadden, a member of SAG-AFTRA. Copyright 2024 by Cindy Kirk. Production copyright 2024 by Cindy Kirk. All rights reserved. Thank you for listening.